morning, everybody. Hey, guys, what's up? How are you doing today? Well, I guess it's just me and Judy today. Oh, well. The important people are here. Hey, Judy. Hey, replay crew. Hey, lurkers. I don't have any lurkers yet. In conversations with Sylvie, Grant mirrored Cody's life as his own. He pretended to be an anesthetic nurse who led an independent life and drove a Mercedes, the life his brother was living. To further convince her he was a wealthy streamer, he used his parents as well as Cody's debit and credit cards, applied for fake ones, and then even took out loans under their name. When he went to rehab, his family told Sylvie the truth about him and where he got the money to pay her. However, she continued to engage and take money with him after he left rehab. Well, of course she did. Okay, I found this clip. Well, it's not a clip. It's a news segment out of Texas. I think it's about 6 minutes long. But it's scary. This is what our world has become, y'all.
Posting health and safety concerns about a city's drinking water on Facebook. It happened in Trinidad in Henderson County, southeast of Dallas. People who live there say the tap water sometimes looks and smells unsafe. When one woman shared her take on Facebook, the police department arrested her, and now she's suing. Fox 4's David Centendry is live with more from that city. David.
Yeah, well, some city leaders say there are issues with the water system and that there has been for quite some time. However, one woman's claim posted to Facebook that the water is making some people sick led to her being arrested.
Did you ever expect something like that Facebook post could get you arrested?
Not at all.
A Facebook post made by Jennifer Combs, a wife, mother, and citizen journalist, led to her arrest by Trinidad Police Department on May 8th.
Did you have to spend the night in jail?
I did.
What was that like?
Horrifying. Absolutely horrifying.
And you've never even had a speeding ticket?
I have not ever had a speeding ticket. It was one of the most probably humiliating things I've ever went through in my entire life. It was very, very bad.
So what was the Facebook post about? The city's water supply.
The best way I could describe it is it looks like the Trinity River is flowing from their water taps.
The post from her page Southern Bell Watch reads, in part, "We have received reports that some citizens have been hospitalized due to bacteria in the water. This is a serious public health concern that deserves immediate attention. If your water looks discolored, contains sediment, has a strong odor, or you have experienced related health issues, please send us a message. We are gathering information and reporting findings to the state."
The police chief had screenshotted it and posted it on the Trinidad Police Department page.
The April 6th post by Trinidad Police calls what Combs wrote false information that creates fear, panic, or unnecessary emergency response within a community, eventually charging Combs with felony false alarm or report.
I feel like this is an extreme stretch.
So here inside Trinidad City Hall, the water looks clean, but some say it's a fluid situation depending on where you're at and when. How would you describe the city's water situation right now?
The city's water situation is a struggle, without question.
Trinidad Mayor Dennis Hawes does not dispute that they have water issues.
A lot of this stuff is original pipes that were put in here in Trinidad in the 50s, probably. We have to get to a position where we can fix that infrastructure. And it's very expensive, as I'm sure you can imagine.
On Wednesday, the Texas Commission on Environmental Quality confirmed to Fox 4 that it received a complaint regarding the water quality and an investigation is ongoing. It's unclear whether anyone has gotten sick from the water.
I've seen some Facebook posts where people have said they have gotten sick, but to me personally, I haven't heard anything.
In a post on May 10th, Trinidad Police Chief Charles Gregory doubled down on his decision to arrest Combs, calling the case cut and dry. He says claims citizens were hospitalized due to bacteria in the water are simply false and have only caused unnecessary fear and confusion in our community.
I really haven't seen anything like this before, David.
SMU constitutional law professor Dale Carpenter questions if a crime was committed and believes Combs's First Amendment rights may have been violated, even if it turns out Combs's post was inaccurate.
She's making a statement regarding a matter of great public interest, and so people sometimes make false statements on matters of great public interest, and they're allowed to do so. If we prosecuted and arrested everybody who made such claims, our jails would be overfilled.
Chief Gregory was not at Tuesday's council meeting, but the water issue was a topic of conversation.
The reason why everyone is here and the reason why Fox 4 is here is because your city is acting like tyrants.
Combs stands behind her post, and in a federal lawsuit filed Tuesday, she accuses the police chief of political retaliation related to her work as a citizen journalist. She claims multiple citizens made social media posts stating that they had personally been hospitalized or affected as a result of consuming the city's water.
I don't agree and don't think it's fair that the citizens pay for water they can't really use.
The lawsuit adds, speech about the safety of a community's drinking water is a quintessential matter of public concern entitled to the highest degree of First Amendment protection.
There's people saying that their appliances are getting ruined. They can't cook with the water. They can't bathe with it. They can't do laundry. A lot of them feel hushed and like they don't have a voice, and no one listens to them and no one takes them seriously.
The police chief has not responded to a list of questions we sent over to him via email. He is listed as a defendant in this federal lawsuit. So is one of his officers, a city council member, and the city of Trinidad.
All right, David, so you interviewed the mayor. Police chief didn't want to talk to you. I'm curious what the mayor's attitude or take on the police chief's actions regarding Jennifer Combs'
Well, I asked him
arrest.
I asked the mayor if he agrees with that arrest, and he really wouldn't take a side. He told me, in his words, he does not feel it's appropriate to comment, just saying that the case has been turned over to the Henderson County District Attorney's Office for prosecution. I've reached out to the DA's office to see if they will give us any sort of comment, what they think about the case, but at this point in time, we have not heard back.
Do you guys believe that? Isn't that nuts? You know what that reminds me of? Hey, Paul. That reminds me of Turtle Boy. Another citizen journalist getting shut down. Only this is worse. This is the drinking water that people are paying for. And even if no one had been hospitalized and no one got sick, it doesn't matter. That's nasty water. I'm not gonna drink that. People are paying for that water. All she did was make a Facebook post. This, I swear, is getting worse and worse every day. Every day. It's like you can't even... That was a violation of her constitutional rights, I think. Just warning people that the water's bad. And they're trying to shut her up. That's all that is. Oh, man. It's crazy what is happening in our world today. Okay, so this is day 5, which we started yesterday.
Can be admitted as such. Then there are additional text messages.
I think this is after lunch.
Just offer an evidence, I guess. One of them says Chad threatened to kill Margaret. I didn't think that was admissible because I thought it was hearsay, but I guess I could just say that it's not for the truth of the matter asserted, and it's for non-truth use. So I don't know. I guess I get to go back to the
Chad threatened to kill Margaret?
Not hearsay, or that I thought was hearsay, and then possibly admit it as such.
Do you have any other argument other than hearsay?
For the text messages between Cody and Chad, I know they're talking about some character evidence for Grant. I think it had to do with about, I don't have them in front of me, but I did review all the text messages in the extraction report. I can't come up with them off the top of my head, but I'm still maintaining that they are hearsay. Yeah, not the call logs. I understand that the call logs are not assertions, but the text messages specifically, just because they're in an extraction report, don't make them non-hearsay.
State, any brief response?
Mr. Shapiro is correct, Judge. I mean, the report itself is not hearsay. I still have to establish either hearsay exception or the fact that it's non-hearsay. And that's what I've told Your Honor is my intent and my concern and my desire to use these is to show the timeline and the nature of communications with the two. A material fact at issue in this particular case is the course of conduct of both the defendant and the victim as to who was controlling that cell phone. And that evidence, along with a number of other things that Ms. Bly will be testifying to later this afternoon, will address that material fact. And I certainly understand there's a fundamental difference between offering something for one purpose and then making an argument predicated upon the truthfulness of that particular assertion in closing, which is what the Gale case sort of hangs its hat on as allowing the explaining the difference between the non-hearsay and the nature of the extraction report.
Right. Let me ask you, Mr. Shapiro, are there specific ones, because there's a lot of general things that are discussed in here. Are there, and other things, are there specific ones that you have take more issue with or have issue with?
I wouldn't mind reviewing them again, Judge. I mean, let me just explain to you where I'm coming from here. The extraction report, I think the better course of action, which was the way we went through it with the non-hearsay text messages, was to file a motion to let you know which ones we were going to use or to try to use for non-hearsay use. I was not given that by the state. I just have the entire extraction report, which I did read all the text messages from. So I would have to look through them again to see which ones specifically I think are more problematic than others. But off the top of my head, I don't recall them because I didn't expect the state to try to put either all the extraction report or part of it or a significant part of it in just sort of as is. But I did not expect that, Judge.
Well, how many pages was the original extraction report?
1,200?
Pardon?
1,200, I think.
Dang.
Was the redaction or this portion given to them beforehand?
Everything was given to them beforehand, yes.
Well, I think the main one, I don't think we got a redacted version of exactly which ones.
This is the redacted, this version. This is
Right.
what you have.
Right. It's the entirety. Yeah, sure. We have the entirety. We weren't given this is what we're focusing on, which is not really their obligation. I understand that.
Well, the court notes, if I'm correct, it seems to be approximately the last 18 days or so prior to the deaths.
That there are particular messages that are unduly prejudicial or more.
I think of you as a meal ticket and fixer, so I can sit back and do nothing. That you want to kill me, and most hurtful that you regret not choosing. I think this would be THUY Twee and France/Dubai. I am to recover not
first line and the last line, but any text that mentions Cornerstone, can you all approach just briefly?
Investigator Stewart,
Back earlier, and at this point, we're going to continue with the next minute, the current witness, the state's case. Can you all approach just briefly?
Investigator Stewart, Mayor approach briefly, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Investigator Stewart, sorry. You had testified, I believe when we left off, that you had completed a redacted extraction report of item N2, that being a Apple iPhone that was located in the bedroom of the Amato residence. Does that sound correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Showing you 10N, M as in Mary, for identification purposes. Take a look at that and tell me if you recognize it.
I do.
And what does 10N purport to be?
It's a portion of the advanced logical extraction report that I generated.
And portion.
What?
Yes.
Okay, and is it a fair and accurate depiction of that portion?
Yes, it is.
And M
What?
is evidence at this time.
All right.
Only re-raise our prior objection, so we raise it first.
As to that portion of 10M, the court will overrule the objection. And what has been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10M will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 275 in evidence.
Projector on, please. Okay. Now, Investigator Stewart, I want to go through some of the report with you here on the stand.
Okay.
Okay? For the record, this is page 1 of Exhibit 275. So when you generate these types of reports, this first page, what does this first page show us?
It has device information about the cell phone itself. At the top, it will have information about who generated the report. So it'll have my name.
Okay, and so here, for example, about, I don't know, maybe 10 lines up, it has a phone number, 407-416-1344.
Yes, sir.
And for purposes of the record, that number has been stipulated to be Chad Amato's cell phone.
Yes, sir.
When you ran this report, did you cross-check to see if the unique identifiers and the serial number on this report matched the phone that you were doing work on?
Yes, I did.
And is that right up here, this unique identification number that we're talking about?
Yes, sir. There's an ICC ID number there, and then also an IMEI number.
Now, the second page of this report shows, what are we looking at here in the paper version of the phone?
It's going to be a call log. So
What's the call log?
basically phone calls incoming and outgoing. So if you have an iPhone, you would click on the green phone icon.
Okay, so if you click on the little green phone button and you go to recent calls, this is the paper version of what you would see.
Yes, sir.
Okay, so on that screen would have been these calls.
Yes, sir.
Now, did you also have the occasion to review a portion in the report that deals with notes?
Yes, I did.
And again, can you tell us about the notes section? Is this the part of the iPhone where you push out a little piece of paper looking thing and you can type notes? Is that what this is?
Yes, it is.
Okay, so is this just a printout of what was contained on that phone at that time?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now here we have a sheet that's entitled Contacts. Can you tell us what this is?
So this would be saved contacts in your phone that you can personally identify who's calling you or who you want to call.
Okay, so that would be the little phone book button,
Yes, sir.
right? So the names associated with each phone number.
Yes, sir.
Now, when you generated this report, did it also capture SMS messages?
Yes, it did.
And can you tell the court what an SMS message is?
It's a text message. So a message that you send or receive from someone or something else.
Okay. And that is also just a snapshot of what was on that phone at the time that you did your extraction.
Yes, it is.
Did you also review on Chad's iPhone the web history of this particular device?
Yes, I did.
And is that
I just noticed there's like a phone jack or an Ethernet cable jack right there, right next to the elevator buttons. What is behind this wall?
that information contained in your extraction report?
Yes, it was.
So I'm showing you still in the state's exhibit 275, the paper number on the actual exhibit,
Yeah.
page 365. We'll go back a little bit here. Let's go back, let's say the dates on here. What dates are we looking at here for web history?
January 20th, 2019.
Okay, and they're time stamped as well as date stamped.
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And so, for example, Investigator Stewart, so on the 20th, this is just a snapshot of the web searches that were done on the phone.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then the next page, also starting from the bottom, time and date stamped for web searches. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
It's the times change obviously as we go up the sheet. Okay. Let's take a look at search history for the 24th, starting at the bottom. So at 123, for example, there's a record that reflects that a Gator Chatter website was visited.
Yes, sir.
And that was visited for quite a while. It looks like up until about 132, at least in this section of the report, very top of the screen. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Now, after 134.55, the last Gator Chatter search, were there different types of searches that were done?
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
After 134 in the afternoon, is it safe to say we were done looking up Gator stats?
Yes, it is.
Okay. Now, these searches, can you tell us what time they were done? Starting from entry number 6.
Would have been on January 24th, 2019 at 6:16 p.m. UTC.
Okay, UTC.
Yes, sir.
What is UTC?
UTC stands for Coordinated Universal Time. It's a way to reference the time in the world. So here it shows -5, and that's what it would have been here in Florida in January due to daylight savings time, where right now we are -4 because of the hour difference.
Gotcha. So then this would be the time adjusted for where we currently are standing in the world.
Yes, sir.
And so from 1:34:55 in the afternoon on January 24th, does this record reflect any searches being done between 1:34 and say 6:14?
No, it does not.
The next searches begin at 6:15.
Yes, sir.
And then from 6:15 to 11:28, were there any searches done on that phone?
No, there wasn't.
And from at 11:28 p.m. on the 24th, there's an entry for wiping an iPhone. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And then was there another search at 11:29 with similar language?
Yes, sir.
And that goes up and until 11:30 on the evening of the 24th.
Yes, sir.
I don't quite understand that. A juror wants the records of the investigation of Becky? Oh. Egg Lady is suing? Or I remember hearing Poot say something about the Egg Lady, but I don't remember specifics. Yeah, because wasn't she didn't do anything, right? But Becky got her kicked off somehow. Yeah, she needs more than probation. She stirred up a hornet's nest.
Okay. May I approach the clerk? Now, as part of the extraction on Chad's iPhone, did you also extract a series of text messages between Chad Amato and Cody Amato?
Yes, I did.
I'm showing you Exhibit 15B. Can you take a look at that? And is this a redacted version of the text message sampling between those two individuals?
Yes, it is.
And other than the redactions, of course, is it a fair and accurate depiction of those text messages?
Yes, it is.
And this was what was recovered from the digital forensics poll of the data from Chad's iPhone.
Yes, it is.
15B is in boy. It's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 276 in evidence.
Also, I think, so I think he did it. I think Alex Murdaugh did it. But I do think hey, John, but I do think he deserves a new trial because of Becky. But I don't think it's fair that now they want the death penalty, because the death penalty wasn't on the table last time. So why all of a sudden is it on the table now? You know what I mean? Like, I don't think that's fair. Because he didn't get a fair trial last time because of Becky. So he gets another bite at the apple. But now all of a sudden they want the death penalty? Why all of a sudden the death penalty? I don't think that's fair. And I do think he's guilty. But I don't think it's fair that, oh, he gets a new trial. Now let's go ahead and do the death penalty, I just yeah. Yeah, you got your appeal. Guess what? Now we're gonna try to get death penalty. Careful what you wish for. Yeah, I know. That's what he said in that interview, that they think somebody else did it. Yeah, right. Which they kind of alluded to at the other trial. That there was somebody, because of Paul's boat accident. They keep insinuating that people want to get at Paul because of the boat accident, which is probably true. But do you really think someone would have snuck onto their property and killed him and his mom because of the boat accident? No, they would have waited till he was someplace off by himself. So we should really watch that trial, because I'm thinking if they're going to ask for the death penalty, I don't know though. I was going to say he might plea if they offer one, since they're asking for the death penalty now. No. They exhumed Paul? No. Oh my gosh. Where is Marty? I don't see Marty. Hi, Marty. I don't see you for some reason. Stupid StreamYard. Oh. It was a boy? I thought it was a girl that got killed. Why did they do a second autopsy? Anyway, I think we should watch his trial, because if they give him a plea to avoid the death penalty, he might take that, and then there might not be another trial. But the way his lawyer, Poot, talks, he wants to clear his name. Oh, that guy. That guy. Yes. I'm glad that they did that. I'm glad they did that then. Because that guy, they said it was just an accident and they weren't looking into his death. So I'm glad, because that was not a hit and run. That boy was killed. So, if you guys don't know about the Murdaugh case, it is convoluted. What'd I do with my phone? there's a good book on the whole thing. The kid yeah, absolutely, John. 100%. So apparently Buster, which is Murdaugh's other son, is bi on the down low. And so he had a relationship with this guy, and I guess they broke up or something. And the other guy, I don't know his name. I forgot his name. I used to know his name. I guess was threatening to tell people, and with the Murdaughs being a big name in the county because of their law history, like his great great grandfather or whatever started their law firm and all that. So the rumor is that Buster and Paul killed this kid and set it up to look like a hit and run accident. And basically nobody listened to them, to his mom and his friends and stuff. And so it was just put down as a hit and run accident, and he was buried. But his mom is still, no, Paul and Buster did this or whatever. So I'm glad they're exhuming him and but I'll look. The book is on my phone. I will look for the title and the author if you want to know about the Murdaugh. And then of course there's all kinds of documentaries and stuff too. But the book goes all the way back to Stephen and his murder, alleged murder, and all that. So it's really good. It tells like everything, the boat accident, Stephen, everything.
And Judge, just for the record, we would re-raise our prior objections that we made to this evidence.
All right. Objection noted.
Now, I'm not going to go through every text message here, sir, but I'll flip through some of the pages and ask you a question or two while I'm doing it. These texts, do you know when these text messages start?
1 minute before we go through the text messages, members of the jury, you're about to view the text messages or some messages that are entered into evidence. The court instructs you they've been edited to eliminate irrelevant portions that would not aid you to understanding the case. But also I would instruct you that each of those text messages that are entered are not being offered to show that they're true. All right. So there's nothing in there to indicate that what is being stated is actually true or otherwise. So you're not to consider it as such as testimony from any individuals. All right. Otherwise, at this point, you should appropriately look at the evidence and evaluate that evidence. Thank you.
The first date that we have here, when was that? Can you see from where you're sitting?
January 6th, 2019.
And upon your review of this conversation, going back from January 6th, were there a number of text messages entered?
Yes, there were.
And looking at the timestamps of these various text messages, were they generally timely answered?
Yes.
And the conversation was otherwise ongoing?
Yes, they were.
And they continue up until looks like January 24th in the evening. Last message from Grant Amato being sent at what time is that?
6:47:51 p.m.
Tender the witness at this time.
Good morning, Investigator Stewart.
Good morning.
You were responsible for doing an extraction of Chad Amato's iPhone, is that correct?
I did generate the report, yes, sir.
So you generated the report that was based on Mr. Amato's iPhone, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Judge, I've shown the state what has been pre-marked as Defendant's Exhibit B for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? Investigator Stewart, I'm showing you what has been pre-marked as Defendant's Exhibit B for identification purposes. Did you see the web history portion of Mr. Amato's iPhone?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Did you look at entry number 98 all the way to, I'm sorry, there's, well, it's on the last page. To 200?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Do you need to review that, or does that look familiar to you?
Just review it for just a second.
Sure. Is this a fair and accurate depiction of Chad Amato's web history from entry number 98 all the way to 200?
It appears to be, yes.
Okay. Judge, at this time, I would enter into evidence what has been pre-marked as Defendant's Exhibit B as Defendant's Exhibit next.
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID as Defendant's Exhibit B will be moved into evidence as Defendant's Exhibit 2 in evidence.
Investigator Stewart, there are some interesting portions of this portion that include an entry number 112, unlock Asus laptop, forgot password, Windows 10 without disk. Is that part of this as well?
Would you be able to show it?
Sure. May I approach the witness, Judge? Oh, I'm sorry. I can use the technology. Thank you. Entry number 112.
Could you zoom in just a little bit because you were even squinting, which I know the jury will have a problem with that.
Totally understand. I apologize, Judge. Okay, looking at. Oh, I'll make it even bigger. Okay. I'm sorry, Your Honor, I just want to make sure this is on here. Okay, Investigator Stewart, can you see that?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Item number 112 from Chad Amato's iPhone says, unlock Asus laptop, forgot password, Windows 10 without disk. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Item number 113 states, how to reset password on Asus laptop, Windows 10 Google search. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
This goes on for quite a while on this report, doesn't it?
Quite a few entries.
Number 114 states,
They
had a
needed
factory
to.
reset
Yay.
Asus laptop Windows 10 without password, correct?
Yes.
Now these entries, no, I'll go back to some more of them. They were on January 19th of 2019, correct?
I believe so, but I can't see.
Oh, I'm
on
sorry. I keep asking you without putting this up here. I apologize. Let's go to one.
Yeah.
All right, so let's move this down. That first Google search that I referenced was on January 19th of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Moving along. This one about how to factory reset Asus laptop Windows 10 without password. That was one of Chad's searches on January 19th of 2019, correct?
Yes, sir.
And there's thank you. Number 115 entry, how to factory reset Windows 10 password. That's another one in the report, correct?
Correct.
That is also January 19th of 2019.
Yeah, it kind of does.
Go down to number 134. Software to remove Windows 10 password. That's on there too, correct?
Correct.
And that one, once again, is on January 19th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
The next entry, number 135. Offline Windows password and registry editor. That one is also January 19th of 2019, correct? Number 136. Here are the best Windows 10 password recovery tools. That's another entry, correct?
Correct.
That is January 19th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
$137, $138. Software to remove Windows 10 password. Software to remove Windows 10 password. Those are both on there as well, correct?
Yes, sir.
For 142, Windows 10 password incorrect error. That's also on there.
You said 142 or
I'm sorry.
also 140?
Oh, I'm not putting that there properly. I'm sorry, 142.
Correct.
Thank you. Number 148. Windows 10 won't accept password at login. That's on there too, correct?
Yes, sir.
Number 152, how to easily reset your Windows 10 password if you forgot it, 2018. That's on there too, correct?
Correct.
Number 160, bypass or reset password, Windows 8 or 10. That's on there too, correct?
Yes, sir.
And that's also on January 19th of 2019.
Yes, sir.
So Mr. Amato
Hey, Tree.
does a lot of searches on his phone about password reset, correct?
He did on those dates. Yes, sir.
Number 161, bypass or reset password Windows 8 or 10 to download free. That's also on there, correct?
Yes, sir.
Also on January 19th of 2019, correct?
Correct.
Number 178, Windows doesn't accept my password after updating. That's on there as well, correct?
Correct.
Number 180, password not recognized. These are all continuous Google searches for password resets and bypassing a password, correct?
For Windows 10.
Correct. Number 183, Windows 10 won't accept password at login. That's on there too, correct?
You said 183. Okay, there.
181, I'm sorry, 181.
Yes, sir.
183 has Windows 10 password not working, correct?
Correct.
So there are many Google searches, or I'm sorry, web searches for how to bypass a password. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
On Chad Amato's iPhone, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, could I have one moment?
Could be both Florida, right? Google it, Judy. They have, do you know their whole names? I'm sure it would be hard to figure it out.
Investigator Stewart, just a couple questions. Thank you. First, easy question.
Same area of the state, too.
Was Chad Amato dead on January 19, 2019?
No, he was not.
Was he dead on January 20, 2019?
No, he was not.
But he was dead on the 24th.
Yes, sir.
Objection, speculation.
Sustained.
Now, all these searches that you went through with defense counsel in defense exhibit 2, and I'll read some of them to you here. Windows 10 password not working. Windows 10 password incorrect after update. Windows 10 password won't log in. Bypass or reset Windows 8 or 10 password. These are all done on the 19th. Software to remove Windows 10. Are these searches that are done to otherwise reset, an attempt to reset access privileges to a Windows operating computer?
Objection, opinion.
Possibly. I mean, there could be different circumstances with why you would be searching that.
Okay. What are some of the circumstances?
In one of them, it said he reset the hard drive or Windows, and for the password's not working. So maybe there could have been an error while doing that. Also, I don't know if it was his computer to begin with. Maybe they got it handed to him. There's plenty of possibilities that could have been.
But all those entries are all Windows 10 and Windows 8, Windows 7, all Windows related searches. Is that fair to say?
Yes, sir. They all appeared to have to do with the operating system with Microsoft or Windows.
And in fact, there's not a single, and we can look at it together one more time. If you'd like, before you answer this question. Let's go ahead and do that. I think it works.
Sure.
Look through defense exhibit. Oh, well, I just might be quicker, frankly. Flip through there real quick from this defense exhibit 2 and see if you see any single searches of Jack's phone that has anything to do with an Apple product at all.
No, there doesn't.
And so the only time in the history of this phone, based on your logical extraction of this phone, the only time that any web searches were done with regard to an Apple product was the night of the 24th.
Objection, leading.
Sustained.
Was the only time in the history of this report you generated where an Apple product, when was the only time an Apple phone product was searched?
In regards to resetting a password or something to do with that, that would be the January 24th.
So all these other entries, nothing to do with that.
Correct.
Have a moment, Judge. don't have any further questions.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? Write them down.
I don't really like juries asking questions, because if they ask something that they're not legally allowed to know, I I don't know for sure, but if it was me, I would have a weird feeling about that. Like if I asked a question and it didn't get answered, I would think that that was weird, that they were trying to hide something. So I feel like if I would feel that way, that there's got to be other people that would feel that way. I mean, I know there's a jury instruction. Oh, okay. Well,
All right.
I mean, Shapiro isn't
First,
like a rare
question.
name.
Was there an Asus laptop found in the house? And if yes, whose was it?
I'm not aware of it. However, there were numerous electronic devices that were inside the house, so it's possible. I'm not sure.
Please clarify the text message at 6:47 p.m., January 24th. If you could please put that up there. Was from Chad or to Chad?
It's saying red, so would I be able to look at it in person? Yeah, just okay. So right there, that one says sent, so that's going to be from that number. The other is red, so it would have been received from Cody.
All right, so was the 6:47 January 24th text message from Chad or to Chad?
To Chad.
Are deleted messages on iPhones able to be retrieved? And if yes, was this attempted on Chad's phone?
It is possible. So with every device, it's going to be different. With iPhones, it is a possibility, and yes, it was.
State, do you have any questions based on those questions?
Can deleted call log entries also be recovered?
Yes, they can.
And was that attempted in this case as well?
Yes, it was.
I don't have anything further.
Defense?
Nothing, Judge.
Any more questions from the members of the jury? All right, may this witness be excused.
Subject to recall.
All right, sir, you're excused, but you're not released, so you're free to go about your business until you're recalled. State, you may call your next witness.
Recall of Geraldine Bly.
Please come and have a seat. You may proceed.
Welcome back, Investigator Bly. I want to talk to you about item N2. That would be Chad's iPhone. Did you also conduct a examination of that phone?
I did.
And did you use any special tools to conduct that examination?
Yes, I used Celebrite Physical Analyzer, and I also used Blacklight, Encase, and Axiom.
Okay. And those are all software tools that you have in your laboratory?
Yes, they are.
Now, and before I get to that, I do want to readdress a topic. When you previously testified, did you have the opportunity during the lunch hour to examine the metadata on some of the photographs that were contained on Grant Amato's thumb drive?
I did.
I've previously shown defense counsel. Let's start with 15D. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
In fact, you just generated this item, did you not?
I just did, yes.
Okay, and can you tell us what this 15D is?
Yes, it is a report created with NCase that shows some of the items from the thumb drive, their file name, their size, when these items were created on N7 on Grant's computer, and the path.
Okay, and is that a fair and accurate depiction of the electronic data that was stored on the image you worked on?
I know.
Yes, it is.
I tender 15D as states next.
Any objection?
Yeah, I like her too.
No objection, Judge.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15D will be, and that's D as in David, will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 277. 277 in
She's a
evidence.
little too giggly, but other than that, I like her.
Investigator White, did you also do some additional interrogatory work with regard to these photographs?
Yes, I did.
Can you explain, I'm not showing you 15C for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It is the report that I just generated using another tool, EXIF tool.
Okay, EXIF tool?
That's right.
Okay, what's EXIF?
EXIF is the metadata on pictures, pretty much.
Okay, and is that report a fair and accurate depiction of the computer data that was generated with regard to the photos in 277?
It is.
Tender 15C as states next.
Then what's been pre-marked for ID as 15C will be moved into evidence as 278 in evidence with no objection from the defense.
Permission to publish?
You may.
We're just going to do a couple, okay?
Okay.
You don't have to go through all of them. For example, image 3 on page 1 of exhibit 277. What does that tell us?
That's right here is the name of the image. That's the size. When it was created, this was when it was created on.
I don't think they've got the mic
volume,
turned on.
which also matches the created
But
date
she's
of the picture.
right
So,
there at it.
That's from comparing this information.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So the creation date, for example, for image 3 would have been September 13, 2018.
Yes, according to the other report as well.
Okay. And this would have been when?
It would have been. It was created on the volume on the computer on August 16th, 2018 at 8:06 a.m.
And this picture of Chad Amato's checkbook, for example.
It was, and you can confirm with the other report, which is it shows the actual metadata from the phone where it was taken on November 6, 2018 at 11:19 p.m.
Okay, and image 6 below that, or would that be image 7, right?
6 or 7.
6.
The card.
The card.
The card would be
7.
It starts. I think so. I can go back. If you go back to the first page, I can show you for sure. The first page. Yeah, so it's underneath. Okay.
So image 6.
6. Okay. What is that? October 11th, 2018 at 11:19 p.m.
The driver's license photograph.
October 17, 2018 at 1:41 p.m.
Image 43.
December 22nd, 2018 at 2:56 in the morning.
Image 42.
December 22nd, 2018 at 2:56 in the morning.
Okay. So the dates of these photos of the checks and the credit cards and everything span a pretty wide range of time.
Yes.
Up until December.
Yes.
Now, let's go back to Chad's iPhone, okay? You said you used a tool called Gray Key. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
Okay. And I believe you previously testified that you couldn't get into Chad's iPhone until you guessed the password. Is that right?
That is correct.
And the password was what?
072759.
And that would be his date of birth.
Correct.
Okay. Now, I want to show you State's Exhibit 10F. I'm going to show it to the defense counsel. When you Exhibit 10F for identification purposes, you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date in the bottom.
And what does this document purport to be?
It is subsection of of my Axiom report showing Safari searches on the Knowledge C database.
Okay. And is this a fair and accurate paper copy of that electronic report?
It is.
Judge, we want to re-raise our prior hearsay objection.
Okay, if I could see that just briefly. See what it was. All right, what's been pre-marked as State's Exhibit 10F will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 278 in evidence. 279.
Permission to publish? This is Exhibit 279 for the record. And Investigator Bly, you testified that you got this information from the Knowledge C database file. Is that so?
Yes, correct.
Okay, so that's not like looking at the search history on your computer.
No, that's like a system database.
Okay, so it's much deeper in the phone.
Yes, it is.
Okay. And we'll get to database files in a little bit. And with regard to Exhibit 279, I'm referencing page 3. I'm going to zoom in a little bit. I want to ask you about entries 3 and 4. Is that a record of a website that was visited on this particular phone?
Yes, it is.
And at what time was that particular website visited?
On January 24th, 2019 at 11:29:30 p.m. or 11:30 p.m.
And again, that was located deep.
Yeah, I heard about that. She was just sitting at the front gate. Sounds like something I would do. Yeah, she's done it before.
Or in the phone's system.
Yes, it is.
Go
Oh,
over.
no, I apologize. Those are from Safari, from the history. Mhm.
I don't know why that mic's not picking her up unless it's not on.
Passcode for your iPhone, iPad, or iPad Touch, and your device is disabled. That would have been at 1/24/2019, 11:29 p.m.
Yes.
Did you examine Chad's iPhone to determine whether that telephone had any of the call records?
Yes, I did.
And is it safe to say that just because somebody swipes left on their recent phone call history to push the delete button, that a record may still exist deeper inside the phone?
Yes, that is correct.
Now, I want to ask you, and you mentioned it once already, but I want to get techie now, finally. Can you tell us about database files? Explain to the jury what a database file is.
So database is like an electronic collection of files of records. I like to think about it like a phone book, for example. You have in a phone book, you have people's names, addresses, and phone numbers. And technically, you could look somebody up by name, or you could look, if you have a lot of patience, you can look somebody up by phone number or by address.
Apparently.
That's like an analogy I like to use for databases.
So, are there database files in an iPhone?
There are.
And is a database file something that a typical iPhone user can have access to?
No, not directly like that.
So how do you go about getting access to database files?
We have different forensic tools that parse these database files.
And I want to discuss each of those database files individually, starting with the Knowledge C database file. What kind of information can you piece together by reviewing the Knowledge C database file deep inside an iPhone?
Knowledge C database file has a wealth of information. It has different things that you can look at. For example, it can tell you what application was up in the screen, or it can tell you, and that's for applications that are not deleted. It can tell you Safari records, like searches or websites that have been visited, text messages, phone calls, the percentage of the battery, whether a phone is plugged in or unplugged, whether the screen is on or off, or if it's locked or unlocked. That's some of the things that you can find.
So by looking at the Knowledge C database file, can you tell whether somebody accessed a certain application?
Yes.
Can you tell how long somebody accessed a certain application?
Yes, you can.
Can you tell whether phone calls were deleted?
Yes.
Can you tell whether the lock settings were accessed, the preferences of the phone were accessed?
Yes.
Now, were there any phone calls that were deleted from Chad's iPhone the 24th?
Yes, there were.
How many?
2.
Showing defense counsel 10E for identification purposes. Investigator Bly, I'm showing you exhibit 10E for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How's that?
It has my initials and the date on it.
And this 3-page document, what does it purport to be?
It is a subsection of my report that shows the 2 entries in the Knowledge C database, the phone calls that were deleted, and this corresponding contact information.
And this is a fair and accurate depiction of the digital information that you recovered from Chad's iPhone?
Yes, it is.
10E that states next.
Any objection?
Only our prior objections, Judge. Motions, our prior motions.
All right, can I see that briefly? All right. Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 280 in evidence.
Can I publish it?
You may.
Place item 280 on the overhead. So, Investigator Bly, is this sort of a snippet of the raw computer data that you looked at to get an idea of what phone calls were deleted?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And there are times and dates there. What are those times and dates indicative of?
The dates and times when the calls came in.
Okay, That's when the calls came in to Chad's phone.
Correct.
9:15 and 9:12 approximately.
Yes.
And you said that you were able to tell who they were from.
Correct.
And is that, we're going to take you to page 2 of Exhibit 280. And is this the information that you used to determine where those calls came from?
Yes, according to I correlated, like that comes from the contact information saved on the phone.
Okay. So what name popped up on the screen when those calls came in?
Cody Amato.
And that would be, I'll refer you to page 3. Is that just the data that reflects the same information for the second call?
Yes, correct.
So 2 phone calls from Cody Amato to Chad Amato were deleted on the 24th.
Yes.
Now, using that Knowledge T database file, did you review and notate application usage? In other words, what applications were accessed and how long they were accessed on Chad's phone on the 24th and 25th of January?
Yes, I did.
Now, for example, by using this knowledge database file, were you able to tell whether notes applications were accessed from Chad's phone?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to tell what time notes were accessed?
Yes.
Were you able to determine what notes were accessed?
Yes, I did.
We'll come back to that one in a moment. Now, I'd like to ask you about battery life. Using that database, did you examine the battery life of
Yes, I
Chad
did.
Amato's phone? You did?
Yes, I did.
Okay. Showing Defense Counsel 10-0. Investigator Bly, I'm showing you. First, we'll start with 10-0. Take a look at that. Do you recognize 10-0?
I do.
How do you recognize 10-0?
It has my initials and the date.
Oh my God.
And what does item 10-0 purport to be?
It is a subsection of my report that shows when the phone was plugged in or unplugged.
And is this a fair and accurate
What is wrong with people?
description of the raw data indicating when Chad's iPhone was plugged in and unplugged?
Yes, it was.
I'm now showing you.
You know what? This soft parenting crap has got to stop. People need to start spanking their kids again. I'm sorry. I was spanked. And I became a productive citizen. I was a nurse. I went right from high school to college, got my degree, started working, never been in trouble with the law. What is wrong with people? People, discipline your children. You're not their friend. You're their parent. I will die on this hill, people. I will die on this hill. Your children are not your friends. They're your children. What is wrong with people? His parents probably gave it to him for protection. I have another question. There's a trial going on right now. A woman is on trial. I don't even know the specifics of the trial. But a 6-year-old took a gun to school and shot the teacher? Who is the adult woman that's on trial? Is that his mom? What is that trial even about? We should probably be watching that one, actually. I don't get it. Why do people... I watch these Gen X shorts all the time. And I just have to laugh. Like, I watched one this morning, and the guy was like, you need You need a emergency contact? Ask a Gen Xer. And he went through all these shows like what we learned from them, A-Team, MacGyver. We can make a blowtorch out of a lighter and a bottle of hairspray. But yeah, we can be your emergency contact, but also we can set your house on fire. It's like Gen X is so self-sufficient. Like, we were latchkey kids, you know? It's like, yeah. Yeah, exactly. It's social media too. Because when I was a kid, we didn't have social media. You didn't just do stuff and pull your phone out to record it. That's another problem. Oh, the vice principal. What did they charge her with? Reckless endangerment? No, that wouldn't have gone to trial, though, would it have? It's too not. Man, that's crazy. 6-year-old, multiple complaints. Gosh.
10N as in Nancy for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date.
And what does item 10N as in Nancy purport to be?
It is a paper printout of when the screen was on or off on Chad's phone.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of that raw data from Chad's iPhone?
Yes, it is.
Which we tender items 10O and 10N.
Oh. Oh, good for her.
Approach briefly. All right, objection is overruled as to states, what's been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 10N will be moved.
Do you know if she went back to work, Judy? I mean, if I got $2 million, I wouldn't go back to work. That is crazy. And I wouldn't think to search a 6-year-old for a gun. Some schools have like metal detectors now. But an elementary school and a 6-year-old, you wouldn't think to look for a gun on a 6-year-old. That's crazy.
In evidence of States Exhibit 281, in evidence in which been pre-marked for ID as States Exhibit 10O will be moved into evidence of States Exhibit 282 in evidence.
So she got shot bad. It wasn't like just an arm or a leg or it was bad. Dang. Why'd he shoot her?
Okay.
See, we should be watching the other trial.
Again, with 281. I'm going to zoom out at first, and I'll zoom in. Don't worry. All right. So
yeah, Disney would have all of that very quickly.
6 columns here in this document. Can you tell us the first column where it says, I believe it says state at the very top? Let's zoom in a little bit.
Disney, here I come. Take my money.
State. What does that mean?
It means the state of the phone if the screen is on or off.
Okay. And then the next column, start time date.
The moment that state started, for example, let's go with the first one right here. It says that the screen was on from 3/16/20, roughly, to 3/16/32.
Okay. And what's recorded date?
When that information was recorded on the database.
So inside the knowledge C database.
Yes, it takes a couple.
And then the source column. Is that the specific file or subfile or whatever you call it?
That's the name of the extraction, of the gray key extraction.
All right. So this shows us when the screen was turned on and off.
Correct.
Okay. So did you review this document previously?
I did.
And did you review the history of this particular phone with regard to when the screen was on and off?
Yes, I did.
And did anything jump out at you?
Yes. Normally, the phone would be, the screen would be on for a little bit while the phone was being used, and then it would be back to being off. And then when they were going to use it again, it would come back on. And but from on January 24, 2019, from 5:52 p.m. Until 12:21 a.m., the screen was on. It stayed on throughout that time. Then it was off for a little bit, on and off, and then again from 12:31 in the morning to of the 25th to 3:16 p.m. On the 25th. It stayed on again.
Was that unusual pattern of life on this
Hey,
particular
Michelle.
phone?
It was.
What's the significance
Oh,
of the
wow.
screen being on
She's lucky to be alive.
6.5 hours?
Well, while the screen can turn on when you receive an email or whatever, that it would turn back off. If it's just a notification, it would turn right back off. If it's on, it's usually that the phone is open, and or you have that in the settings as to stay on.
Okay. And I want to ask a question kind of related to this. Is there a difference between the screen being on and off and the phone being locked and unlocked?
There is.
Okay, can you tell me?
For example, you can have the screen being locked and you receive a text message or a notification or a call, and the screen is going to show as on during the time that that notification is showing on the screen. It wakes the screen up. But that doesn't mean that somebody can access the phone. You still need to put the password to be able to access the content.
Okay, now what about the locked and unlocked?
So locked is obviously when the phone is closed, and unlocked, I'm sorry, is when you put the passcode to just, you can access the content, it's open.
Okay. Showing you Defense Counsel 10X. So that would be inconsistent with the device history and usage history for this phone.
Yes.
Why did it get dark? Oh, there we go.
Now, so we've talked about the Knowledge C database file. Let's discuss, let's discuss one more thing. Let's discuss the health database file. Does the iPhone have a health database file?
Yes, actually 3 of them.
Okay, can you tell the jury what they function?
So it tracks how many steps you take. It tracks whether you go upstairs. I mean, that's the steps is approximate, or the distance in meters that you walk with the phone. You can also sync it to other health-related apps.
Okay. And did you have an opportunity to go through and review the information contained in the health database file?
I did.
And did you compare that? And did you make notations of that information?
I did.
Okay. And we'll get to that in a moment. Did you also notate how long particular applications were accessed?
Yes, I did.
And did you make notations of that?
Nichelle, look. Nichelle, you paying attention? Look what else I noticed on the wall. It's a phone jack or an Ethernet cable jack or something. I want to know what is behind this wall. Why does it have elevator buttons and a phone jack? I think it really is Dexter's laboratory back there. There's something behind this wall, and I want to know what it is.
As well.
I did.
And specifically with regard to the notes application, did you make any?
What is it?
To when and how long?
Why is it there?
Yes, I did.
Investigator Bly, I'm showing you 10P for identification purposes. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date.
And what does item 10P purport to be?
It is a subsection of my report.
Okay, hang on. 8 counts of felony child abuse. Were there like 8 kids in the room when he shot the gun? It's not like child abuse, like she put hands on a kid, right? It's because there were 8 kids in the room whenever he shot the gun.
That shows the date that each note was accessed, the content of the note, and the identifier. So a number that identifies that note.
And is this a fair and accurate depiction of the digital information that you retrieved from Chad Amato's cell phone?
Yes, it is.
Tender 10P is next.
All right. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 284 in evidence.
Investigator Bly, did you have the occasion to notice the history of Chad Amato's phone accessing the notes?
Yes, it is.
Permission to publish, Judge?
Okay.
Showing you 284 in evidence. So
Oh, okay.
the first column.
She was told about it and
tells
didn't do
us,
anything.
what
Oh
does the
my
first column
god.
Tell us here where it says entry creation.
That is at what time that entry was recorded in the Knowledge C database. Because this is
There it
the
is,
Knowledge C
Michelle.
database. So when around the time that the note was accessed, this note was accessed right here.
Okay, so that note in the iPhone was accessed 1/24/2019. And what is 1801?
6:01 p.m.
6:01 p.m. Okay. And then below that, is that another note?
Yes, it is.
And when was that note accessed?
It is actually the same note, and you can tell because of the same
I see.
ID right here.
So that note was accessed at 6:01.
Mhm.
Okay. And is this a different note?
It is.
Okay. When was this note accessed?
It's 6:08 p.m.
On the 24th?
on the 24th.
Is this that same note? Just continued on?
674. Can you flip back to?
Yes.
No, they are different notes because of the same the number here.
So then this next note on page 3 of this report was accessed at 6:08. Is that true?
Yes.
Also 6:08.
Yes.
Also 6:08.
Yes.
And this one says 1810. What time is that?
6:10.
And the same for the bottom two? 6:10?
Correct. Yes.
6:10.
Yes.
Now, is it fair to say that every note in that phone was accessed after 6 o'clock that night?
I think it was every. I think there was one that was like blank or didn't have much, and that one wasn't accessed. But I think every other note was accessed.
So every note in Chad's iPhone was accessed and reviewed.
Yes.
6:10 on the 24th. Now, going back to the health database questions, does that database record when someone goes up and down upstairs?
Upstairs, yes.
But does it record when someone goes downstairs?
No, it does not.
And did you notate that information while doing your forensic examination?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to talk about another database file, the Safari cache database file. Okay? And what's Safari? Let's start with that.
Safari is the internet browser on Mac computers and iPhones or iOS devices.
Okay. And what's a cache database?
So cache in general is a temporary storage area for that Safari or other applications could use to save data to optimize their performance. For example, I don't know if you guys have visited a website, and if you have previously visited the website, it loads faster. And sometimes you need to hit refresh on the website so it can load again. That's cache.
Okay. And did you review the Safari cache database file from Chad's iPhone?
I reviewed the cache, yes.
Showing defense counsel 10H. First witness. Investigator Bly, I'm showing you State's Exhibit 10H for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date.
And what does item 10H purport to be?
This is a subsection of my report showing cache database files for one of the applications on the phone.
And this would be for web surfing?
It would be for web surfing within the application, yes.
Is item 10H a fair and accurate depiction of the database file that you retrieve this information from?
Yes, it is.
10H is next.
Objection we've been previously raising.
All right, objection overruled. Here, let me make sure and look at 10H though individually. I didn't look at that one. Okay. Objection overruled. It would not be hearsay. So it's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 285 in evidence.
Investigator Bly, this particular record would not appear in a search history in Safari. Is that fair to say?
I don't know. I don't think so because it's not within the Safari. It's not within Safari cache. It's
Okay.
within an application.
So, just so the jury is clear, and me too, frankly, do some applications on the iPhone have the ability to go web surfing outside of Safari?
Yes, they do.
So like if you went to your banking app or you went to a health app or a diet app, and you typed in some function, are some applications capable of redirecting to a web browser within that application?
Yes, they do.
Okay. I'm going to, permission to publish, Judge? Thank you. Exhibit
Yeah, and you don't
285 for the
have to use Safari because when
record. And investigator,
I don't, I have Chrome on my
Right.
iPhone.
this record here, the page is titled Block or Unblock Your Debit or Credit Card, USAA Bank Management Application. Can you tell by looking at this record what application generated this record?
Yes, I can. It's going to be, I believe, on the last page of this report.
Old jukebox?
The last page then. Or the next to the last page.
Right here on the path. Right here, the path.
That is an elevator?
USAA model. That's what's called the bundle ID. That's pretty much what identifies the app.
Okay, so this was accessed from within the USAA banking application.
So that really
We
is
tell what
an
time
elevator.
by looking at this document that information was accessed.
Yes, on January 25th, 2019 at 12:10 in the morning.
So it does have doors like there that open behind. Then what is that thing right there for? A
Now,
jukebox?
as part of your forensic examination of Chad's iPhone, did you review mobile installation logs contained on the device?
Yes, I did.
And can you tell me what a mobile installation log is?
Yes, it is a log that the iOS operating system keeps that shows applications that have been installed, uninstalled, if whether the phone has been rebooted.
Okay, so it's a, and you correct me if I'm wrong, is it a file that contains information about whether applications were installed or deleted or uninstalled?
Yes, correct.
Showing defense counsel 10Q. Partial witness.
Yeah, I don't use Safari. I downloaded
Showing
Chrome to mine, and that's what I use.
Investigator Bly. Exhibit 10Q for identification purposes. Do you recognize this?
Because I've seen
Yes, I do.
elevator buttons
recognize it.
behind the
It has my
witness box
initials and
before in
date.
other courtrooms.
And what does 10Q purport to be?
It is a screenshot or a subsection of my report showing the mobile installation logs section pertaining to an application called Blink.
Is this a fair and accurate
Is that a web browser?
paper copy of this section of your report?
Yes, it is.
10Q is next.
Right, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit, that was 10Q.
Oh.
Right, will be introduced
Oh,
into evidence as State's
okay.
Exhibit
That's probably what that is.
286 in evidence.
I've never seen one though.
You said an application called Blink. Do you know what the Blink application
I've never
is?
noticed one. I
Yes, I
should
do.
say that. Now I'm gonna look every time I
It
get
is,
an elevator for
surveillance
that little.
system, like
Hey.
security cameras that you can install at home, and you can monitor them through your phone. There's an app that lets you monitor.
So does that application give notifications if the camera picks up movement or something?
Yes, you can set it up to be motion detected and it gives you notifications.
May I publish 286, Your Honor? All right, well, this is kind of a blurry picture, so. Okay, so here we see the word, looks like
Okay.
Blink highlighted in green.
I'll stop. John
Yes,
was
I did a
listening to
keyword
his
search, so
girlfriend.
it
Okay.
highlighted the hits.
And again, that's more, so this is just a record
Oh.
reflecting that there was a Blink
Yeah,
application
right.
installed on Chad's iPhone.
Yeah, right
Shows that,
there.
was
There's the
uninstalled,
keyhole thingy.
that both containers, the data container and the application container, were uninstalled.
And are you able to tell by looking at this entry when the Blink security camera application was deleted from Chad's iPhone?
Yes, January 25th, 2019 at 12:31 in the morning.
I haven't heard of Brave or Opera. I'm not
Now-
a techie person.
We've been talking for a while, and there's clearly a lot of information here. As part
I'm
of your
just
duties,
techie enough to
did you
impress my
prepare a data
husband.
compilation that combines these various pieces of information into a spreadsheet?
Yes, one that combines the knowledge C and the health databases.
I'm showing defense counsel 10I for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? Investigator Bly, I'm showing you exhibit 10I for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom.
And is this, what does this document purport to be?
It is a paper printout of the compilation that I created of the knowledge C database and the health database.
And is the information that's contained in this data compilation a fair and accurate summary of all of the separate pieces of paper that most of the pieces of paper we went through already this afternoon and this morning?
Yes, most of them.
Tender 10I is next.
Only re-raising our motion to suppress, Judge.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 286 in evidence.
Hey, Jill.
I'm sorry, 287.
May I publish it? All right. So on January 24th at 13:38, what time is that in normal person time?
It is 1:38 p.m.
Was an application accessed?
Yes, it was.
Messages application?
Yes.
Okay. And the green here, this block of green, does the green signify anything in particular?
Text message application.
Okay. And then at 124, at 142, we have a device status. That's from the database files also?
Yes, that is from the knowledge C database.
Okay. And so let's scroll down a little ways. To some of the blue. So the blue areas, what's the blue significant for?
Blue were items from the health data.
No, but if the entire extraction
Oops,
is not
sorry.
can be admitted as such, then
What did I just
text
do?
messages
I don't know what I just did.
there that just offer an evidence, I guess.
Oh,
Says
uh-oh.
Chad threatened to kill Margaret.
What did I just do? Hang on.
Used to determine where those calls came from?
Yes, if it's on, it's usually that the phone is open or.
So every note in Chad's iPhone was accessed and reviewed. File that contains information about whether applications were installed or deleted or uninstalled.
Yes, correct.
Showing defense counsel 10Q. And approach the witness.
Is that about where we were?
Showing you, Investigator Bly, Exhibit 10Q for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date.
I
And
was
what does,
looking for
10Q
something.
purport to be?
It is a screenshot or a subsection of my report showing the mobile installation logs section pertaining to an application called Blink.
I was
Very
looking for
accurate.
something. I hit the wrong
Paper
thing.
copy of this section of your report.
Yes, it is.
10Q is next.
Right, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit, that was 10Q. All right, will be introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 286 in evidence.
You said an application called Blink. Do you know what the Blink application is?
Yes, I do.
Can you tell us what it is?
Yes, it is surveillance system like security cameras that you can install at home, and you can monitor them through your phone. There's an app that lets you monitor.
So does that application give notifications if the camera picks up movement or something?
Yes, you can set it up to be motion detected, and it gives you notifications.
May I publish 286, Your Honor? All right, well, this is kind of a blurry picture, so. Okay, so here we see the word, looks like Blink highlighted in green.
Yes, I did a keyword search, so it
Okay.
highlighted the hits.
And again, that's more, so this is just a record reflecting that there was a Blink application installed on Chad's iPhone.
It shows that it was uninstalled and that both containers, the data container and the application container, were uninstalled.
And are you able to tell by looking at this entry when the Blink security camera application was deleted from Chad's iPhone?
Yes, January 25th, 2019 at 12:31 in the morning.
Now, we've been talking for a while, and there's clearly a lot of information here. As part of your duties, did you prepare a data compilation that combines these various pieces of information into a spreadsheet?
Yes, one that combines the knowledge C and the health databases.
We're showing defense counsel 10I. for identification purposes. May I approach the witness? I'm showing you exhibit 10I for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
It has my initials and the date on the bottom.
And is this, what does this document purport to be?
It is a paper printout of the compilation that I created of the knowledge seed database and the health database.
And is the information that's contained in this data compilation a fair and accurate summary of all of the separate pieces of paper most of the pieces of paper we went through already this afternoon and this morning?
Yes, most of them.
Tender 10 eyes next.
Only re-raising our motion to suppress, Judge.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 286 in evidence. I'm sorry.
I saw the let me see if I can back it up. See how the court officer's tie clip is by his mouth? I thought he had a lollipop in his mouth at first. I was like, who gave him a lollipop in court?
All right. So on January 24th at 13:38, what time is that in normal person time?
It is 1:38 p.m.
Was an application accessed?
Yes, it was.
Messages application?
Worry.
Yes.
Okay. And the green here, this block of green, does the green signify anything in particular?
Text message application.
Okay. And then at 1:24, at 1:42, we have a device status. That's from the database files also?
Yes, that is from the knowledge seed database.
Okay. And so let's scroll down a little ways. To some of the blue. So the blue areas, what's the blue certificate for?
Blue were items from the health database. So steps, approximate steps or approximate distance in meters.
Okay. And then the orange?
Whether the phone was locked or unlocked.
So at 4:37, the phone was unlocked. Is that so?
Yes,
And then the message came in. Is that true?
correct.
Now, at 16:40, it's 4:40 on the 24th. What particular application was opened up? At 16:40 in yellow.
Oh, okay. The iHeartRadio application.
Okay. So, and at 16:41, the purple, what's the purple certificate? What does that show?
That the phone was plugged in.
So somebody leaving work, plugging their phone in their car, possibly.
Possibly.
We had, say, for example, video of somebody leaving their job at 4:40 and timesheets that could correspond to that.
It could be.
If we had a photo, for example, of the charger in the car, that would indicate the phone would have been plugged in the vehicle, possibly.
Plugged in.
Okay. So Sean Hannity is on the radio, at least on the iHeartRadio app. Is that true? Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And it's plugged in at 16:41. Is that accurate?
Yes, it is correct.
And you can, I guess, batteries charging.
Mhm.
And at 17:23, what time is that in regular time?
It is 5:23.
What happens with the phone?
The phone is unlocked.
And then the iHeartRadio application, is that then shut down, accessed, or accessed?
For 1 second.
Is that a yes?
Yes, yes.
And then at 5:25, excuse me, at 5:24, the phone is unplugged?
It is.
And then what happens at 5:25?
The phone is locked.
At 5:25, how many?
Oh, and
Yes.
steps.
How many steps are taken at 5:25?
Approximately 67 steps, 43 meters.
Is there any activity on this phone whatsoever reflected on the database files from 5:25 until 5:52?
No, there's not.
Nothing.
Nothing.
Phone's dead.
Nothing on the knowledge database or on the databases that indicate user activity.
Then at 5:52, the phone is unlocked.
Yes.
Can you tell from the database files how the phone was unlocked?
No, not from this database.
But you testified there are two ways to unlock a phone.
Yes.
Which are what?
I'm sorry.
What are the two ways?
For this type of phone, Touch ID or passcode.
So at 5:52, the phone is unlocked. And looks like some text messages come in at about the same time. Now, about 17:53, which is 5:53, what application is that?
The settings application, the preferences.
So at 5:53, the preferences application was accessed?
Yes.
Does that time correspond to when the phone was set to not auto lock or for the screen to stay on?
Yes, approximately 52, 53. It takes a few seconds to update the database.
And so from this point on, that phone remains, up until about 12:30, that phone remains unlocked.
Until 12:20, and that's when.
And then we have some steps that are taken at about 6 o'clock. Is that accurate?
It's 5:59, yes.
And we talked about the notes application, and we see at 6 o'clock, the notes application is accessed for 584 seconds. And they're all being accessed and looked at. Is this out of the ordinary for Chad's iPhone?
To access all of the notes, yes. At least I couldn't see anything in the knowledge database that would be something like that other than that day.
So in other words, he's not checking his notes every day after he comes home from work.
No, I did not see that, at least on that database.
At 18:14, what's happening here?
Safari, the Safari application was accessed for approximately 271 seconds.
And is that the search that was completed?
This one right here. This one was the last page that was previously accessed, Gator Shatter Forum, and then this is the search at 6:15.
Okay. And we have a text message from at 18:45, 18:40, so 6:45, 6:46.
Yes.
Message from Chad's phone to Cody's phone. Is that true?
Correct.
And at 18:47, a response from Cody.
From Cody's phone.
Cody's phone. Okay. Next page. You see your ring. What is it? The 2027. What time is that in regular people time?
8:27.
8:27. What application was accessed?
The ring application and the ring application.
Okay. And at 9:07
the messages application.
for 203 seconds.
Yes.
Okay. How long is that?
A little bit over 3 minutes.
4 minutes, and then another 60 seconds right after that, 61 seconds after that,
Yes,
and then another 16 seconds after that.
correct.
So for 200 and almost 300 seconds, the message is absent. Are messages being written or just open?
It wouldn't be, at least it wouldn't be sent or received because it would have shown up in the database.
Okay, so nothing's being sent
No,
or received?
or received, no.
Just perusing.
Yes.
At 21:11, it's 9:11. This dark green indicates what?
The incoming calls. The first one right here is when somebody calls you and the call pops up on the screen, and while it's ringing, it stays up on the screen. And this other one right here is the contact associated to that incoming call.
And at 21:15, same.
Same thing.
And were these the calls that were deleted from the phone,
Yes.
from the call log of the phone?
Yes, from the call log.
At 11:28, what application was accessed?
Right here, Safari.
For how long?
2,363 seconds.
And you can see the searches that were logged by the phone.
Yes.
And was an Apple website visited as well?
It was right here.
Okay. You know, it looks like the phone went upstairs.
It did.
One flight of stairs here. Okay. On 125 at 8 after midnight, can you tell us what application was accessed here?
The USAA Bank app,
And for how long was the USAA Bank app accessed?
723 seconds if you combine these two.
Okay. And then we see some more steps. And the phone is locked and subsequently unlocked. Now, at 8:25 in the morning, you have yellow here, a text message being received. That's on the 25th?
Yes,
Okay.
at 8:25 in the morning.
Okay, so I want to go back just real quick to one of the pages. On 125 at 8 after midnight, the USAA bank application access. Joint Defense Counsel 14I, for identification purposes.
One moment. Why don't, before we do this, why don't we take a break? We've been going for a while. Yes,
At this point, we're going to take just a short recess, 10-minute recess. You guys can have a stretch break, coffee break. All right. You may be seated. All right, we're going to be in a short recess. Let me ask, how much longer do you think you got on this witness?
10 minutes? How long is
Okay.
it?
All right. Okay. We'll do just a brief recess, and then we'll be back in 10 minutes. You may be seated. All right, you may continue with your direct examination.
Ms. Bly, Investigator Bly.
So blind people know when to stop.
Overhead is Exhibit 287. And when we broke, we were discussing the USAA banking application access that you have notated as occurring on 12:08 on January 25th, 2019. And that was that information you received deep within the database of the phone?
Yes, in the knowledge C database.
And does that correspond with the web page printout that we saw earlier
It does.
with regard to unblocking accounts through the USAA app?
It does.
Showing Defense Counsel 10I.
Oh,
Without objection.
because the ATM has Braille on it.
14I, and it states next is the business record certification.
That's correct, no objection.
That is correct, Judge.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 4I will be, 14I, will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 288 in evidence.
Commercial witness. Investigator Bly, I'm showing you Exhibit 288, which has already been entered into evidence. Have you previously reviewed this document?
Yes, I have.
I'm going to go ahead and put it up on the overhead.
Okay.
With the judge's permission. May I? Now, pursuant to the exhibit that's currently on the display,
Then why is
Exhibit
it still
287,
going on?
we can see that the USAA bank was accessed for 723 seconds. Is that correct?
Yes, it is.
And that was at what time?
12:08 in the morning.
And I'm showing you, for the record, Exhibit 288, which is a business record from USAA Federal
Oh
Savings Bank.
man, I bet you
With
there are
attached record
some mad
certification.
people.
Page 2, dated January 24th, 2019. Looking at the third entry from the bottom, 124.19 at 11:08. Before we go any further, do you know what this CST stands for up there?
Yes, it means Central Standard Time.
And Central Standard Time, is that an hour backwards or forwards from us?
So if it's 11:08 here, it would be 12:08 here. So,
Okay.
12:08 here in Florida.
So the USAA bank record is in Central Standard Time.
Correct.
Okay. But in Eastern Standard Time, it would be 12:08.
Correct.
Okay. And what does this record purport to show?
That an iPhone app was somebody used biometric fingerprint to gain access to the app, and that it was successful.
And that was done within that 723 seconds that the USA app was accessed.
Yes.
I'm showing Defense Counsel 7G for identification purposes.
Are you kidding me, Marty? You work with a bunch of idiots then.
We tender 7G without objection into evidence of a business record certification from USAA. Please. Thank you.
All right. 7G, no objection, defense?
No objection, Judge.
All right, so what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 7G will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 289 in evidence.
And may I publish?
You may.
I'm showing 289, Exhibit 289, page 2, the overhead. And just for the record, Ms. Bly, the dates and times here, are they also in Central Time?
Yes, according to this, yes.
So that would be 12:19 p.m. Eastern Standard Time.
Correct.
And this record would have been generated among that period of time where the USAA application was open on Shed's iPhone.
Yes, I believe so.
Showing Defense Counsel 10J. State would tender 10J as business record certification with PNC Bank.
No objection?
No objection, Judge.
Okay, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10J will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 290.
It's 290.
Yes, 290.
Thank you. Ms. Bly, may I publish, Your Honor? I'm placing 289 back on the board for the account that was added. Do you see an account number there?
I see
Oh,
it
yeah.
blurring.
Let's see. There we go.
I do.
Okay.
Right here.
1, 2, 3, 5, 3, 7, 6, 2, 4, 2.
Yes,
It says Grant Amato checking,
yes.
and I'm now showing you Exhibit 290. Do you see an account number there?
Yes, right here.
Same account number? 1, 2, 3, 5, 3, 7, 62, 42.
Yes.
Now, I'm almost done. Have you had the occasion to, you've testified previously about the iPhone 8 being able to be unlocked via fingerprint and by passcode. Based on your training and experience, field study, etc., are you aware whether an iPhones have been successfully unlocked with a deceased person's finger?
Yes, you can.
And Can you tell us what factors can impede the ability to access a phone with a finger?
Well, so the way Touch ID works is when you first enroll the fingerprint, the capacity touch sensor of the home button pretty much takes like small photographs of your fingerprint, including details that you can't see with your eyes. It doesn't store this photograph anywhere. It just uses a mathematical equation to convert that into like a number. And then when you're trying to unlock it, it does the same process. And it matches that and checks to see if it matches the database. So if the fingerprint starts to decompose, then you wouldn't be able to authenticate because it wouldn't match.
Decomposition, we're talking about a significant period of time.
I am not a
Oh,
forensic.
that makes me feel better. Yeah, me too. I thought it was like left over from an old elevator or something.
Help Touch ID to function better?
Yes, because you would be able to read better the fingerprint.
My fingerprint doesn't work half the time on my phone.
I tender the witness.
Shapiro, Cross.
Good afternoon, Investigator Black. Now, earlier, when you first took the stand, not earlier, but when you just took it, we went over some photographs that were credit cards and checks and that sort of thing. Isn't that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Now, you determined that none of those photographs were created after December 22nd of 2018. Is that correct?
Correct.
You saw photographs of the interior of the Amato home. Isn't that correct?
Yes, I did.
And you saw what Grant's computer looked like. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Seemed like a pretty complicated system there they had. Is that correct?
Yes.
Not the average person, would you say? It seemed a little more tech savvy?
Yeah, it had a lot of hard drives.
You would say that a tech savvy person would know that if you deleted a phone call, that it would not be permanently deleted, correct?
I don't know. Some people, different people know different things. So, I mean.
You're familiar with the Blink application, is that correct?
Correct.
And you're familiar with the fact that the Blink application does not record anything, correct?
No, not on the webcam itself, but you could save a video from the app. If you're looking at a video, if it alerts you, you could save a video from it. And also Blink, the Blink company records, keeps track of.
So you're saying that you could record it if you took the extra step to do so?
Yes, correct.
But the Blink application, as it runs and surveils, doesn't automatically record, correct?
I've never tried to do that, so I don't know. I wouldn't know.
Okay. You stated earlier that you were familiar with the application. Are you not very
I
familiar?
am familiar with the application. I'm not familiar with all the specific functions of, but I believe you're able to save the video if you're watching it.
But you understand that part, but you don't know whether it actually records in real time?
It records somewhere in real time because the Blink company is able to keep that information.
And you're 100% sure of that?
Well, I have seen records of Blink with photographs of surveillance.
You've never been told by anybody in this case that there was recordings from that Blink application, have you?
Not recordings.
And you created this timeline that states 287, correct? The one with the different colors, with different rows that are different colors?
Yes.
That was your creation, correct?
Yes, it was.
You didn't put on there the portion about the fingerprint access, correct?
The fingerprint accessing the USAA?
Correct.
No, because that wouldn't be, that timeline only shows knowledge C database and health database. So that wouldn't be in there, or the Blink access wouldn't be in there either.
When you created that, you were not told that that existed, were you?
What existed?
The fingerprint access to the USAA.
I did not know anything about the fingerprint. That came up later.
That did come later, correct?
That did come up later. Yeah.
When did that come up?
I wouldn't know the exact date. I believe Mr. Leo would be able to.
When were you told about it? You just was told about it
I don't know the specific date.
recently?
He really doesn't like
Fairly,
her, does
whenever
he?
I think of whenever I initial the paper or around that time and date, maybe a couple of days before.
Was that recent?
I mean, recent is relative, so I don't know.
Would July 18th of 2019 sound?
I believe it was maybe a couple of days earlier.
Okay, so about 2 weeks ago?
Yes, I believe so.
Judge, could I have one moment? Nothing further, Judge. Thank you.
Any redirect? Any questions, members of the jury? Write them down. Our jurors have some questions for you. Here, can you get Exhibit 253? Here, let me do this one instead. Was it determined in the investigation which finger thumb Chad used to unlock his iPhone with?
No, it does not. We don't get that information from USAA.
Why does that matter?
Also, which finger, well, that question was Chad to use unlock his iPhone with. So also, which finger did Chad use to access his USAA app?
We weren't able to determine that. I wasn't able to determine that.
And the next question is the same thing. Was it verified what finger Chad used to get into his phone? Which one was it? Did Blink, the company, have any recorded video?
No video, not video.
All right, Exhibit 253. As it pertains to Exhibit 253, the pictures of the checks, credit cards, etc., could you confirm that metadata may be changed using various applications?
It could be changed, yes. Usually, if you go like specific to like a more tech savvy user, goes specifically to the the zeros and ones of the computer and changes things. Yes, you could do that.
Would you also agree that changing the metadata, i.e. date pic was taken, may be changed rather easily?
I know how to do it, so it's easy for me. So easy is relative. It's not something that you could go without any like fancy applications or anything and change it.
Is a database file like a registry file on a computer? How are they similar or different?
So that database is a general term. You could have a database showing. Oh.
It's fine, just stay where you're at.
Okay. Database, you could have, for example, a database of phone calls or a database is a collection of records of whatever. You can have a database of recipes. So registry files are specific files that Windows uses and that Windows likes to reference often that has information about system or about software or about user, like user preferences or user accounts. So that's how they are different. It's two different things.
Can you tell when the calls from Cody were deleted from Chad's phone?
No, I cannot. The way I found that they were deleted was by comparing the call database with the knowledge C database, and this one had it and this one didn't. So, and it had every other call that was.
What is the Blink application?
The Blink application is surveillance system that you can put at your house or wherever, and you can monitor it. For example, if I have a camera and someone walks by, the camera will trigger and will send me a notification on my phone, and I can look at that notification. And so,
Can you tell what time the calls were deleted, from Cody to Chad were deleted?
No, I cannot.
Okay. Chad's iPhone had been connected to Grant's bedroom computer, correct?
Chad's iPhone on Grant's? No. I was not able to determine that. I did not, I looked at the different devices and it was not.
Okay. All right. Any questions based on those questions, Mr. Leo?
Just one. It was
Shadow.
Cody's iPhone. Was it Cody's iPhone that was connected to Grant's computer?
It was Cody's iPhone,
Not Chad.
not Chad's.
Investigator Bly, you were able to determine the last dates that these photographs, like the ones up there, were modified. Is that correct?
That's modified, yes, correct.
The last used date for them, when they were even accessed, that's the date that you were able to determine, correct?
Created, access and modified, or created and modified.
Right, so they were never modified after the date, correct?
No, unless somebody changed no.
It's interesting you say that because you said that you noticed that certain parts of this phone were changed, correct? Like you said that certain calls were deleted?
Yes.
Right, so wouldn't you also be able to determine if certain photographs, metadata were also altered?
No, because I would have to look. I mean, there are two different things. One is a photograph, and the other one is a database. There are two different artifacts, two different.
So you would ever be able to determine if the metadata had changed for these files?
Well, if I have the original and I have the other one, I compare the hash values, and if they are different, then something changed between the original and the.
You never uncovered any evidence that they were modified,
Next
correct?
year, I'm going to get you a Sith lightsaber.
No.
That those dates
Dual.
that were the last modified dates for the photographs, you never determined that they were modified in any way, correct?
No.
There was a photograph of one of the cards. It was Chad Amato's USAA card that had a December of 2018 expiration date. Is that correct?
December 20th. I would have to refer back. It's possible.
He's going to do his lightsaber back.
Sorry, let me correct myself. There was a. Thank you, Judge. You're looking at states. I'm sorry, which was it again? Exhibit 253. You're looking at Exhibit 253. Is that correct, Investigator Blind?
I guess so. I didn't keep track of the numbers.
Okay. You see that on this card, it expired on December of 2018, correct?
That's what the card says, yes.
No further questions.
Any redirect? Any further questions from members of the jury? Okay, write them down. All right. There are more questions from our jury. Cody's iPhone was plugged into Grant's computer. Could you determine if Cody's iPhone had ever been plugged into Grant's computer during the life of the computer before January 24, 2019?
If it was not on the records at all. So it would have to be a while back because I had devices that were plugged in for like a year ago, a year before, a year prior. So most likely no, that lockdown file wasn't there too. So that's another reason that leads me to believe that it wasn't.
Was Grant's phone evaluated?
Yes, it was. Investigator Stewart evaluated.
What?
Was Margaret's phone evaluated?
Right. There were two phones that Margaret had near her. One of them was, we didn't have a passcode, but it was still on. So we were able to obtain a partial after first unlock extraction, which is pretty, it's like most of the data on the phone, pretty much. And so we did evaluate that one. The other one was in a pool of blood. So it was off when we got it. We were not able to we were trying to get into the phone up until we turning the items for here for trial. So no, we did not get into the other one.
Please confirm that the exhibit photos in Exhibit 253, which is what's on the projector now, were based on Grant's PC and transferred to the ADATA thumb drive, not on Chad's iPhone.
Correct. Correct. This came from item N7, which is the computer, and they were also in the thumb drive.
State, do you have any questions?
Was there anything of any evidentiary value in Margaret's iPhone or Grant's iPhone?
No, Margaret's iPhone wasn't used pretty much late that evening or afternoon, evening. It wasn't used, I think maybe in the morning, but it was just normal work and communication. And nothing on Grant's phone. I believe it wasn't anything until 2 or 3 in the morning. Investigator Stewart did that.
Any cross?
None, Judge.
All right. Any more questions, members of the jury? None. May this witness be excused? Excused and released?
Subject to recall.
Okay, so excused and subject to recall. Thank you very much, Ms. Bly. All right, your next witness.
Nicholas Stewart.
Mr. Stewart, you're still under oath, so if you could please have a seat in the witness stand.
Is that the guy that was just up there before her?
Welcome back.
Yeah, I think so.
Now, we've discussed the work you did on the iPhone, Chad's iPhone. I want to draw your attention to some work you did on a different piece of equipment. That would specifically be a Surface Pro. Do you recall doing work on a Microsoft Surface Pro?
Yes, I did.
And with regard to the examination of the Surface Pro, can you tell us, did you take photographs of that particular exhibit?
Yes, I did.
And did you follow the protocols as they're laid out with regard to making a digital bright protected image of the content of the Surface Pro?
Looking at me.
Yes, I did it, although it's different than what it would be for the majority of computers.
Okay. So tell me, what was different about the Surface Pro than usual?
Okay, so normally with computers, you can actually take the hard drive or where data is being stored out, and so we can work directly off of it instead of the device itself. With the Surface Pro, you can't remove it. So because of that, where we normally would connect the hard drive to a write blocker, had to use different things to do that. So one of which that I did use was it's a software called Paladin. And so Paladin I had loaded onto a thumb drive, looks like a little thumb drive, and I had to plug that directly into the Surface Pro itself. And instead of, when you turn on a computer, it's going to boot to the operating system with the hard drive that's on the device itself. Instead of doing that with Paladin, I can turn it on, boot it to the software that's on Paladin itself, so I'm not going to make any changes to the actual evidence or data that's on the original device. So after doing that, it starts up. It looks like a normal start screen. However, it says Paladin, so it's a little different. And using that, I can then image or make a forensic image / copy of the hard drive that was within the device itself without making any changes. And after it's done copying, and I copy it to an external hard drive, so not the drive that's on the device itself, it's one that I'll also plug into it, my own, so that I leave the original intact, and I'll create the image onto that external hard drive. Afterwards, that it's done, I turn the Surface Pro off, so and then remove the Paladin. So
Showing defense counsel 10W for identification purposes. Investigator Stewart, I'm showing you 10W for purposes of identification. Take a look at this and let me know if you recognize what's contained in those images.
I do.
And how do you recognize this?
I took the pictures.
And what are these photos of?
The Surface Pro.
The Surface Pro that you conducted an examination of?
Yes, it is.
Are these photographs fair and accurately depicting the Surface Pro when you worked on it?
Yes, they do.
Tender 10W is next.
Objection? It's been pre-marked and that's a composite exhibit of State's Exhibit 10W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 291 in evidence.
May I publish?
You may.
Stewart, I'm showing you on the overhead Exhibit 1091. So is this a photograph of the Surface Pro that you conducted your forensic examination on?
Yes, it is.
Page 2, is that just another photograph of that?
Yes, sir.
Page 3, same thing?
Same thing, just opened up.
Page 4?
That is of the screen of the device, yes.
Now, was there anything that you had to do extra to be able to evaluate the data, other than the Paladin USB plugin, in order to evaluate the data on the Surface Pro?
Yes, there was.
And could you tell us what that was?
Yep. So after using Paladin and getting the copy or the forensic image of the device, when I went to view it in our software, it was encrypted. So in order to decrypt it or get the code or key, I had to actually power on the Surface Pro, in which I document with pictures when I turned it on and turned it off. And I had to use the command line, which is just, it's something that you can type in certain commands to get certain things to happen. One of which was to get the key or the password for the encryption, which that is what that is right there. It's 48 characters, in which I was able to use that password to decrypt the forensic image that I had made.
What does it mean when something's encrypted?
Basically, it's just a way to keep unwanted people out. It protects the data that's stored on that device.
You were able to get past the encryption nonetheless.
Yes.
Hey, Melissa.
And did you generate hash values associated with the image on of the hard drive?
Yes, I did.
And after the decryption, did those hash values match?
So the hash value of when I got the image to, if I was to hash that device now, would be different because I had to power on the device. However, the hash values of the copy that I made do match to the image that I had done originally.
And when you finally powered up the Surface Pro, is this a picture of the home screen?
Yes, it is.
Showing defense counsel 10S as a SAM for identification purposes. I question witness. Investigator Stewart, I'm showing you what's been previously marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 10S. Do you recognize 10S?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials and date in the corner.
And what does item 10S purport to be?
It's a portion of the report that I made for the Surface Pro.
And is this a fair and accurate paper printout of the digital information that was contained in your report?
Yes, it is.
You tender 10S as states next.
May we approach, Judge?
as 10S for ID will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 292 in evidence.
May I publish, Your Honor? Okay, I'm going to place on the overhead page 3 of Exhibit 292. Zoom in here, hopefully. Okay. So I want to draw your attention, Investigator Stewart, to approximately the middle of this page where it says acquisition and verification.
Yes, sir.
Can you explain to the jury what these long digits are?
So those are hash values. And what a hash value is, it's almost like a digital fingerprint of the data that you hash. So you can hash any file or hard drive.
Are you leaving?
And the purpose of doing that is so when you get the hash value and then you create a copy, you want them to match. And as long as they do match, then they are an exact copy. And so that's where the hashing, it's a mathematical algorithm to verify that both files do match. So if the numbers match as they do here, then there's a scientific certainty that they are going to be the same. If they didn't match, then there would be some kind of difference.
And further down on this report, does this report reflect the time zone that the Surface Pro was set for?
Yes, it does.
And what time was that?
Eastern time zone.
Now, in addition to the time zone and the hash values for the Surface Pro, were you able to determine whether there were any user accounts on that particular device?
Yes, I was.
Showing Defense Counsel 10T for identification purposes. Mayor, first the witness.
You taking a break? The computer's that way.
Sir, I'm showing you 10T for identification purposes. Do you recognize this item?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initials and date.
And what does item 10T purport to be?
Some of the user information on the Surface Pro that I examined.
And is this item a fair and accurate paper printout of the digital information contained on the Surface Pro?
Yes, it is.
Tender 10T is states next.
No, Judge.
Will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 293 in evidence.
May I publish?
You may.
Now, Investigator Stewart, using item 293 that I have here on the overhead as guidance, can you tell the jury what unique user account you were able to identify on the Surface
Oh,
Pro?
beautiful.
Light. Yes, sir.
So when you turn the computer on, it says light, type in your password.
Yes, sir.
Showing Defense Counsel 10U for identification purposes.
I forgot to order more treats. You got one more after this. Bad mommy.
Investigator Stewart, I'm showing you what's been pre-marked for identification purposes as State's Exhibit 10U. Do you recognize this item? It's a composite.
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize it?
My initials and date on it.
And what does item 10U purport to be?
It's web history.
Speak up a little bit.
Web history for the Surface Pro.
And is this information that you retrieved from your forensic examination of Mr. Amato's Surface Pro?
Yes, it is.
Is this a fair and accurate paper printout of that
It's
digital
gonna drip
information?
on me.
Yes, it is.
Your tender 10U is states next.
Any objection?
Hearsay, Judge. Objection.
Can I see it? Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 10U will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 294 in evidence.
May I publish? So, Investigator Stewart, you reviewed the search history from Grant Amato Surface Pro.
Yes, I did.
And that's what's here?
Yes, sir.
All right, I'm placing 294 on the overhead projector. And let's begin at the bottom of the page. Let's ascend them in order. And can you tell from this document the first time the first entry for a web search, what time that was?
Yes, I can.
What is that?
January 25th, 2019 at 2:54:56 a.m.
And can you tell what website was visited?
For that one would be Gmail or Google. It's a Google search of Gmail.
And when did Gmail stop being, well, when was the next unique website after the Gmail? Yes, ma'am.
Would have been at 2:56:33 a.m.
Okay, and then above that,
2:57:06 a.m.
now, can you tell me the websites that were accessed started at about 3:02?
At 3:02:06 a.m. it was MFC or MF Cams. It's a Google search.
After that?
At around the same time, it's Miss My Free Cams contest.
And the next entry above that?
It says Addie's Suites homepage on myfreecams.com.
And about at 3:06:46 on January 25th.
That's for an account restoration and the same website, myfreecams.com.
What are these entries reflecting here?
Payment forms online.
Between 3:07 and 3:08 in the morning on the 25th,
Yes, sir.
and the site being visited at 3:08.
Yes, sir.
Now, I want to flip to page 10 of Exhibit 294. What is this block of information we're looking at here?
It's referring to web history on Chrome, and it's also off the myfreecams.com website for purchasing. Looks like
I literally am right now. Right now, Jill. I literally am.
Here at the top right?
Yes, sir.
And that was at 3:08?
Yes, it was.
You just can't see me behind shadow.
Now,
He was taking a bath for the whole world to see.
the list of websites that were visited on that Surface Pro. Did you find any records of any news sites being visited?
Oh my God, that was hilarious. I said, she's taking a bath for the whole world to see. She stopped, and just you can see one eye look in the camera. She jumped down. It's like she knew what I said.
No, it didn't.
Any records about a search for, say, Chiliota police presidents or top stories?
No, sir.
Nowhere on that Surface Pro.
No, sir.
Nowhere on the on any of the entries. Are there any of those types of searches?
Not that I was able to find.
Now, is the Surface Pro one of those devices that can connect to like a cellular network as well?
It could, but not this one. Not this specific device.
Okay. And the Surface Pro, then how would it have accessed the internet?
Via Wi-Fi.
Now, I'm showing defense counsel 10V as in Victor for identification purposes. Investigator Stewart, I'm showing you 10V for identification purposes. Do you recognize this document?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
My initial and date in the corner.
And is this, what does this document purport to be?
Showing networks that were connected by the Surface Pro that I examined.
And is this a fair and accurate paper copy of the digital information that you obtained in your extraction?
Yes, it is.
It's under 10V as states next.
Any objection?
None, Judge.
It's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 10V will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 295 in evidence.
Investigator Stewart, can you tell the jury what a MAC address is?
MAC address is a media access control address. It's how you can identify if certain devices were connected to a specific network.
And that's not Mac like Macintosh, right?
No, no. So pretty much any device that you're going to connect to the internet will have a MAC address of some sort, and you can view that if on the network side to see if it did connect to it.
And as pursuant to your forensic review of the Surface Pro, were you able to determine what the MAC address was for that particular device?
Yes, I was.
And is that something that is easily changed?
No. For this device, it wouldn't change. No.
And again?
For this device, it wouldn't change.
And what is the MAC address for the Surface Pro item N6?
So for that specifically, it's going to be a combination of numbers and letters, but it's 4C:0B:BE:21:13:A0.
May I publish Exhibit 295?
Yes.
And you had testified previously that this exhibit is network profiles that were on this particular device. Is that true?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And if we go to the one that is the second from the bottom, public's customer,
Yes, sir.
what does this column here tell us where it says profile created time and date?
So that's going to be when the device first connected to the network.
Okay, so 12/25 of 2018 is the first time that that Surface Pro connected to that public's Wi-Fi.
Yes, sir.
And then if we go to the next column, what does that tell us?
So that's going to be a time that it also probably last connected. So around the time that he would have probably disconnected from the network.
So 4:58:57 a.m.
Yes, sir.
Have a moment, Judge.
Cross.
Good afternoon, Investigator Stewart.
Good afternoon.
There's nothing inherently wrong about encryption, is there?
No.
It would be used to keep a personal device private, isn't that correct?
That's correct.
Nothing illegal about encrypting a personal device, isn't that correct?
Correct.
And if someone stole the device, the encryption ideally would keep the person who stole it out of your device. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
A legitimate use of encryption, isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
Judge, could I have a moment? No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect? No. Any questions, members of the jury? Write it down. All right. One of our jurors has a question. Was the Surface Pro encrypted using the program BitLocker?
Yes, it was.
Any questions by the state? Any questions by the defense? Any more questions, members of the jury? Yes. Approach. All right, we're going to grab an exhibit, exhibit number 295 briefly. All right. Referring to exhibit 295, what is the defendant's Wi-Fi at 2112 Sultan, and when was it last accessed?
So I don't know exactly what the Wi-Fi would have been named at the house. However, I never saw it on this device. I don't believe that it's on this device.
Any questions? Defense?
None, Judge.
Any more questions from the members of the jury? All right, may this witness be excused and released? All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused and you're released.
Jericho Fine.
All right. Mr. Fine, if you could come forward, raise your right hand, be ready to be sworn.
You sound before I affirm that testimony you're about to give be the complete truth, so help you God. Yes.
Have a seat in the witness stand, please. You may proceed.
First, please tell us your name.
Jericho Fine,
Would you please spell your first and last name?
Jericho Fine.
And Mr. Fine, where do you live? And if you prefer to give a town, county, city, that's fine.
I live in Orlando.
Now-
Oh, good luck, Michelle.
Did you know a person by the name of Cody Amato during his lifetime?
Yes, I did.
And do you know a person by the name of Grant Amato?
I do.
Tell the jury how you know Cody and Grant Amato. What I'm asking is if you give us some sense, describe your relationship with Cody and Grant Amato.
I would have considered them my brothers. I met them a couple years after high school through a mutual friend. I graduated in 2006, so it would have been around like 2008. We would play video games together, go out to dinner together, hang out like almost every day before we started moving on into careers and things like that, but still talking regularly through the group texts, and still going out to dinner every week or every other week and hanging out and playing video games together.
Very close with them.
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to try to move your chair forward a little bit more. And I know you're talking to the left, but actually the microphone that picks you up is that box right in front of
Oh,
you.
it is? Okay.
Okay, so if you could lean forward just a little bit more. All right, thank you.
Do you see Grant Amato in the courtroom today? And if you need to get up or look around, and
I do.
would you please identify him?
He is the man over there.
Sitting at the back counsel table in the chair that's closest to the wall?
Yes.
Please let the record reflect that Mr. Fine has identified the defendant. Now, Mr. Fine, did you also know Chad Amato and Margaret Amato during their lifetimes?
I met them briefly once when I went over for Cody and Grant to help me build a computer.
What I have are State's Exhibit 6W, 6X, and 6Y for identification, and ask you to look at each one of those and tell me if you recognize the people that are depicted in those exhibits.
That's Margaret.
And you're referring to what document now?
Oh,
6W?
6W.
Okay.
6X is Chad. 6Y is Cody.
I'd offer these into evidence as State's Exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
None, Judge.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 6W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 296 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 6X will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 297 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 6Y will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 298.
Let me show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's 296. Is this Margaret Amato?
Yes, it is.
Let me show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's 297. Is this Chad Amato?
Yes, it is.
And let me show you what's been introduced into evidence as State's 298. Is this Cody Amato?
Yes, it is.
Now, I want to change topics and direct your attention to December of 2018 and ask you, did you have an occasion to go on a trip to Japan?
I did.
And who did you go with? Anyone?
I went with Cody and Grant.
When did you go on the trip?
Me too.
It would have
I
been
don't know
December,
why they think that's
the
attractive.
beginning of December to like
Roast
December
chicken.
18th.
And you went with Cody and Chad? Cody and Grant Amato?
I did.
What was the purpose? Why did you go to Japan?
We like a lot of the pop culture and a lot of things that come from Japan. It's been a trip we've been talking about for years. It was originally supposed to be the entire group, but as the date, got closer, people had to back out for, obvious reasons, career-related things and other life events, and it just ended up being me, Cody, and Grant.
Tell the jury, please, what during the time that you were in Japan, what was the weather like?
It was very cold.
Why does it matter?
Now, during the time that you were in Japan with Cody and the defendant, did the defendant, Grant Amato, wear gloves?
He did.
Would you describe the type of gloves that he was wearing?
Oh, this
They
is
were
why.
like a black leather winter gloves, kind of stylish.
Showing counsel 6S for identification, 6T for identification.
When they
and
find the
6U
gloves
for
in his
identification.
car, they had to bring a witness.
Let me show you what's been marked as 6S, 6T,
They are
6U.
being so detailed.
Ask you if you recognize these photographs. And first start out with 6S.
6S, I took this picture with everybody at in Miyajima, and Grant is giving a peace sign off the side. This was us just exploring. I don't remember exactly where it is, but we're walking up to a shrine. I took this picture of us. That's Cody and Grant walking up the steps to the shrine in 6T. And this appears to be a selfie outside a restaurant we ate at, 6U, and that's the gloves.
And are those photographs of true and accurate depictions of that which they purport to represent? In other words, photographs of you and Cody and Grant in Japan?
Yes.
Okay, I'd offer these into evidence as State's exhibits, Your Honor.
Any objection?
No objection, Judge.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 6S will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 299 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 6T will be 300 in evidence. It's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 6U will be State's Exhibit 301 in evidence.
Let me first put 299, State's Exhibit 299 on the overhead. And what does this photograph depict?
It's us in front of the floating torii gate in Miyajima.
And who's depicted in the photograph?
It's me, Cody, and then Grant's hand.
And Grant's hands are or is wearing the black leather gloves that you described earlier?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 300. And once again, can you tell,
At least we
did
get
you
to
take
see
this
the picture
photograph?
this time.
I did.
And who was depicted in the photographs?
It's Grant, and behind him there's Cody walking up the steps to a shrine.
And which one is Grant, the defendant, depicted in this photograph?
Grant is the one in the foreground with the sunglasses on and the beanie.
Closest to you.
Yes.
And once again, is he wearing the black gloves that you observed him wearing while on the trip to Japan?
Yes.
And State's Exhibit 301. Tell the jury about that. What does that depict?
That is Grant taking a selfie, and we actually bought T-shirts in that artist shop behind him, and it was right outside a vegan restaurant we found.
And once again, is that the defendant wearing the black leather gloves that you previously described?
Yes.
Can you give the jury some sense of how often the defendant would wear those black leather gloves while in Japan? I'm not talking about minute by minute or hour by hour, but just on a daily basis, can you give us some sense of how often he wore those black leather gloves?
Most of the time we were there, it was cold enough, and he was wearing those gloves.
Let me put up on the overhead what's already been introduced into evidence, States 191 and States 193. I'm putting up 191 right now. Do those appear to be the gloves that, once again, appear? Do they appear to be the gloves that the defendant was wearing while in Japan?
Yes, they do.
And the same question with respect to States Exhibit 192. Do they appear to be the gloves that the defendant was wearing in Japan?
Yes, they do.
When we went to Hollywood Studios for May the 4th, there wasn't just people dressed up as Star Wars characters. They were dressed as whatever. It was cosplay everywhere. And there was this one guy, I swear, he looked like Jason Momoa. Tall, broad, Jason Momoa-ish. Long hair, big guy. Dressed like a Viking. And he was with this other chick that was painted red, and she had like the Twilight, whatever they're called, tails for hair, Anyway, I was like, dang, that dude's costume is awesome. And he had like a broadsword and a hatchet. I don't remember what weapon he had. Anyway, he was cool looking. until I looked at his ears. He didn't have plugs in them. They hung down. I swear they hung down to like here with the giant hole, but with no plug in them. And it grossed me out. Like, his costume was amazing. I was like, that is the awesomest thing I've seen her all day, until I looked at his ears and I was just like, ugh. No way. Oh my God. Oh, that would have been cool for the costume. We probably could have got a $50 in there. They were big holes.
203 and ask you, do you recognize 203?
I do.
Do they appear to be the gloves that the defendant was wearing while in Japan?
Yes.
No, Your Honor. Now, at some point, did you, while in Japan, at some point, did it appear to you, well, let me first back up and ask this question. Were you with both Cody and Grant, the defendant in this case, pretty much every day, and were together during the entire trip while you were in Japan?
Yes, there are a few nights I went on like dates, but yeah, I was there with them the whole time.
At some point, did you observe what appeared to you to be Grant Amato's mental condition or demeanor, being depressed?
I did notice that the energy wasn't as high as I thought it would be.
And when was that? Can you tell the jury about that?
The later half of the trip. I know a few days before we were to come back, we were to go to a museum, like for an animation studio that we all love. And it's like, you know, like a once in a lifetime thing. And he didn't want to go. I was told he got food poisoning, but we had been eating at the same places. So I thought it was weird, but he didn't want to go to something that we'd been planning to go to for a while. And then he just stayed up in the room.
And then towards the end of the trip, at some point, did he go missing a little bit?
Objection, relevance.
Relevant was he wanted to
All right,
stay back and
objection
talk to
overruled.
his girl.
Mr. Fine, at some point during the trip, did Grant Amato, the defendant in this case, kind of go missing for a little while, and Cody had to go out to locate him?
Yes, it was hours before our flight back home.
Just briefly tell the jury about that.
Cody got into the shower. Grant told me that he was going to go down to the lobby and like find something to eat. So I didn't think anything of it. And Cody got out of the shower and asked me where Grant was. And I said he went down to the lobby to get something to eat. And Cody immediately checked the closet for his duffel bag and then said, "Where's Grant's duffel bag?" And I was like, "Oh, I don't know. I didn't notice him take anything." And so Cody left me at the hotel for more than 2 hours. I was just kind of sitting in the lobby while he went to find Grant, and he was messaging me on WhatsApp, trying to keep me posted. And he found him at like a pachinko, like a gambling type building, and I guess he was on his tablet using the Wi-Fi. And then they came back, hours later, and I was told that Grant had been fighting.
Now, while in Japan, did you give anybody permission or authorization to use your Discover credit card?
I did not.
Including the defendant. Did you ever give him any permission to use your Discover credit card?
I did not.
Oh, they're not friends anymore.
Counsel states Exhibit 6Z for identification. Your approach? Yes. Let me show you States Exhibit 6Z for identification and ask you if you recognize that.
That is my Discover card and my passport holder / wallet.
I'd offer this into evidence as a State's Exhibit, Your Honor.
Any objection?
Objection, improper character evidence, and lack of Williams rule notice file, Judge.
Right.
Like what?
Lack of Williams rule notice file.
Objection as previously indicated overruled. What's been pre-marked for identification, this State's Exhibit 6C will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 302 in evidence.
Let me show you the State's Exhibit.
Man, this kid's got problems. He's just digging his hole deeper. He just didn't care, man. He was a ticking time bomb.
State's Exhibit 302 up on the overhead. And ask you to identify the card. You mentioned also your passport holder, I think.
Yeah, it's.
Yeah, I'm referring to the card now. Is that your credit card?
It is.
And is the number, obviously, that's depicted on the card, that's the account number for your credit card?
It is.
That's your Discover card?
It is.
And obviously, it's closed. The account is
I was
closed now,
fixing to say,
correct?
not anymore.
Now, at some point while you were in Japan, did you notice any charges being made on that particular card that we just displayed, State's Exhibit 302?
I did.
And tell the jury about that. When did you first observe that, and then what did you do?
I was out to dinner, and I went to pay for the dinner with the Discover card, and it had been frozen. So I contacted my father, since it's like a family account, and he sent me a screenshot of like three charges on the Discover. One went through, and then the other two were denied, but they were for my free cam tokens.
Showing Defense Counsel State's Exhibit 14K for identification. At this point, I'd offer evidence pursuant to business record certification of the State's Exhibit for identification 14K, the documents from the Discover credit card.
And there's no objection.
Other than the previous ones that we
All right.
placed in the record, Judge.
Then at this point, 14K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 303 in evidence.
Now, Mr. Fine, let me put up on the overhead a particular part of this document. direct your attention to, I'm going to, the laser pointer. Of course, it doesn't show. Where my finger is, the $299.99 for mfcbill.com tokens, December 15th. First of all, did you purchase that particular charge?
I did not.
Did you authorize anybody to purchase that particular charge?
I did not.
Including the defendant? Did you authorize him?
No, I did not.
And the same question with respect to the entry right above it, the $149.99, December 15th, mfcbill.com tokens, $149.99. Did you, first of all, make that charge?
I did not.
Did you authorize anybody, including the defendant, to make that charge?
I authorized nobody.
Showing Council States Exhibit 6V for identification. May I approach, Your Honor? Let me show you what's been marked for identification as States Exhibit 6V. Victor, ask you if you recognize it.
Yes, that is a picture of me with a Jericho 941, or also known as a baby eagle.
Okay, and that's a, what kind of, is that a 9mm?
It's a 9mm.
And is that the photograph a true and accurate representation of that which it purports to depict, namely you holding that gun?
It is.
I'd offer that into evidence as a state's exhibit, Your Honor.
I believe we made a previous relevance objection, and we would re-raise that at this time, Judge.
Based upon the proffer objection overruled, what's been pre-marked for ID as, well, at this point, actually, approach. So at this point, reserve ruling.
Now, with regard to the gun that's depicted in 6V, I want to ask you some questions about it. First of all, kind of talked about this when you're looking at the 6V for identification, but tell us now, what kind of handgun is that?
So, it's a semi-automatic pistol. What do you mean, what kind of handgun?
Describe it. You said it was a Jericho?
Yeah, it's a Jericho 941. I had bought it because obviously it had my name. I thought that was kind of cool. And it was from an anime that I liked. The main character used it. So that's why I was
This
interested.
was the guy
And
who
when did
stole
you
the gun
purchase it?
from.
April of 2012.
And the photograph that you looked at, States Exhibit 6V, when was that photograph taken?
It was shortly after I received it. I was making a little Facebook post about it.
And what ultimately did you do with that gun? Did you sell it to anybody?
Around 2015, I sold it to my friend Blake Turpin.
And during the time that you had it, the entire time that you had it, was it modified in any way?
Okay.
No.
Not the guy you stole it from. So this guy was the original owner.
Going back to Japan, Mr. Fine, while you were in Japan, did any of you, Cody, the defendant, discharge any firearms, go to any shooting ranges or discharge any firearms for any reason?
No, we did not.
In Japan? Why would they be allowed to have their guns in Japan?
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Good afternoon, Mr. Fine. You're saying that you bought that pistol because it had the same name as you? Is that correct?
It was one of the things that interested me about it, yeah.
Okay, along with the anime.
Yes.
Now you said that Grant had helped you build a computer. Is that correct?
Yes.
So Grant Amato is a pretty tech savvy person, you would say, correct?
Yes.
And they knew a lot about computers and electronics, correct?
They did.
You would go over to Blake Turpin's house pretty often, is that correct?
Yes.
How often would you describe as pretty often?
We
Once a
tried every week.
Every week you said you'd go?
Every other week. It really depends. He's really busy.
Okay, so every week or two at the most, or at the
Yeah. What time frame are you giving me here as far as hanging out?
regularly.
But are you saying more recent?
No, I'm saying, let's just say when you all were doing this and hanging out together, it would be around every week, correct?
Around every week, every other week.
Okay. And you said you went to Japan with Cody and Grant, that's correct?
Yes.
And this was December of 2018, correct?
Yes.
And when the picture was taken with Grant wearing the gloves, it was pretty cold that day. You had stated that earlier, isn't that correct?
It was very cold, yes.
And you all were layered up in coats and extra clothes in those photographs, is that correct?
Yes.
Do you remember what temperature it was in Fahrenheit
Why?
in Japan?
Fahrenheit?
Yeah, I know it's probably in Celsius over there, but
It was like in the 40s.
okay.
Who, if anyone, was
So Grant wore
driving
these
the
leather gloves when
ambulance?
it was cold out, correct?
Yes.
Stupid question.
And Cody paid for all of Grant's trip, isn't that correct?
I didn't know that at the time.
Oh, okay. But you believed Cody and Grant to be extremely close, is that correct?
Yes.
They did nearly everything together, isn't that correct?
Yes. It was basically our group since high school. They were part of it.
Okay, but Cody and Grant specifically they did nearly everything together, correct?
Yes. I mean, they lived together, so they would carpool wherever we were hanging out.
So not just living together, they did many, many activities together, correct?
You just said that.
Established, yes.
Oh, I don't like this
I'm
guy.
saying based on what you've seen. You saw them do many activities together, many, many activities together, correct?
Yes.
You
Objection
saw nothing but a
has been
close, loving
answered.
relationship between the two of them, is that correct?
Within the group, we had many fond memories. I can't say how they were outside of the group.
That's not the question. The question is, what did you see? You saw nothing but a close, loving relationship, isn't that correct?
Yes.
Just to clarify one further point, the group would go to Blake Turpin's house regularly, isn't that correct?
Again, you have to give me a time frame because he hasn't always lived at that house.
Okay, but when you all were hanging out together during that time period, you and the group would go together to Blake Turpin's house regularly, that's correct?
When he had the house, yes.
Okay. No further questions, Judge.
No.
Any redirect?
Your Honor, maybe I do have a question.
Right.
When you were in Japan, did you observe any type of dispute or friction that started to arise and did arise between Cody and the defendant, Grant Amato?
Cody seemed to be keeping Grant on a short leash. So if he would wander off or stray too far, there were a couple instances where Cody was like, Grant, here, now, which was a little awkward. But yes, there was some tension.
All right, thank you.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? Okay. If you could please write it down. Approach, please. Mr. Fine, there's a question of a juror. Had you ever seen Grant shoot a gun, rifle, pistol, etc.? If so, did Grant wear gloves when shooting the gun?
I've seen him shoot many times. The times I went to the range with him, I didn't see him wearing firing gloves. And then we also did airsoft, which is like military simulation, and that was you had gloves to protect your hands from the BBs.
Any questions based on those questions?
You mentioned aerosol. That doesn't discharge a bullet. It doesn't discharge residue from a handgun.
It's a BB gun.
No, it don't.
I've shot
Just
one of
BBs?
those.
Just little plastic BBs. They're like electrically shot.
All right, thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry. Mr. Fine, you never saw Mr. Amato fire a firearm with gloves on? That's what you're saying?
No, I have not.
And you never saw him fire a firearm with these leather gloves that you described, obviously, as well, correct?
No, I have not.
No further questions.
Any questions, member of the jury? All right, and I'm sorry, any redirect?
No.
All right, and no indication of questions from the jury. May this witness be excused and released?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much, sir. You're excused and you're released from your subpoena. Next witness.
Blake Turpin.
Mr. Turpin, please come forward, raise your right hand, be ready to be sworn.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God? Thank you.
Can you please have a seat, sir? You may proceed.
Before we get started, I would raise my previous objection based upon it.
Yes, ma'am. Good afternoon. Can you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your name for the court reporter?
Yes, sir. My name is Blake Turpin, BlakeTurpin.
And do you know someone named Grant Amato?
Yes, sir, I do.
How long have you known Mr. Amato?
Since we were in high school together, probably about 15 years.
And do you know someone named Cody Amato?
I do.
How long had you known Cody Amato?
The same time frame. We met, Cody and I are the same age, so we met in our freshman year.
And do you see Grant Amato in court today? You can stand up if you need to.
Yes, sir.
And can you identify what he's wearing and where he's sitting?
The gray suit and the blue tie back there.
Is he closest to the wall, opposite you?
Yes, sir.
The record reflect that the victim is, excuse me, the witness has identified the defendant. Now, during the course of your friendship with the defendant, have you had the opportunity to shoot firearms with him?
I have, yes.
And what kinds of firearms have you shot with the defendant?
Kind of ran the gambit, handguns, rifles, shotguns.
How many times have you been shooting with the defendant?
Over a dozen.
And did you in fact attend a concealed weapons course with the defendant?
Yes, sir. Yes, I did.
And would you mind telling the jury about that particular concealed weapons course?
Sure. We had met a gentleman out at the Cocoa Police Hall and Fame. They have a museum and a combo range. He was the range master at the time, and one day when we were out there shooting, approached us about his classes. We ended up going out there to take that, and it was a bit of a more advanced class. He knew that we were part of an airsoft team where we kind of already had like similar mechanics down from playing with toys. And he had us come out there and we did various drills, different shooting exercises, both with live firearms and simunition. That is where they take a normal firearm and they convert it. So then instead of shooting, they were all 9mm handguns. So instead of shooting a normal bullet, it shoots what's essentially like a paintball bullet. So it's similar ballistically, but obviously you can practice without hurting anybody.
And how long was that course?
We were out there for a couple hours.
And while you were at that particular course, did you observe the defendant fire firearms?
Yes, sir, I did.
Did you observe the defendant fire them from various positions?
We did.
Did you observe the defendant fire a firearm from a standing position?
That's correct.
From a laying on his stomach position?
Yes.
From firing from his back?
Yes.
From using both hands?
Yeah, we did individual left and right-handed.
Did you observe the defendant engage in defensive tactics?
Yes, sir. We did a number of either disarming drills or shoot, don't shoot, several different drills to practice.
Did you observe the defendant fire a firearm while he was laying on his back upside down?
We did.
So is it fair to say that based on your personal knowledge and observation of Grant Amato, you have seen him fire pistols from numerous positions?
That's correct.
Now, you also indicated you did airsoft with Mr. Amato.
Yes, sir.
Tell the jury what airsoft is in this club.
Sure. Airsoft is kind of similar to paintball. The main difference being all of the items you use are kind of more realistic. So instead of being like a metal pipe gun like a paintball looks like, they're simulated to look like an assault rifle or a handgun or a sniper rifle. And instead of shooting paint, they shoot little plastic BBs. We started doing that a number of years ago and formed a team, Remedy. We were pretty competitive with that and did that for years, almost every week.
And in addition to firing pistols, did you also fire shotguns?
Yeah, we did. Later, we got into clay shooting, sporting clays. And we would go out and you typically would kind of treat it like a golf course, and they'd have different targets set up, and we would shoot usually about 100 a day and then compare.
During the course of the time that you had been shooting with the defendant, can you tell the jury the kind of shot that he was?
Yeah, Grant was probably the most consistent out of all of us. Usually, most frequently, it would be Grant, Cody, and myself that would go. And we used to joke it would just be to see whether Cody and I could have a good enough day to beat Grant, or who of us would have the worst day.
Now, are you familiar with shooting gloves?
Yes, sir.
Describe to the jury what shooting gloves are.
Typically, you'd wear them to protect your hands. Most frequently for us, it was on shotgun days. Because when you're loading a shell into the bottom, it could have definitely torn my nail off a few times, because I don't tend to like them. I don't think they feel good, but.
Have you had the occasion to see the defendant wear shooting gloves during the times you guys went shooting?
Yes, I have.
May I approach the witness? Actually, you know what? Let me go ahead and just publish 192 on the overhead. Mr. Turpin, these gloves that are Exhibit 192, would you characterize those as shooting gloves?
No, sir, I would not.
Have you ever seen Grant shoot a firearm with those gloves?
No, sir.
Now, Mr. Turpin, I want to direct your attention to approximately 2 weeks prior to January 24th, 2019.
Mm-hmm.
Is it yes?
Yes, sir.
Did there come an occasion 2 weeks prior to January 24th, approximately?
Sure.
That there was a get-together at your house?
There was.
And could you tell the jury who was present at this get-together?
Yes, Cody and Grant Amato, myself, and Jericho Fine.
I'm sorry, say that again.
Cody and Grant, Jericho Fine, and myself.
And could you walk us through that evening?
Sure. We had all met over at my house, and we got together and went out to dinner. Afterwards, we returned back to my home and spent a little time there.
And at your house, what were you guys doing?
We were mostly playing video games and then just watching some stuff on TV afterwards.
Okay. And now, on that day, approximately 2 weeks before January 24th, did you own any firearms?
I did, both.
And did you own a 9mm?
Yes,
Specifically a Jericho IWI 941.
that's correct.
May I approach the witness? For the record, I'm showing you Exhibit 6V as in Victor for identification purposes.
Mhm.
Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
And is this what is this photograph of?
That is Jericho Fine the day he purchased the Jericho, and yeah, just kind of cheesing for the camera.
And did you end up purchasing that firearm from Jericho?
I did.
Purchased the Jericho from Jericho?
That's correct.
Attender 6V states next. Relevant, Your Honor.
At this point, the court's still going to reserve.
Now, at that time, you owned the Jericho IWI 946, correct?
Yes, sir.
And where did you store that particular pistol?
It was stored in my bedroom closet there's a set of shelving that kind of runs the perimeter of the shelf or of the closet.
And did you have any, what's the caliber of that firearm?
The Jericho is a 9mm.
And did you have any ammunition for, any 9mm ammunition in your room?
Yes, on the same shelving unit, I have a basket full of little sealed bags of range ammunition. And there was also a couple ammo cans on the ground below.
Now, to your knowledge, did the defendant know that you owned firearms 2 weeks prior to January 24th?
Yeah, absolutely.
Did he specifically know about that Jericho 941?
Yes.
How did he know? If you know.
Well, he was there the day Jericho purchased it, and he was there as well the day I purchased it from Jericho, and he purchased another gun from Cody at my previous house, and he's been shooting with us on a couple occasions and used it.
So has he actually shot that firearm before in your presence?
Yes.
Now, did there come a point in time that evening when the defendant was in the area of your room and closet unaccompanied?
There was.
So would you describe for the jury the scenario where that happened?
Sure. When we came back from dinner, we had gone out to a Japanese restaurant, and on the way back, Jericho and Grant both had indicated they needed to use the restroom. Jericho needed to do something a little more substantial, so I asked him to use the hallway bathroom. Grant, I told him he could go on back to my room and use the restroom.
So where is the restroom in relation to your room and closet in your home?
Yep. If you walk in the door to my room, it's just a square. It's the front left corner. If you would turn right immediately, the next thing you'd find is the closet door, and just past that is the bathroom.
And so in order to go to the bathroom, one would have to enter your room.
Correct.
Now, where was the Jericho 9mm stored in your closet?
Again, on the shelving unit I have up there, I have 3 different gun boxes, and it would be inside of the box that it came in.
Now, how long can you estimate that the defendant was up in the area of your room?
I would say no more than 10 minutes. I was playing the game out front with Cody.
And to your knowledge, was anyone else up in your room other than Grant, other than Mr. Amato?
No, that's pretty rare. I don't usually send people back there. I also have a pit bull, and I tend to keep my door shut when when we're home and when I'm not home, because I don't like him in there crawling around on the bed.
Could the firearm have been visible in your room from either going to or coming from the restroom in your room?
Yes, sir. I I always keep that closet door open. I have two sets of just like the cheap metal hanging shoe racks where I have all my shoes up there. And if I close the door, it kind of scratches up the door frame. So the door is typically open.
Does anyone else live with you at that home at the time?
Yeah, my brother does live with me.
And does your brother have any occasion to go into your room?
Very rarely.
Do you even remember the last time he was in your room?
Just if he came to ask me a question.
Now, at some point after the shooting deaths of Margaret Cody and Chad Amato, did you have an occasion to go through your closet?
I did. In particular, in the end of May, I stopped a full-time position and was taking a little sabbatical doing contract work. A couple weeks in, I got antsy and started doing some spring cleaning. I went into the closet and was getting rid of some older stuff. And when I picked up the gun boxes, I noticed that one was significantly lighter than it should be. I opened it up and noticed the firearm and one of the two magazines it came with were missing.
Now, did you happen to notice if any ammunition was missing?
I did. As I continued to go through the closet, I noticed the basket. Like I said, when you buy range ammo, it tends to do bulk. So usually I buy 1,000 rounds, and they come in little sealed bags. One of those bags had been kind of picked open, and I went through and double checked, and there were 94 out of the 100 rounds still in the bag. I checked the whole closet, moved the shelf under it, didn't see anything lying on the floor.
But just so we're clear, the bags themselves, they're not like Ziploc. Are they Ziploc bags?
No, they're kind of like heat sealed, closed.
In order to open it, you actually have to tear the.
Correct.
And throughout your years and times you've been shooting, have you ever yourself tore a bag open partially like that and taken out just a handful of bullets?
No, the ammo that I buy that comes in those bags is, like I said, just cheap ranged repackaged ammo. So when I go to the range, I would take the little ammo can, which is, the little bucket. And if I needed to put more, I'd open the bag, dump the whole thing in. I do have a concealed carry gun, but I don't load it with the range ammo. I have a different, nicer bullet that goes in that one.
And you said you did some spring cleaning.
Yes.
And you discovered the missing firearm and bullets. Did you do a thorough search to see if anything else was missing in your room or in your closet?
Oh yeah, absolutely. I tore through the whole house. There was 4 other firearms in the closet. None of my electronics, guitars, cash, nothing else was missing from the house.
And that night or that afternoon, do you remember what the defendant was wearing?
Jeans and a t-shirt and one of his jackets.
Did he always wear jackets or frequently wear jackets?
Pretty regularly. He tended to get cold.
Now, I have some other questions for you.
Yes, sir.
Now, have you been to the Amato household at 2112 Sultan Circle previously?
I have.
How many times do you think you've been there?
Probably inside the home, probably, between 5-10 times. I've been there more. Used to stop on the way to Airsoft sometimes, and we'd meet there and then drive on to the range past them.
And during the times that you were at the Amato household, did you ever have the occasion to see Chad Amato?
Yes, sir.
And during the times that you were at the Amato household, did you ever see Chad Amato carrying a firearm on his hip?
No, I've never seen Chad carrying a gun.
Now, I want to just jump back for a minute with regard to the missing firearm, the stolen firearm.
Yes, sir.
Did you report that missing at some point in time?
I did.
When was that?
I discovered it missing at like 10 o'clock at night. The following morning, I contacted the sheriff office.
And did you make a report?
I did.
And how far out from that event did you make the report?
From discovering it, or I'm sorry.
When did you make a report with the police indicating that the firearm was missing?
Oh, June. June, I don't remember the exact date.
So about 6
June
months later?
Correct.
Why the delay?
I hadn't had a reason to go touch that gun. I have one that I use as a concealed carry. The rest are either one I don't like to shoot, or like the Jericho was kind of one I consider just a range gun. And honestly, I mean, my friend was killed in January with his parents, and I had no reason to touch my guns.
So the spring cleaning you did was pretty much spring or summer, actually.
Sure. Summer cleaning, sure.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about Cody Amato.
Yes, sir.
Do you have, how many times have you hung out with Cody Amato?
I couldn't even count.
Many times?
Many times. I mean, we would try to get together as close to weekly as we could when work would permit.
And how many times had you gone shooting with Cody Amato?
So, like I say, over a dozen. I don't know the exact figure. But.
And did you have the occasion to have conversations and observe Cody Amato and how he treated his firearms?
Yes, sir.
Now, are you familiar with Cody Amato's carry gun?
I am.
M&P Core 9mm?
Yep, the 2.0, if I'm not mistaken.
And was that one of Cody's favorite guns?
Yeah, he had purchased that not too long ago, and actually that's what I carry now because I'd taken or gone to the range with him and shot that one.
And would you characterize that as more of a range gun or a concealed carry gun?
I mean, it's a carry gun for me. Yeah, it was for him as well.
Now, you sort of mentioned earlier about different types of ammunition,
Yes,
range ammo and ammunition you use for concealed carry.
Mhm.
Have you seen the different types of ammunition as it relates to concealed carry ammunition or defense ammunition and range ammunition?
In general or Cody's?
Yes, in general.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Yeah, typically if you take stuff to the range, you buy the cheapest you can that doesn't misfire. And concealed carry or defense ammunition tends to be, nicer. There's different perks to it. It shoots higher velocity, stuff like that. But you wouldn't use the same typically.
So, based on your knowledge and habits of Cody,
sure,
that particular firearm, would it be unusual for Cody to have put PMC range rounds in his carry gun if he wasn't carrying?
Yeah, that would be strange. He typically uses, starts with a G. It's something fancier. I can't remember, but PMC was range ammo for him.
And based on your knowledge of Cody Amato and his habits with firearms, would he leave his gun, that particular gun, in his car locked up while he was at work?
Typically, no. He's not really comfortable leaving it locked in the car.
And when he was with you in January, those times, was he carrying that particular firearm then?
In January, I don't believe he was, no.
Okay. Was he carrying a different firearm?
I didn't see any.
Now, would it be common for Cody to carry that particular firearm, that NMP 20 Core firearm, a pistol,
Right.
Loose in a bag?
No. That firearm doesn't have a safety. You have to, when you carry a gun for concealed carry, and, if you're, I don't want to say serious, but if you shared Cody and my perspective on this, you have it ready to fire. And a gun like that, you would never carry loose. You would have to carry it in either like a hard plastic or a solid case. Otherwise, you don't want anything touching the trigger.
So you wouldn't want to have it jangling around in your backpack?
No, you'd risk catastrophe.
If you were to carry it on your person, you'd have to carry it in a holster.
Absolutely.
That's because there's no safety on that firearm.
Correct. Yeah, the does not have a safety.
I want to ask you about 9mm full metal Magnum Research Baby Eagle.
Mhm.
That's a lot of words.
Sure.
Can you tell me the other name for that particular firearm?
Yeah, it's the Jericho 941. They IWI makes the Jericho. The particular version that I had was distributed here in the States by Magnum Research.
Testify about the makings of a firearm.
He knows. He's not been tendered as an expert, but he knows about guns. So,
Mr. Turpin, to back up,
Yes, sir.
the IWI, another name.
it doesn't matter. If he knows, he knows.
Metal Magnum Research Baby Eagle.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Between January of 2019 and June of 2019, can you describe whether you had a lot of folks over during that time period?
Yeah, no, I'm pretty private with my house. It's not a large house, so it's not really one for entertaining. It's only like 1,000 square feet. I don't bring people from work over. I mean, typically the only people that would come to my house would be Cody, Grant, Jericho, Ryan, Alyssa, like my parents, but not a lot of people.
Nothing further this time.
You don't have to be an expert to talk about stuff you know about.
You went to high school with Cody and Grant?
Yes, sir.
Now, Cody was older than Grant by a couple of years, right?
Yes,
I believe you testified that you met Cody in high school?
that's correct.
Is it fair to say you met Cody before you met Grant?
Yeah, Cody and I were in the same grade. Grant was 1 year behind.
Okay, so you had known, correct me if I'm wrong, is it fair to say that you knew Cody for about a year before you met Grant?
Not quite a full year. I didn't really meet Cody until the latter half of freshman year.
Yes, sir. And you guys became friends throughout high school?
Correct.
Okay, what high school did you go to?
Timber Creek.
Okay. During your high school years, did you guys shoot guns together?
Not in high school, no.
A little bit too young then, right?
Correct.
Okay. When did you start beginning to shoot guns with the Amatos?
That would have been sometime in college. Probably 2011, 2012.
Okay. You testified about your gun training, that you went to this, what you call a sort of an advanced training?
Yes, sir. It was a little more than like your typical concealed carry class.
Okay, and that was for about 2 hours?
I think it was a little longer than that, but at least 2 hours.
Where was it at?
It was at the Police Hall of Fame Museum and Range out in Cocoa.
Okay, do you remember about the time period that happened?
Again, 2012, I think.
2012?
Yeah.
Okay, about 7 years ago, or
Yes, sir.
maybe less, 6 years ago,
Sure.
give or take a year. How many people were in that class?
There were 5 of us.
Who were the 5?
Cody, Grant, myself, Jericho, and Marcos Colon.
Marcos? Okay. You talked about your airsoft team, Remedy.
Correct.
Who was in that airsoft team?
Cody, Grant, myself, Ryan, Jericho, Marcos, some other people.
Okay. It sounds like that was the team that also attended gun training?
Some of, yeah, not the whole team.
Okay. And that lasted about 2 hours, right?
Again, thereabout, I think it was a little
Okay.
longer.
Was it one instructor?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So it wasn't much individualized attention, was it? Just kind of a general class, self-defense?
There was a little bit. It was back and forth between group setting and then individually chatting about form and.
Okay. And your airsoft team, Remedy, you guys said you got together every week and.
As frequently as possible. It didn't hit every week for years, but there were instances where we did every week, sometimes twice a week, sometimes once a month.
So it's fair to say Remedy was a pretty tight-knit group?
Absolutely.
Okay. You were asked about shooting gloves, and you were showed a picture of the shooting gloves. Your experience, those aren't shooting gloves, are they? That you saw the picture of?
I would not say those are shooting gloves, no.
Okay. You said you've seen Grant use gloves before to shoot?
I have seen him use gloves to shoot before, yes.
Okay. Can you describe to us what like a shooting glove would be like as opposed to what you saw in the picture?
Well, those were more of a black leather, like I said, with the shotguns, if you loaded that, you're likely to tear them. Typically, like a black cloth with either some harder section, like plastic or something.
Yeah, they'd have to be kind of thin, right? Get your hands in the.
Yeah, it definitely would still,
Okay.
give
And
protection.
yes, sir, I'm sorry. And you testified that you guys would often go out to eat together, the gang, the group, however you want to call it, and go out to dinner, then you'd go to your place and hang out?
Yeah.
Okay. And you said maybe once a week, maybe every other week, so it was pretty regular, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Your home would probably be characterized as like the home base where everybody hung out?
I would say, yeah, because, Cody and Grant live out here in Seminole. Some of us live far east, or like mine is kind of central to the places we'd like to go, downtown or I drive.
Okay. And that continued throughout the years?
Mhm.
Okay. Now, you directed your attention to January of this year.
Yes, sir.
And you guys, the gang went out to eat and had Japanese food?
That's correct.
Kind of ironic, they had Japanese food after just coming back from Japan, wasn't it?
Yeah, 2 weeks in a row. They love their Japan.
Okay, so all you guys go back to your place?
We did that night, yes.
Just like normal?
Yeah.
No big deal?
Mhm.
Okay. And Jericho had to use the restroom, but you say something more substantial. I assume that's number 2?
Yeah, that'd be correct.
Okay. And then
What?
Grant went, Grant used
Do we need to know
your
that?
bathroom in your room?
Correct.
Okay, he was gone. I think he testified about 10 minutes.
Max, we
Max.
were playing those a game, and usually it's a couple songs long. So
Okay. And you just, I assume, just had to urinate, so that's about the right time?
Oh
Well,
my
yeah, something like that,
God.
Nothing unusual came to your mind, right?
not then.
Why
Okay.
do we need
Not
to
a time.
know
Now,
whether they went
how
number
many
one or
firearms do you
number
own,
two?
Mr. Turpin?
Well, now 4.
4? Can you tell us what type of firearms you own?
Yeah, I have the M&P full size 2.0. I have an M&P Shield, which is a 45 caliber. I have a rifle, 5.56 rifle, and I have a Benelli Super Sport clay shotgun.
In January of this year, was it about the same guns you own?
I had one more.
One more.
In January.
One more, the Jericho.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now you have your concealed weapons permit, right?
I do.
Okay. And you had to take classes to get that, didn't you?
That's correct.
And I assume you take gun ownership very responsibly?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I won't get there yet. Okay. You also stored ammunition in your bedroom?
I did. Do.
Okay. In that closet or that?
Closet, yes.
Is it fair to say it's a closet?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Okay. And you said you had a bucket of ammunition?
Yeah, like a ammo can. Yeah, it's like a little plastic container about yay big. Has a latch.
Okay, you just dump bullets freely in there?
Yeah.
Okay. You would have no idea, I guess you could guess, how many bullets would be in that can?
No, a couple hundred. I just take the bags and refill as needed.
Okay. Are they different types of bullets, or are they all of the same caliber?
The bucket specifically?
Yes.
I have 2 buckets. One is 9mm and one is the 5.56.
Okay. So back in January, you had a bucket of 9mm?
That's correct.
Okay. You don't know the exact amount that was in there?
No.
Okay. And you also had ammunition in bags?
Correct.
The bucket, does the bucket have a lid on it?
It does.
How do you open it?
Closes. It's rectangular. There's a latch on the side. Opens up. Close it. Close the latch.
Readily visible?
Those not as much. I have it's like a little tiered like cube storage thing. On the bottom, there's like blankets and stuff hanging off of it. But
Yes, sir. Is there a door to your closet?
there is.
Okay. Was it open that night, to the best of your recollection?
Yes.
Always keep it open? Is it a sliding door or is it an opening?
No, it's a normal latch.
On hinges?
open.
You just
Yep, hinges,
open it
yes,
up.
sir.
Is it a walk-in closet?
Barely. It's not very big.
So if I'm walking through and I see your closet with the door open, I would be able to see the gun cases you're talking about?
The gun case that stored the guns?
Yes.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
What about the ammunition buckets? Would I be able to see those?
Well, those are on the ground. Those would be less visible.
Okay, but if I look sort of like that trash, or you can't see the trash can, or on this briefcase, I would be able to see it.
Yeah, if you looked around, sure.
Flip it open and it'd be I could grab a handful of bullets. couldn't
Sure.
I? Okay. The particular gun we're talking about, Jericho, the one you purchased in 2015?
About there, yeah.
Okay. You had it for 3 years and you stored it in a gun case.
That's correct.
You had 3 gun cases in the closet.
Correct.
Stacked up with each other?
No, stacked side by side.
Okay, if I'm looking in your closet and I see the gun case, which one's the Jericho?
The Jericho is the first one.
The first one on to the left?
So if you walk into the closet, this is the shelf on the side here, and they're stacked. Jericho, my empty 9mm case for the concealed carry, the 45.
Okay. From looking at the gun cases on the outside, would you be able to tell what type of gun is inside that case?
The outside of the case says Magnum Research, so you would know.
Which gun case? The middle one or?
The closest case that held the Jericho, it has Magnum Research printed on it.
Okay. What about the other 2?
They both have Smith & Wesson printed on it.
Okay. Have you ever seen Grant fire that Jericho before?
I have.
That was years ago?
Yes, sir.
Ow.
And the reason you purchased it from Jericho, fine.
Correct.
And Jericho thought it was cool because it had his name on it. Jericho Helens, a Jericho gun.
And he's half Jewish as well. So, yes.
So this is in January. Now, 6 months later, in fact, June the 11th
Yes, sir.
is when you filed the report with Orange County?
That sounds correct.
Okay. That would be 4 days before, no, I'm sorry, a month before this trial started, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's when you discovered that that gun was missing.
Yes, sir.
In June. Between January and June, had you shot any guns at all?
No.
Okay. And in January, late January, you obviously were informed about the unfortunate tragedy with your friend Cody Amato.
Yes.
And I'm sorry for your loss, sir. I'm going to have to ask you some questions about that, okay?
Sure.
You know Jason Amato?
Yes.
Okay. You subsequently learned in late January, early February, that Grant Amato had been arrested for the shooting deaths of Cody, Chad, and Margaret, Mrs. Amato, correct?
Yes, sir.
Obviously, that had to have been very upsetting. You knew Jason Amato? You know Jason Amato?
I do now. I didn't, I'd only seen him briefly prior.
In fact, you know him now because you're in pretty regular contact with him, aren't you?
I've talked, yes.
You talk to him regularly, don't you?
Mostly here.
Mostly here?
Yeah.
Talking about the case?
Catching up.
Catching up?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you knew the facts and the circumstances of the case, correct?
From following, yeah, some of it.
You knew that one of the facts of this case is that the prosecution does not have a firearm for this case, do they?
I know there's not been a firearm recovered.
You know there's not been a firearm recovered, correct?
Correct.
Have you discussed that with Jason?
With Jason?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so.
Okay. And you had testified you're serious about your guns.
Sure.
Okay. When you made that report in June with the Orange County Sheriff's Office, isn't it true that you had told them you had not seen that gun since June of 2018?
No, what I'd actually told the officer was that I had not taken it out shooting since the previous summer. The last time I went to the range, I had paid cash. So I did not have a credit card statement to say exactly when it was. So when I told him sometime last year, I was instructed to just June.
Would the police report refresh your memory? Or
Sure.
Or let me ask you this, isn't it true that you told the sheriff's office the last time you used and saw that firearm was in June of 2018?
Again, specifically, what I told him was I had not used it since the year prior. What was put down was June because it was reported in June.
It was reported in June of 2019, but you told the Orange County Sheriff's Office you had not seen that firearm since June of 2018, 12 months prior, correct?
What I had told him was I had not used the rifle, or the handgun, in about a year. And then because I could not pin the exact date, it was marked down as June of 18 because that was 1 year prior.
My approach to witness, Your Honor. I'll show you the marks as Defendant's Exhibit C.
Yes, sir.
If you could, sir, would you read the body of that offense report?
Starting June 11, right there?
Yes, sir.
Sure. On June 11, 20.
Oh, no, I'm sorry, read it to yourself.
Oh, yeah, okay.
Sorry. Done?
Yes, sir.
So according to the report, it was the last time you saw it was June 2018.
That's what he put, yes, sir.
Now, it's from June 2018 to January 2019. You guys were still hanging out at your house, weekly dinners, things like that, people coming over.
Yes, sir.
You could have been taken at any time, right?
I don't, theoretically.
Theoretically?
Sure.
Okay. The last time you saw that firearm was when you used it at a gun range, right?
Correct.
Okay. And you don't recall maybe you left it in your car?
Wouldn't do that. It
You wouldn't do that?
No, sir. You can't take a unboxed firearm out of a range.
Okay. So a year later, you know that the prosecution doesn't have a firearm in this case. And 30 days before the trial starts, you file a missing gun report.
Correct.
And you've been talking to Jason regularly, right?
I had been talking to Jason, yes, sir.
And based upon your conversations with Jason, this case has to be resolved before he can do anything with the estate, correct?
Objection.
Sorry?
Have you talked to Jason about the status of the Amato estate?
That's none of his business.
When's the last time you talked to Jason Amato?
Saw him briefly last week when we were waiting here.
Okay. Have you met with the state attorney in this case?
I have.
And you discussed with the state attorney about this gun that you supposedly lost in January, correct?
Yes.
When did you first talk to the state attorney about that?
A couple days after the report. I don't remember exactly.
A day after the report?
I think it was a couple. I don't recall specifically.
Okay. But before June, you knew that the prosecution did not have a firearm, didn't you?
Ask that answer.
So just out of nowhere, 6 months later, 30 days before the trial starts, you can't find a firearm that you haven't seen in 12 months.
That's correct.
Would you call that responsible gun ownership?
I would say for years the gun sat in my shelf safely.
For years?
Yes.
Well, since June 2018, when you last saw it at a fire range or gun range, right?
Prior to that, that gun had always stayed in the same place, same as all my other firearms.
And just by happenstance, 12 months later, you filed the report.
Again, Yes, when I noticed the gun was missing, I filed a report.
Thank you, Mr. Turpin.
Can you redirect?
Mr. Turpin,
Yes, sir.
nothing else was taken from your room?
That's correct.
No other firearm was taken?
No, sir.
The firearm that was taken was one that the defendant had previously shot.
Correct.
Did the defendant know that that firearm was in that closet?
He
False
does-
speculation.
Do you know if
No, it
Grant Amato knew
doesn't.
where you kept your firearm?
Yes.
Did he know where you kept your firearm?
In my room, yes.
On the cross-examination, counsel for the defense made mention of this concealed weapons course that you attended with the defendant and Cody Amato a number of years ago.
Yes, sir.
From my recollection, I believe he said it was a couple hours long and not individualized and sort of characterize it in that manner. Is that a fair assessment?
What he mentioned, yes.
Any questions, sir? Any questions, Ms. Showing you States Exhibit 15E for identification purposes, 15F for identification purposes, 15G for identification purposes, 15H for identification purposes, 15I for identification purposes, 15. Oh, the very last one? P? Yes, ma'am.
Okay. One question, how much longer do you anticipate?
5 minutes?
All right. We've got jurors who have to leave. I don't know if you can make any arrangements or not if you wanted to, or if it's too late. Okay. So what we're going to do is at this point, we're going to have Mr. Turpin come back tomorrow. All right. We're going to start him at 8:30 because we have a juror who has to go at this point to pick up children. Okay. So, then remember, members of the jury, do not talk about this case with anyone. Whatever questions you have or circumstances we can deal with tomorrow. Mr. Turpin, you're not allowed to speak to anyone at all, including any of the attorneys at this point, because you're still technically under oath and you're still on the stand. All right, you're going to be coming back tomorrow. We're going to start at 8:30 tomorrow morning, so if you guys could get here right at 8:15. Okay, we did not anticipate this witness lasting this long, otherwise we would have taken a break earlier. All right, so thank you, everyone. Have a good night, and we will see you tomorrow. Yes.
Thank you.
1 moment, I'll give you more instruction. 1 moment. All right. Okay, you may be seated. Mr. Turpin, when you come tomorrow morning, you just go in the witness room, in the conference room in the front, wait for the court deputy to come and get you. Please be here early by 8:15 or so to make sure that we can start right up at 8:30.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay? All right. Otherwise, we can, at this point, we will be in recess until tomorrow morning. And otherwise, I'm going to try and plan and let the jury know to try and plan on being late tomorrow, because that way we can go through to make sure that we're going through some of the witnesses and getting all the witnesses done just in case, so she'll be able to make arrangements.
Can we talk about, actually, briefly about scheduling?
Yes.
Because there is one witness who, I think, the very last witness, who has a practical.
You're free to go, Mr. Turpin.
have my witness coordinator working on it right now. We're trying to get her down there today.
Okay. And I understand, Mr. Stone, but I guess what I'm trying to figure out is we discussed this on Friday, and we discussed how all the state witnesses would be done by Tuesday. And why then the flight arrangements weren't already made for her to come down here on Tuesday morning after she got back from the Turks and Caicos this morning.
Because it, as a practical matter, it still would have been impossible to get her down here today because she would have been flying from Pittsburgh today, and there aren't many direct flights from Pittsburgh. It's a 4.5 hour flight.
Actually, there's a direct flight at 7 o'clock in the morning. There are two direct flights that are early in the morning. Otherwise, that was the issue. Is it would be something that you would have had to have been prearranged on Friday. So I guess I'm trying to figure out, even though if she was in the Turks and Caicos, why the reservation.
And I suspect she probably didn't walk through her front door until at 3 o'clock in the morning last night. Okay. So
you're gonna argue with the judge, dude? Not cool.
The other option would have been just to fly her directly from the Turks and Caicos here. But all right, nothing was brought up at the time on Friday when we were discussing all the witnesses and the times or anything of that nature, because it could have been addressed at that time.
I understand, and it's very difficult to arrange. It's a very fluid situation, Your Honor. It's hard to predict when people are going to be on the witness stand and get on and get off.
With all due respect, Mr. Stone, it was definitely discussed on Tuesday, and it was decided the state's case would be done today. So that's where I have the issue because of that, and the fact of delaying things because of that when it could have been prearranged previously.
And Your Honor, I don't have if we can't get her down here today, I don't, up to the court, of course, but I don't have an issue with the defense starting to present their case. And then we can reopen it and put her on. And if they want to recall anybody based upon what
Oh, I
she
hate
testifies,
when they do that.
I certainly don't have any issue with that either. But we're trying, Your Honor.
I understand you don't have issue with it, but I think delaying the jury would have issue with it. And that's what the court's concern is about. And specifically, that's why I ask you each day who the witnesses are, how long, and when they're going to be. All right. Now, at this point, we've got Mr. Turpin here. Let's get the jury. We can continue the questioning. It was the redirect testimony by the state, and we were on the photographs. You had just been, at that point, authenticating the photographs. All right, members of the jury, we're continuing the testimony of Mr. Turpin. So at this point, it was on the state's redirect. Hope everybody had a wonderful evening. And at this point, Mr. Leo, you can continue your redirect examination.
Thank you. May I approach the clerk? May I approach the witness? Good morning, Mr. Turpin. When we left off, we were reviewing some photographs. So I'm showing you, for the record, State's Exhibits 15E as an elephant through 15P as in Paul. Can you sit through these real quick? Do you recognize those photographs?
Yes, sir.
And how do you recognize these photographs?
Those are photographs of our training class we took in 2012.
And are these fair and accurate depictions of what's contained in each of these photographs?
Yes, sir.
I'm also showing you 6V as in Victor. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
And what is this photograph of?
It's a photograph of Jericho with the Jericho 941.
Is that the Jericho 941 in this photograph that you purchased?
That is.
The Jericho 941 that was stolen from your closet?
Yes, sir.
Your Honor, this time we tender 6V and states 15E through 15P as in Paul into evidence.
Judge, in relevance, Your Honor.
as to all of them or just,
Well, as, with the exception of the picture fire.
okay. Approach. Objection overruled. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 6V will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 304 in evidence. And that's V as in Victor. What's been pre-marked for ID as it was 15. I know until. Okay, thank you. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 305 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15F will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 307 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for, or 306, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15G will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 307 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 305 and 308 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 309 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15J will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 310 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 15K will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 311 in evidence.
Okay, Mr. Turpin, is this the firearm that had gone missing from your closet?
Yes, sir.
Jericho IWI?
Yes, sir.
And is that, I'm sorry, Judge, Exhibit 304 for the record. And is that Jericho Fine holding that firearm?
Yes, sir.
That's the firearm you purchased?
Correct.
Now, with regard to the training that you mentioned you had with the defendant in 2012,
Yes, sir.
I want to show you some photographs from that, and maybe you can walk us through what we're looking at.
Sure.
I'm placing on the overhead Exhibit 305. Where is this at?
That is the Police Hall of Fame Museum and gun range in Cocoa.
And is the defendant in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Can you indicate where he is on that photograph?
He's wearing the gray T-shirt towards the right side of the photograph.
So right there.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you Exhibit 306. Is this at that same location?
It is.
And is the defendant in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Can you tell me where he's at?
The gray T-shirt on the right side.
So for the record, I'm pointing to the individual in the gray T-shirt. And you guys are shooting on your back.
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 307 in evidence. Is the defendant in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Can you show me where he is?
Yes, sir. Right side of the photo, gray T-shirt, white belt.
Right here?
Yes, sir.
And is he shooting from what position?
We are prone with one hand.
And prior to each of these positions being taken and the weapons being discharged, were you provided with instructions with what you were to do and how you were to do it?
Yes, sir. He was kind of showing us just the different ways and that when you're relatively comfortable with firearms that you might not even realize kind of how easy it was to say shoot left-handed like the first photo or something like that.
Showing you 308 in evidence. Is that another photograph of the defendant?
Yes, sir.
Where is he in this photograph?
The right side, gray shirt.
And again, you're shooting upside down?
Yes,
or
sir.
on your back, I suppose?
On our back, yes, sir.
Showing you 309 in evidence. Is the defendant in this picture?
It's the left side, the gray shirt.
Right there?
Yes, sir.
And what position are you shooting from here?
We're laying on our back, pointed forward, as opposed to over our head behind us, like the last one.
Your sister's
Now, did this training also include some defensive tactics?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you Exhibit 310. Is the defendant in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Where is he in this photograph?
That gray shirt, pretending to throw me to the ground.
Right here?
Yes, sir.
And is that a Is that a dummy firearm in your hand?
Yes, sir, that's a dummy firearm.
Showing you exhibit 311. Is the defendant in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Can you describe the content of this photograph for the jury?
This was the conclusion of the training class. Paul, the instructor in the middle, kind of took all these photos to use as kind of like a promotional thing for having us out there. So we kind of took a group shot at the end for us and for him.
Showing you exhibit 315. Is the defendant in this photograph?
Yes, sir.
Is he the individual in the gray shirt?
He is.
And what's the purpose of this exercise?
I think we were practicing the quick acquisition from the ground, as if you were thrown to the ground, and how quickly to get the target.
Showing you state's exhibit 314 in evidence.
Yes, sir.
And can you describe what we're looking at here?
This is the instructor. I can't tell specifically which drill, but he's giving us some type of instructions. I'm not exactly sure which drill.
Okay. Showing you 312.
Yes, sir.
The defendant in this photograph.
He is.
And what's he doing here?
That is the left-handed shooting drill that I mentioned earlier, where he kind of was showing us that, hey, even though if you're non-dominant hand from within a certain distance, you're still fairly accurate.
And was the instructor working solely with Grant Amato in this photograph?
In this photograph, he appears to be, yes, sir.
Showing you exhibit 313. The defendant in this photograph.
Yes, sir.
And what does this photograph depict?
Just the right-handed accuracy, solo shot, so you don't have two hands on the rifle, or on the handgun, sorry, just how accurate you can be with a single.
And that's right-handed?
Yes, sir.
I'm showing you 316.
Same thing, but left-handed.
So both hands just separate.
Yes, sir.
And again, the instructor is with Mr. Amato on his own.
Yes, sir.
I don't have anything further.
Recross.
Good morning, Mr. Turpin.
Good morning.
You were just asked about the firearm. You showed a picture of it, and you were asked whether or not that was the gun that was stolen from your closet.
The photo of Jericho with
Yes,
fire?
yes, sir. And your answer was yes, right?
Correct.
Okay.
May.
Well, first let me ask you this, Mr. Turpin.
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true you told the Orange County Sheriff's Office when you made the report on June 11th that you didn't know who stole that gun from your home?
What I told the officer was, I did not see anyone walk out the door with my firearm. However, I suspected it might be involved in this case.
That's not what you said. You said you have no proof and you don't know.
What I said was I did not see him physically take it, but I suspected it was involved in this case.
He doesn't believe, well, can I refresh your memory?
Yes, sir.
Can I first look at this one?
Yes, sir.
Well, no.
No, I know which part of it you're referring to. No, yeah.
Are you finished?
Yes, sir.
Can I have that?
Yeah.
Now, isn't that what you told the Orange County deputy?
What I told the deputy is not necessarily what it says on the bottom of that page, sir.
Oh, so the deputy lied.
No, that was mistaken.
The deputy was mistaken. Is that your testimony?
What I told
That
the deputy,
happens a
sir,
lot.
was that I did not see anyone leave with the firearm, but I suspected that it was involved in this. And his question to that was, did you see anyone take it? I said, no, sir.
And you didn't say that, you didn't believe that anyone took that firearm that night,
No, sir.
even though it says it in the report.
That's correct. I immediately after filing that report came here to Seminole County to talk to an officer here.
The deputy's report is incorrect, right?
That last line specifically
Is
not-
incorrect.
Is incorrect, yes, sir.
Okay. How about these photos? These photos were taken over 7 years ago, right?
Yes, sir.
He was around 22 years old.
Yes, sir.
As you can see in the pictures, he has a full head of hair, right?
Yes, sir.
And when did you turn these pictures over to the prosecution?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled.
You can answer.
The other day.
The other day.
Yes, sir.
You have an incredible sense of timing, Mr. Turpin, don't you?
What, I don't, what,
You waited just till a few days ago to turn these over to the prosecution. Yet you've had them for 7 years.
they've been,
Correct?
they're on Facebook and public record.
You waited 7 years to turn these over to the prosecution.
How would I wait? That doesn't even make sense.
The trial started 3 weeks ago, Mr. Turbin. You never turned these pictures over, did you?
I'm not, no.
No, you just did them a few days ago with incredible, impeccable timing, didn't you? Nothing further, Judge.
Any redirect?
Mr. Turpin,
Yes, sir.
when you sent these photographs to the prosecution, was that because you became aware that the issue of the defendant's proficiency in firearms was brought up in this case?
Yes, sir.
So before that, you had no idea that was going to be an issue in this case?
Correct.
No further questions.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? Write them down, please. Approach. All right. Now, one of the questions, Mr. Turpin, I noticed in a previous evidence photo, Cody's carry gun had a red trigger assembly and the barrel appeared to say Apex or something. Had Cody ever spoken to you about performing any modifications or upgrades to his carry gun?
Yes, specifically the M&P, the red trigger was something he did afterwards. I don't remember what else, but I know that that was just a nicer trigger he put into it. I think he did do something else, but I don't recall what it was.
Okay. Did the Jericho have a built-in laser or laser attached?
No, it had a railing on the front where you could do something like that, but I never used anything like that.
Did you ever observe Grant utilizing a laser scope on any of his guns during shooting?
Not that I can recall. There might, I don't remember.
At any time, did the defense subpoena you to produce records or photos?
Just to produce the, no.
Pardon?
No, ma'am. Right.
This is a yes or no question. Do you know of any tension between Cody and Grant?
I mean, nothing more than the brothers, like a sibling thing. Cody and Grant had not.
Just yes or no? Okay.
Again, nothing more than siblings. So,
All right.
no.
What was their relationship like?
They were very close. I don't know how far you want me to go with any of that.
Did you notice any changes in their relationship towards the last few months?
More so that we didn't see Grant a couple times when we would hang out, and that Cody was paying for meals when we went out.
Any questions based on those questions?
Just one. Just so we're clear, the defense didn't ask you to produce any of those photographs or anything else.
Oh, the defense? No, sir.
The state did.
Yeah, sorry.
Mr. Turbin, we took your deposition, correct?
Yes, sir.
You made no mention of these pictures during the deposition, did you?
No, sir.
Nothing further.
Okay. All right, any redirect?
You ask any questions about those pictures?
I was asked no questions other than my relationship with Grant.
Nothing about firearms, anything like that?
Just
your relationship
about
with
the
Mr.
memories and stuff we used to do together.
Members of the jury, do you have any further questions of this witness? All right, may this witness be excused and released.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, this witness is excused and released. State may call their next witness.
I think called Richard Ruth.
Mr. Ruth, come forward, please. Raise your right hand and be ready to be sworn.
You saw me swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Have a seat in the witness stand as you're instructed. You may proceed.
Good morning. Can you please introduce yourself for the jury and spell your name for the court?
My name is Richard Ruth, R-U-T-H.
And Mr. Ruth, how are you currently employed?
I'm employed with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Orlando Regional Operations Center Crime Laboratory based in Orlando.
And how long have you been employed with FDLE?
Approximately 7 years now.
And what are your primary duties as a crime lab analyst in the firearms section?
In the firearms section, as a crime laboratory analyst, my primary duties are to examine fired ammunition components and determine whether or not they were fired from a particular firearm.
And have you had any other job titles at FDLE?
I did. Prior to being promoted to a crime laboratory analyst, I was a forensic technologist in the firearms section.
What's a forensic technologist?
A forensic technologist has less responsibility than a crime laboratory analyst. As a forensic technologist, my primary responsibility in that job title was to test fire firearms and determine if they were functional.
Now, can you tell the jury your education and training background?
I have 2 bachelor's degrees, a Bachelor of Science in Astronomy and a Bachelor of Arts in Physics from the University of Florida. All of my training that qualifies me and certifies me as a crime laboratory analyst with FDLE was received by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement. It was a full-time training program. I went through 6 months of training to become a forensic technologist. That covered the different types of firearms, how to test them and determine that they were functional. After I was promoted to crime laboratory analyst, I underwent an additional 12 months of full-time training. That was primarily to learn how to use a comparison microscope to compare fired ammunition components to each other to determine if they were fired from a particular firearm.
And do you have to complete any proficiency testing on a yearly basis or annual basis to remain certified with the Florida Department of Law Enforcement?
I do.
And can you tell us about that?
So each year, as my main discipline is firearms identification, I have to complete a proficiency test that's administered by Collaborative Testing Services. Upon successfully completing that proficiency test, I'm allowed to remain certified for the next year. Also, as a sub-discipline, I do what's called serial number restoration for obliterated serial numbers on firearms. That's a proficiency test that I have to take and pass every 4 years to remain certified to do that service.
Do you belong to any professional organizations?
I do. I'm a provisional member of the Association of Firearm and Toolmark Examiners and have been for 4 years.
And is the FDLE laboratory where you work accredited?
It is. FDLE is accredited by ANAB. It's a forensic accreditation body. The purpose of accreditation is to ensure that our forensic laboratory is in compliance with and is following set professional standards in the industry.
Is that what it means to be accredited?
It is.
Now, have you testified before as an expert in firearms identification?
I have.
How many times?
Approximately a dozen in firearms identification, and then approximately 10 more times strictly for firearms function.
And can you tell the jury what a firearm is?
A firearm, it's a device that's designed to expel a projectile through the means of an explosive.
And what's ammunition?
Ammunition is commonly referred to as a bullet. However, it would be more accurate to call ammunition a cartridge. A cartridge is composed of 4 components. It's a cartridge case, a primer seated in the head of the cartridge case, a projectile, as well as the gunpowder within the cartridge case. The cartridge case is what holds everything together in that single unit of ammunition, the cartridge.
Now, how does a semi-automatic handgun work?
A semi-automatic handgun typically uses a magazine. Cartridges are loaded into the magazine, and the magazine is inserted into the magazine well of the pistol. The pistol has a part on the top of it called a slide. After the magazine's inserted, you can pull the slide to the rear. Releasing it, it's going to move forward under spring tension, and it's going to chamber a cartridge. The pistol should be ready to fire at this point simply by pulling the trigger. Pulling the trigger is going to release the firing mechanism, crush the primer, fire the cartridge. The projectile is going to be expelled down and out the barrel of the firearm, and the cartridge case would be automatically extracted and ejected. The slide does that while moving rearward. It would chamber the next cartridge, and it would be ready to fire the next shot with a second pull of the trigger.
So the projectile goes out the front, and does the cartridge case eject out one of the sides usually?
Yes.
And when someone says caliber, with regards to describing either a bullet or a firearm, what does that mean?
Caliber, in its simplest terms, is simply the size of the ammunition that a firearm is designed to fire. More specifically, if you're talking about a projectile or a bullet, it's the approximate diameter of the bullet, or with a firearm, the approximate diameter of the barrel.
Now, through your training and experience, are you able to determine if a particular casing or bullet was fired from a particular gun?
I am.
And can you tell the jury how you're able to do that?
What I do is I look at an ammunition component and I determine its class characteristics. Those are the design features of the firearm that fired it. And those are features that are unique to that make and model, but they are designed to have that type of feature. The best analogy I can give for class characteristics that we all know are vehicles. If you think of a four-door Honda Civic, that is a sedan, it has four doors, that's a class characteristic that's decided by the factory. What I'm looking for in determining if a bullet or a cartridge case was fired from a particular firearm, I'm looking at what are called individual characteristics. These are random and unique microscopic imperfections that are imparted during the manufacturing process of a firearm, as well as the continued use and abuse of the firearm. To go back to the car analogy, if you go out into a parking lot and you're looking for your vehicle, the first thing you would look for are your class characteristics. Four-door sedan, maybe it's blue in color. There might be several of those in the parking lot. But to figure out if that's your car, you're going to look for the individual characteristics. There might be a sticker on the bumper, a crack in the windshield, coffee stain on the seat. You go out and using those individual characteristics, you know which vehicle is yours. As far as firearms identification goes, I'm looking at scratches or microscopic imperfections on either cartridge cases or projectiles to determine whether or not that was fired from a particular firearm.
And can you explain the rifling characteristics left on bullets?
So depending on how a firearm is manufactured, they have rifling in the barrel. There's different means of the type of rifling. The purpose of the rifling is it's a set of helical grooves in the barrel, and as the bullet travels down the barrel, it's going to impart a spin to the projectile. The spin is going to make the bullet more accurate in flight and allow it to travel further. Based on the different types of manufacturing methods, it could be conventionally rifled, meaning that those grooves have sharp and distinct corners, or it can be polygonal, where the lands and grooves are more like peaks and valleys. They don't have a sharp or defined edge to those lands and grooves.
And can you explain how the bullet's imprinted by the barrel and the casing, how it's marked by the slide of the firearm?
So as the bullet travels down the barrel, it's going to pick up any scratches or imperfections that are on the barrel, and it's going to scratch the surface of the bullet that comes into contact with the barrel. With the cartridge case, it's going to be imprinted or move across the portion of the slide known as the breech face. Those imperfections on the slide, because of the pressures involved, are going to imprint themselves on the primer. Any imperfections in the barrel can look like scratches on the side of the cartridge case. The firing pin of the firearm also leaves a dent in the primer of the cartridge case. Any of those imperfections from any of those parts I named are going to impart themselves on the cartridge case and leave its signature on the fired ammunition components.
Now, I want to draw your attention to the work that you did in this particular case. Did you analyze various items that were submitted to you from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office?
I did.
And did you receive any firearms in connection with this particular case?
I did.
And what firearms did you receive?
I received a Glock Model 17, a Glock Model 26, and a Smith & Wesson M&P pistol, all of them 9mm caliber.
And did you conduct analysis of those three firearms?
I did.
Draft any reports with regard to those three firearms?
I did.
Now, did you have any concerns about the packages or the storage of the items before you analyzed them?
No. As I received the packages, they were all in a sealed condition.
May I approach the clerk? Okay. I'm showing you what's been already introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 94. Take a look at that box. Tell me if you recognize it.
I do recognize it.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by my markings that I left on the box, the FDLE case number, the FDLE item number, as well as my initials, and the yellow label applied to the box, which is has that unique FDLE number.
And can you go ahead and open the box? And what's contained in this box?
It's a 9mm Luger caliber Smith & Wesson M&P pistol, one magazine, as well as one sealed manila envelope containing the tests that I generated during the examination of this pistol.
Okay, you can go ahead and close that box. Showing you State's Exhibit in evidence 58. You recognize that?
I do.
How's that?
I recognize, as I did the other one, the FDLE case number, item number, as well as my initials that I applied to the packaging.
And would you open the box? And what's contained in this exhibit?
This is a 9mm Luger caliber Glock, Model 17, one magazine, as well as one sealed manila envelope containing the tests I generated during examination of this pistol.
So you conducted an analysis of this pistol as well?
I did.
Showing you State's Exhibit already in evidence 132. Do you recognize this exhibit?
I do.
How do you recognize it?
I recognize it by my markings on the box, the FDLE case number, item number, as well as my initials.
And would you open the box? What's contained in this particular box?
It's one 9mm Luger caliber Glock, Model 26, semi-automatic pistol, one magazine, as well as one sealed manila envelope containing the tests that I generated during the examination of this pistol.
So you conducted an examination of this pistol as well?
Yes.
Mr. Ruth, the process by which you conducted the examination that you already testified to as to how you conduct the examination with these various firearms, did you follow that same series of steps for each one?
I did.
May I approach the clerk? I'm showing you for identification purposes. 55, State's Exhibit 55 already in evidence. State's Exhibit 59 in evidence. State's Exhibit 56 in evidence. Do you recognize those? Oh, excuse me, and State's Exhibit 60 in evidence. Do you recognize those envelopes?
I do.
How do you recognize them?
I recognize them by my markings on the packaging, the FDLE case number, item number, as well as my initials.
And can you tell the jury, go one at a time, pick, let's say, Exhibit 55.
Mhm.
Can you tell the jury how you examined number 55?
Is it okay if I refer to my notes to remember exactly which item this was?
Would that refresh your recollection?
It would.
Your Honor, may he?
May, let us know when you're finished.
Okay, I'm ready.
Is your memory refreshed?
It is.
Have you posted your notes?
Completely closed.
Now, sir, can you tell us about State's Exhibit 55?
State's Exhibit 55 is a cartridge case. I documented the condition of the packages received. It was sealed. And after opening the package, I did an inventory of the contents. I noted that it was a 9mm Luger fired cartridge case. And I was able to put that on the microscope and determine that there were individual characteristics on the fired cartridge case.
And I draw your attention to State's Exhibit 56. Did you conduct an examination of that exhibit as well?
I did. I went through the same steps as described before. This one also is one fired 9mm Luger caliber cartridge case.
And State's Exhibit 59.
This was a slightly different examination. This packaging contains a fired projectile or a fired bullet. Instead of it being a cartridge case, this is the projectile that is expelled out of the barrel of a firearm. I put this under a microscope. I determined its class characteristics, measured its diameter, and determined that it was a 38 caliber class projectile. 38 caliber class is kind of a misnomer. What it is, it means that's a projectile with a diameter of approximately 0.355 inches or 9mm. Its weight, its diameter, its appearance is consistent with a 9mm caliber bullet. I determined that it was polygonally rifled with 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist, and determined that there were some individual characteristics present on this bullet.
Draw your attention to State's Exhibit 60.
This is also a fired bullet. I went through those same steps outlined earlier for the previous exhibit, and I determined that it too was a 38 caliber class bullet, consistent with being loaded in a 9mm Luger caliber cartridge, polygonal rifling, 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist.
State's Exhibit 37 in evidence. Did you conduct an examination of that item?
I did.
Can you tell us what you did there?
This particular item is a fired cartridge case. It too is a 9mm Luger caliber fired cartridge case.
State's Exhibit 38.
This item is a fired bullet. I used the same steps to determine that it was the same class characteristics as the previous 2 items. 38 caliber class, consistent with 9mm Luger caliber, polygonally rifled, 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist.
State's Exhibit 92.
This is a fired cartridge case, also 9mm Luger caliber.
Did you conduct an examination of that as well?
I did. I also examined that one.
State's Exhibit 93.
This item is also a fired bullet. I examined it and determined that it was similar to the other 3 in that it was a 38 caliber class, 9mm Luger, consistent with that in weight, diameter, and appearance. Polygonally rifled, 6 lands and grooves with a right-hand twist.
And Your Honor, with the permission of the court and the help of the deputy, I'd like to set up the able to publish all the three firearms and the projectiles and shell cases to the jury so we can discuss each other.
You may do so. Deputy Bradley.
Your Honor, I have a preference for the right place to take it.
I'd prefer it right where you're at.
What are they doing?
I'm going to leave them in the box, Judge.
All right.
Judge, with the court's permission, can I?
You can move around wherever you need to.
Thank you. Mr. Ruth, would you mind opening up each of these one at a time so we keep track of them?
Certainly. Any particular order?
Let's go numerically from the lowest. First one for the record is 56.
Oh, I'm sorry, I went in
Actually, let's
other
start
order.
with 37. That's the lowest.
Ow.
State's Exhibit 37.
You happen to have any scissors available? Thank you.
So you now open 38.
Yes.
You've now opened 55. You've now opened 56. You've now opened 59. You've now opened 60. You've opened 92. And you've now opened 93. Okay. Now, sir, when you conducted your examination of each of these three firearms, the projectiles and the shell cases that were submitted to you by the Seminole County Sheriff's Office, were you able to reach any conclusions with regard to where the shell cases originated from? In other words, from which firearm?
I was.
And can you tell the jury how you were able to determine what shell cases came from which specific firearm?
So each one of these firearms was examined individually. I noted the make, model, and caliber, as well as the serial number. I also noted their condition and determined that they were all safe to test fire. Each one of these firearms was then test fired in our indoor firing range into what's called a bullet recovery tank. It's a large metal tank filled with water that allows me to safely recover any projectiles that are fired.
I did notice that, hang on. There's two entrances into the witness stand. There's this little door over here, and then there's this big wide door in the back. So the door to the elevator must be back here. So like if you're in a wheelchair, you come out the elevator and then this big wide door opens, so you can just wheel your wheelchair in. I'm assuming.
From each one of these firearms. They were test fired using laboratory ammunition. And after the cartridge cases were fired, extracted, and ejected, they were collected in our indoor firing range, and I collected the projectiles from the bullet recovery tank. With these known standards that I myself generated from these firearms, I was able to compare these standards, the cartridge cases, to the evidence cartridge cases that are on the table using the comparison microscope and comparing the correspondence of the individual characteristics on the test-fired cartridge cases to the evidence cartridge cases.
They must have known we were focused on the elevator and they changed the view.
Review analysis of the firearms in this case. And I'm referring to State's Exhibit 132, Glock 26, found in a safe. Did those shell cases originate from this firearm?
No, they did not.
And to the best of your knowledge and experience, in a firearm that's located in a locked closed safe, discharge rounds on its own?
No, the trigger would have to be pulled.
With regard to the cartridge cases, did you make a determination as to whether State's Exhibit 58, the Glock 17, discharged these shell cases?
No, it did not.
With regard to State's Exhibit 94, were you able to determine whether the shell cases, that is the, for the record, the Smith & Wesson MP 9mm, were you able to determine whether these shell cases, 37, 55, 56, and 92, originated from this firearm?
Yes, I identified those cartridge cases as having been fired from that particular firearm.
Now, we've discussed the cartridge cases. I'd like to draw your attention to the projectiles. Mr. Rood, did you conduct analysis of each of those projectiles in the manner in which you testified to earlier?
I did.
Were you able to determine whether those fired projectiles originated from State's Exhibit 94? That would be the M&P 9mm.
They did not. The rifling method that was used on the firearm to fire those bullets was that of having a polygonally rifled barrel. The Smith & Wesson M&P has conventional rifling. Those projectiles were not fired from that firearm.
So, just so we're clear, I'm picking up State's 37, okay? And I'm picking up State's 38. State's 38 did not come from State's 37.
That's correct.
And you said that the barrel lane in the M&P is conventional. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And akin to your description of class characteristics with regard to like the Honda Civic or whatever, between polygonal rifling and conventional rifling, are those two totally different styles of rifling?
They are.
So would that be akin to saying that a Porsche 911 is not a Honda four-door Civic?
That'd be an accurate characterization.
Okay. Now, I'd like to discuss with you the Glocks that you also examined. Does the Glock have polygonal rifling?
Both of those Glocks do have polygonal rifling.
And you've already testified that a gun in a safe can't shoot anything. So I'm not going to put it up and take it back down again. Now, the exhibit, State's Exhibit 58, okay, this is the Glock 17. For the record, this is the firearm that's on the Grant Amato. This has polygonal rifle.
It does.
Now, can you tell the jury the way that you are able to classify the characteristics for purposes of inclusion or exclusion?
So in examining a fired projectile, what I'm noting on the bearing surface of the projectile are those individual characteristics. What I'm looking for are quantity, quality, the spatial relationship of the markings on the projectiles. On these evidence projectiles here, there are very few markings on them. The bearing surface of the bullet is relatively smooth. So really it's lacking quantity and quality of those individual characteristics. The Glock, on the other hand, looking at its test-fired bullets, there were a lot of markings present on the bullets. Quantity, quality, there were markings there. So in comparing these evidence bullets to the bullets that I test-fired from the Glock, I'm really evaluating, are there differences or are there similarity in these individual characteristics to one another?
Sir, I'm going to place on the overhead for demonstrative purposes, State's Exhibit 14J, with no objection from the defense.
Right.
Okay, the top of this document is called Range of Conclusions. And sir, do you recognize the language that's contained in this sheet of paper?
I do. It's the language that we use in our standard operating procedures, FDLE's range of conclusions used for firearms identification.
And was this the range of conclusions you used in this particular case?
It was.
And with regard to the fired projectiles, States 38, 59, 60, and 93, as it concerns the Glock that is sitting in front of the jury, that's in States Exhibit 58. What, on this chart of range of conclusions, where did your conclusion land?
My conclusion on these evidence bullets to that Glock, it fell under the inconclusive with the negative sign next to it. That is an abbreviation for negative inconclusive. I can't conclusively eliminate the bullets as having been fired from this firearm. I believe it's unlikely that they were, based on the differences in the individual characteristics that I was discussing earlier.
So it's one shy above elimination.
It's that one step above, yes, out of these 5 conclusions that I can reach.
And as to the M&P firearm and the shell cases, where does, and the projectiles, excuse me, where does that M&P fall on this chart?
The cartridge cases, they fall at the top. They fall under the identified conclusion. The projectiles, on the other hand, fall down at the bottom, down under eliminated. That's due to a difference in class characteristics.
So the Honda versus the Porsche.
Correct.
As opposed to the Honda versus, I don't know, 4-door Lexus.
I'd say maybe Honda Accord versus the Honda Civic.
Now, how can you be sure that, let me ask you this question. Is it possible that in any way, shape, or form, that these projectiles could have come from those shell cases?
Not based on the class characteristics, no. Those cartridge cases were fired in the M&P. The bullets were not.
And so how would you explain how those shell cases ended up at a crime scene where the bullets didn't match?
Objection, speculation.
Overruled.
You can answer the question.
I'm sorry. I would say that there are at least 2 firearms represented here. Either the cartridge cases that those projectiles came from were not sent to me. They're not present for examination, whereas the other cartridge cases happen to be collected and sent in for examination.
I want to ask you specifically about another firearm, and that being an IWI Jericho 941. Are you familiar with that firearm?
I am.
And is that pursuant to your duties as a the only firearms analyst?
Yes.
And what can you tell us about it?
The IWI Jericho, the IWI stands for Israel Weapon Industries. It's a semi-automatic pistol that comes in a range of calibers, including 9mm Luger caliber. The barrel of this firearm would be polygonally rifled.
Now, of course, you did not receive that firearm to do any analysis on.
That's correct.
It was never located. But your testimony is that the rifling in a Jericho IWI is polygonal. Is that correct?
Yes.
And what was the rifling on the projectiles? What was the rifling characteristics on the projectiles?
The projectiles are polygonal, and the barrel on an IWI Jericho, if it's unmodified, should also be polygonal.
And so a polygonal barrel makes polygonal markings on fired bullets.
That's correct.
If I can have a moment, Judge. Nothing further, Judge.
Cross.
Good morning, Mr. Ruth.
Good morning.
How long have you been doing this firearm tool mark analysis?
I've been on the bench since June of 2016.
Okay. And the Florida Department of Law Enforcement has been doing this tool mark analysis for a lot longer than that, correct?
That's correct.
Since before 2008, most likely, correct?
Correct.
For the record, Judge, I'm showing the state what's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit D. And it's been previously provided to them.
Okay, they've been cutting out bench conferences. What's going on? Oh, they cut it out.
May I approach the witness, Judge? Now, Judge, for the record, I'm showing the witness what has been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit D. Mr. Ruth, have you ever heard of this document?
I have.
And you recognize it as the report to the President, Forensic Science and Criminal Courts, ensuring scientific validity of feature comparison methods, correct?
Yes.
Now, this report is sometimes referred to as PCAST, correct?
Yes.
And I'm going to refer to it as such. This report came out in 2016. Are you aware of that?
I am.
Do you recognize the authors of this report? I can turn it for you if you'd like. May I approach the witness, Judge? Down for a few pages.
Sure.
Do you recognize the authors of this report?
No, I don't.
So you're not aware of the people who did write this at this time?
I know that they weren't firearms and tool mark examiners.
Okay. Are you aware that Eric S. Lander, President, Broad Institute of Harvard and MIT, was part of this group?
Objection, improper impeachment.
May we approach? Are you aware of the authors of this report?
Objection has been answered.
Are you aware of the authors of this report?
I know that the report was authored. I don't know who the authors were.
Are you aware that Eric S. Lander?
Objection, improper impeachment.
Will you stand when you address the court?
Improper impeachment.
Ooh, stand when you address the court. I like this judge.
So based on the fact that you don't know who these authors are, I'm assuming you don't give this report any weight. Is that correct? Because you don't know?
She's
That's
supposed to
not
stand.
a proper
Stand up,
characterization. There are
Aurora.
some valid conclusions raised by that report. There are concerns, and it does bear some merit considering the conclusions raised in
She's
that
not
report.
gonna stand.
So you're saying it does get some merit, correct?
Yes.
So is that enough to say that it's authoritative, or some merit does not equal authoritative in your mind?
I don't feel I'm qualified to really go forward saying that's an authoritative text. There are some things that I disagree with as well. It does bear some merit, though.
So you're saying that's not authoritative, or it is authoritative?
I really can't render a conclusion on that.
May I approach, Your Honor?
We've got a few things to go over briefly outside your presence, so I'm going to ask you to retire just briefly in the jury room. All right, Mr. Shapiro, you may proffer your questions as to the what you're indicating is an authoritative source for what is Exhibit D for State Defendant's Exhibit D for ID.
According to this PCAST report and its 2008 report, a National Research Council committee found that the, quote, the validity of the fundamental assumptions of uniqueness and reproducibility of firearms-related tool marks had not yet been established. Now, this seems to call into question the methods you relied upon in coming to your conclusions in this case. Is that correct?
It would call into question that, but that would be the statement that I would disagree with.
Right, but it would call into question your methods used in this case, wouldn't it?
Yes.
Now, also, according to the PCAST report, with respect to firearms analysis, quote, the 2009 Research Council report concluded that, the quotation starts later. The 2009 National Research Council report concluded that, quote, sufficient studies have not been done to understand the reliability and reproducibility of the methods, unquote. That is, the foundational validity of the field had not been established. Now, this also seems to call into question the methods you relied upon in coming to your conclusions in this case. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, the report goes on to go over studies that had been conducted up to the publishing of this PCAST report in 2016. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of all of the studies. I know that they claim that only one of them really held scientific validity in their opinion, with which I would respectfully disagree. We've had research in the field going back approximately 100 years. And the one study that they quote, while it was good in determining a potential error rate for the entire discipline, that's not the only study that the science is based on.
You're saying that according to this report, only one study is viewed as having scientific validity. That's your testimony?
Yes, they put a lot of weight in what's called a black box study, which I'm going to assume refers to a double blind, where those who issue the study, as well as those taking it, one, don't know the answers, and those providing it don't know who the participants are. What it's doing is ignoring the body of research conducted by my professional organization, the Association of Firearm and Tool Mark Examiners. None of that was taken into account for this report.
And the one study you're saying the PCAST refers to is an Ames laboratory study, correct?
That's correct.
Okay. I'll get back to that in a minute. But according to the PCAST report, at present, there is only a single study that was appropriately designed to test foundational validity and estimate reliability. This is the Ames laboratory study. Now, going further into it, importantly, the study was conducted by an independent group unaffiliated with a crime laboratory. And although the report is available on the web, it has not yet been subjected to peer review and publication. Isn't that peer review process important to guaranteeing reliability and reproducibility of studies?
It is. In AFTI, in the journal and the articles that are published, they must be peer reviewed prior to be published in the journal.
Okay. Furthermore, when referencing this Ames study, the PCAST report goes on to say, the scientific criteria for foundational validity require appropriately designed studies by more than one group to ensure reproducibility. And because there has been only a single appropriately designed study, the current evidence falls short of the scientific criteria for foundational validity. So based on this statement, it appears as though the methods you relied on in this case fall short of foundational validity based on the PCAST report. Is that correct?
I strongly disagree with their statement.
But that's what the report says, correct?
That's what the report says.
And the report comes down pretty critical on the methods that you relied on in this case, correct?
Yes.
And these are methods that have been relied on by the Florida Department of Law Enforcement for a very long period of time, correct?
It is, but they only relied on one study. They ignored an entire body of research conducted by our field.
And they did that according to you incorrectly.
I believe so, yes.
Judge, that's the entirety of my proffer.
At this point, since we've already been going a little bit over an hour, it's about an hour and 10 minutes since we've got the jury out, why don't we take a short recess ourselves? And this will be our morning break. That way we don't have to do it later as well. So we're just going to take a short recess for the attorneys and the court, as well as you as the witness. But sir, you're on the stand. So because you're on the stand, you can't talk to anybody, the state, anybody, because you're in the middle of your testimony. Understand that? All right. But you are free to step down if you need a stretch break or bathroom break. Okay.
Your Honor, I just want to inform the court that the earliest flight that we can get Allison and Eve in today is late in the afternoon, I think 4:40 or 4:50. That's when it arrives in Orlando. We'll put her on that flight, but regardless, so she'll be here.
All right. We have Sawyer, Edgar Perez, and Dr. Jones, but we'll be done this afternoon. The defense, what witnesses, the witnesses that you have that you were dealing with as far as Funk, Johansson, Young, and Correz, and Rupert, none of those deal with gunshot residue, correct?
None.
Okay,
We would prefer to go after the state's case rests.
I understand. But rather than inconvenience the jury to at that point to break earlier, those are all short witnesses that we could do beforehand. So the court may proceed as to that. Instruct them, though, is of course that the state's witness, they did not have them here this afternoon in order to move forward. So therefore, we are calling some witnesses out of order for the state, for the defense's case, and I will instruct the jury as such. Yes.
We may be able to get Ms. Eve down there a lot earlier. We're waiting to get confirmation from her, but she may be purchasing her own ticket and then we'll reimburse her. But I don't want to confirm it yet, but we may be able to get her down here by arriving in Orlando at noon.
Okay.
So we're working on that, but I don't want to.
Okay, she'll land at 12:25.
Okay.
Confirmed. Okay.
All right, and that solves the issue. All right, if we could go get the jury then at this point. Oh, where's our witness? Yeah, Deputy or Sergeant Marlowe, can you step outside and see if he's there? And the jurors are prepared to go late today, so. The jurors are prepared to go late today. One had already indicated to the deputy that they had made arrangements, so they're prepared to go late today. All right, have a seat. You may be seated. All right. Continue with cross-examination.
Mr. Ruth, when you look at firearms and cartridges and bullets, you're looking at each one to compare them. That's correct? That's according to your methods?
I'm evaluating the individual characteristics, correct?
Right, you're looking at them. Isn't that correct?
Under a comparison microscope, yes.
Right, and then you determine whether one looks similar to the other. Isn't that correct?
What I'm looking for is correspondence in individual characteristics. I'll leave it there for now.
Right, you look at one, and then you look at the other one, and then you think, do they look similar, right?
What I'm doing to most accurately describe an identification, when a tool leaves a mark on an object, it can be what it is unique to the tool that left the mark. As part of my training, that 12 months of full-time training with FDLE, what I did is got familiar with known matching patterns.
responsive.
What I'm getting familiar with is known matching patterns and known non-matching patterns under a comparison microscope, so that I know what known matching patterns look like, and I know what the best random agreement might look like in known non-matching patterns. In making an identification, looking at two items one to another under the microscope, what I'm saying is that the pattern I'm seeing under the microscope is consistent with known matching patterns and is significantly better than a known non-matching pattern.
So all those words together, you personally look at one and you look at the other, and you determine subjectively whether or not they look similar.
Objection has to answer.
Yes, that's what I'm doing. The conclusion
So
that I
all of that you just said can be summed up in a one simple question about whether you look at one and look at the other and whether they look similar or not. Is that correct? Because you just said yes.
I felt that to describe similar, I wanted to give my definition for similar.
Right, but your previous response to my question was yes, that it is subjectively looking at one and then looking at the other and determining to yourself whether they appear similar. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's what I thought. So even according to your own methods in this case, you were not able to eliminate the Glock 17 found on scene, correct?
That is correct.
So according to your own methods, the Glock 17 found on the scene could have fired the bullets found on scene according to your own methods. Is that correct?
It could have, however, I believe it's unlikely.
Right, because you were not able to eliminate it. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, millions of guns are produced in this country each year that are chambered in 9mm that have polygonal rifling. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Now, the types of firearms that have 9mm pistols and polygonal rifling come from such manufacturers as Bursa, Glock, H&K, Car Arms, Walther, and many others. Is that correct?
Not many others, but those are the main manufacturers that I'm aware of.
Your report says among others. It doesn't say many others, but it says among others. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
And the Glock 17 is a 9mm pistol with polygonal rifling. Isn't that true?
Yes.
Now, you were never given a Jericho pistol in this case to evaluate. Isn't that correct?
That is also correct.
When you were doing these, looking at one and looking at the other tests, you weren't given a Jericho pistol to evaluate. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
In fact, a Jericho pistol was never even mentioned when you were performing these tests, correct?
That is also correct.
And it wasn't even mentioned until very recently. Isn't that correct? To you.
To me?
Correct.
I've always known that Jericho pistols have polygonal barrels.
Right, but you weren't told about any possibility of a Jericho pistol in this case until very recently. Isn't that correct?
It would be recent, yes. I understand.
Very recent. Isn't that correct?
Define very recently for me, please.
How soon were you told?
It was approximately a couple months ago.
Okay. No further questions.
Any redirect?
So based on your review of the projectiles located or submitted to you by the sheriff's office, that you eliminated those projectiles as coming from the M&P 9mm.
Yes.
And you find it very unlikely that those projectiles were fired from the Glock 17 that was submitted to you for review as well.
I would say it's unlikely, yes.
No further questions.
Members of the jury, any questions? Write them down. All right. And we may have to get some of the exhibits ready as well, which I believe Deputy Bradley just started to put away. So if you could take them back out, please. Yes, please. That was premature. I'm going to ask you the first question now. Why can't the projectiles be eliminated to number 58? I don't know which exhibit number 58 is.
58 for the record is the Glock 17.
Okay. So why can't the projectiles be eliminated to number 58?
That's a very good question. The reason I can't eliminate these bullets to the Glock pistol is that the evidence bullets are largely absent of individual characteristics. There are ways that a bullet can receive an absence of individual characteristics. Could a barrel have been dirty? Could it have been damaged by striking an object, overmarking or obliterating those individual characteristics? Those are variables that I can't account for. Absence of evidence isn't evidence of absence, essentially. So in comparing these bullets to the gun, there are much fewer markings, whereas the test-fired bullets from the Glock do have a lot of markings on them. But because I can't account for all of the variables present, I can't conclusively state that they were not fired from that Glock pistol.
Okay. Please clarify the polygonal markings on the casings and projectiles versus the handguns. That was confusing. 8. Polygonal.
58, Glock 17.
Could you repeat the question one more time?
Please clarify polygonal markings on casings and projectiles versus the handguns. And there's basically a list of all the exhibits asking the question. So start with exhibit 58, which was the Glock 17, I believe. Okay. So number 58 first.
So 58, the barrel has polygonal rifling in it. What this means is that when the bullet passes down that barrel, the bullet's going to receive markings that are consistent in appearance with having been fired in a polygonal barrel. That's just the projectile by itself. The cartridge cases, on the other hand, while they come into contact with the barrel, rifling actually has nothing to do with a fired cartridge case. I have to use a different series of markings for the cartridge cases. So the bullets, they're consistent with having been fired in a barrel with polygonal rifling. The cartridge cases actually don't have anything to do with that polygonal rifling that I'm discussing.
All right. And so that answered as to the casings. Then number 94, what is exhibit number 94? Is that a gun?
94 is the Smith & Wesson M&P shield.
So with the M&P shield that we have there, the barrel in that is conventionally rifled. So comparing the projectiles, they look like they were fired from a polygonally rifled barrel. They could not have been fired from the Smith & Wesson. The barrel manufacturing method isn't the same. But looking at the cartridge cases, the markings that I used on those cartridge cases don't have anything to do with polygonal rifling. I used the markings on the side of the cartridge case wall to identify those cartridge cases as having been fired in that Smith & Wesson. So the cartridge cases, I believe, were fired in that Smith & Wesson. The bullets could not have been.
And number 132.
Is the Glock 26 located in the safe?
This, it falls under the same set of criteria as that first Glock that I described. It has a polygonally rifled barrel, which is similar to the class characteristics of those bullets, but I reached the same conclusion, that of negative inconclusive. I couldn't conclusively eliminate, however, I think it's unlikely those bullets were fired from that Glock. The cartridge cases, again, not having anything to do with a polygonal barrel, those cartridge cases were not fired in that Glock. I identified them to the Smith & Wesson pistol.
And then Jericho.
The Jericho, that's a pistol that we don't have here. The Jericho pistol, by design from the factory, comes with a polygonally rifled barrel.
If you have a crime scene where you collect a firearm, 4 shells, cartridges, 4 projectiles/bullets, and the shells/cartridges can be scientifically linked to the firearm, but the bullets/projectiles cannot be linked to the firearm, is the rifling inside the barrel the only factor that excludes the shell/projectile?
That's a difficult question to ask, to answer, I should say. I think probably the simplest way to be able to state it would be those bullets, they're eliminated from the Smith & Wesson because they have polygonal rifling on them. They could not have been fired in that gun. So you have one firearm represented by the cartridge cases. Those cartridge cases were fired in the Smith & Wesson. The projectiles here represent at least one unknown firearm being at this, here. Bullets, they were not fired from the Smith & Wesson. The cartridge cases were. So I think in the simplest terms, that's saying that at least two different firearms are represented here. I think that's the most that I can say.
The projectiles found, were they range bullets or another type?
Range is, that's a good question. What these are, they're full metal jacket. Range ammunition is typically associated with full metal jacket, meaning not jacketed hollow points. So if range, meaning full metal jacket, is range, I would agree that with that term that the full metal jacket is consistent with this range type bullet.
How can you tell the difference, if any, between projectiles after they are shot, meaning the type of ammo?
Can you ask that one more time? I'm not sure if we're talking about projectiles or cartridge cases.
How can you tell the difference, if any, between the projectiles after shot, meaning the type of ammo?
The different types of ammo that you could determine are based on the bullet style. As the last question alluded to, these are full metal jacket bullets. That's just a design type. They're all the same caliber. They have the same class characteristics. So they have similar class characteristics, meaning can't differentiate them. The type of cartridge they were fired in, though, that's not something that I can conclusively state. I can say that they're consistent with having come from a 9mm Luger caliber cartridge. That's based on its design features. They're all approximately 115 grains. They measure approximately 0.355 inches in diameter, and they're a full metal jacket bullet. These are all things that are consistent with having been fired from a 9mm Luger caliber cartridge.
Any more questions based on those questions?
The comparisons that you made with regard to the M&P pistol, and that, for the record, is Exhibit 94. That firearm came to you as submitted from the sheriff's office. Is that correct?
Yes.
And the comparisons of the type of rifling that that firearm produces is based on your independent testing. Is it based on your independent testing of that firearm when it came to you?
It is. It's a conventionally rifled barrel. I determined that by looking at the barrel myself and examining it.
So had there been any changes to it, your analysis would have picked up on that as far as the barreling?
Yes.
I don't have any further questions.
Any recross?
None, Judge.
All right. Any more questions from members of the jury? May this witness be excused and released.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Thank you very much, sir. You're excused and you're released from your subpoena. All right. State may call their next witness.
Edgar Perez, Your Honor.
You promise to affirm that testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Have a seat, please. Yes, please do.
Good morning, how are you?
Good morning, well, and yourself?
Good, thank you. Please tell us your name.
My name is Edgar Perez.
Spell your first and last name.
Yes, it would be spelled E-D-G-A-R. Last name is P-E-R-E-Z.
What do you do for an occupation?
So I'm employed at the Florida Department of Law Enforcement at the Orlando Regional Operations Center within the Biology and DNA section.
And how long have you been with and I'll refer to it as FDLE. How long have you been with FDLE?
Approximately 12 years.
You said you were in the biology section?
Yes, that's correct.
How long have you been in the biology section?
The entire time.
Tell the jury, what does the biology section do? Give us a sense of the various jobs or things that you do in the biology section.
Yeah, so as a crime laboratory analyst, I'm tasked with looking at items of evidence in search for body fluids such as blood, semen, and saliva, which are good sources of DNA. Once I'm able to locate those sources of DNA, I take those samples forward through the DNA process to generate a DNA profile, which will allow me to either include or exclude an individual as a donor to that stain.
Tell the jury your educational background, please.
I have 3 bachelor's of science degrees from the University of Central Florida, one in chemistry, one in biology, and one in molecular microbiology. I also have a master's of science degree from the University of Florida in pharmaceutical sciences with a focus on forensic DNA and serology, and also a graduate certificate in forensic death investigation.
After your education, tell the jury, please, your professional work experience.
Yeah, so to become a crime laboratory analyst, I had to undergo an approximately year-long training program at FDLE, which is broken down into 2 phases. The first phase is very similar to school. I would work on a lot of mock samples and take numerous examinations and perform a lot of readings and oral assessments. The second phase, I would go into what is known as supervised casework, where I would work alongside a trained analyst, working real evidence in order to get the skills necessary to perform my duties. And that second phase culminated in a mock trial.
Tell the jury your training, education, and experience in the field of human DNA testing. You kind of gave us an overview, and now can you just be a little more specific and tell us your training, education, and experience in the field of human DNA testing?
Yeah, so in the field of human DNA testing, my entire graduate studies were all focused on forensic serology and DNA, which is the identification of DNA within samples for human identification. Part of my undergraduate education was focused on the molecular biology techniques that are utilized to be able to generate these DNA profiles. And the training at FDLE was completely focused on the day-to-day operations and everything that I would be doing as a crime laboratory analyst.
Can you give us some sense over the years that you've been with FDLE, the number of human DNA tests that you've conducted?
I've performed thousands of DNA analyses.
Have you previously testified as an expert in the field of human DNA testing?
Yes, I have.
And once again, can you tell us approximately how many times?
Approximately 24 times.
Now, do you undergo what are called proficiency testing at FDLE?
Yes, I do.
Tell the jury about that. Tell the jury, first of all, what is a proficiency test? And just give us a sense of how that's done, the number of tests, how often it's given.
Yeah, so proficiency test is an examination that's administered from an outside agency. It's basically brought into the laboratory. I'm aware that it's an exam, and I work it just like I would a case. So I process it alongside samples and take it through the entire DNA process just like I would any other case that I'm working. The results are unknown to me or the agency. So once I do generate DNA results for that test, it is sent out. The agency that performs this is called Collaborative Testing Services. And what they do is they verify the results and they send it back to FDLE, where a final verdict is determined as to whether or not I passed or failed.
How often do you take proficiency tests?
I take it every 6 months.
And how have you done with your proficiency testing?
I've passed every one of them.
Now, let me ask you some questions concerning the quality assurance at the laboratory, and particularly the biology section. First of all, in general, what is quality assurance? What does that mean?
So quality assurance is the plan that the laboratory has in place to establish and ensure the integrity of all the samples and the results that are obtained from those samples, such that members of the legal community, the law enforcement community, and you as civilians have faith in the results that are brought forth by the laboratory.
I'm going to ask you some more detailed questions about quality assurance, but first let me ask you, what does contamination mean?
So contamination is the introduction of DNA that was not intended to be within the sample initially. It could occur from the person that's working on the evidence to the sample. It could occur from a sample to a sample, or from the environment onto a sample.
What particular steps do you take in your biology section to prevent contamination? And I'm referring to contamination from one item of evidence to another item of evidence, or from the analyst who is conducting the testing, from the analyst to an item of evidence.
Certainly. So as the analyst, I would be protecting myself and the evidence from me by wearing personal protective equipment. This includes a laboratory coat or gown, a face mask, and gloves. If I'm also working with liquid substances, I could wear a face shield to prevent them from getting into my eyes. That protects the evidence from getting contaminated from my own DNA source. Now, if I'm trying to prevent the evidence from being contaminated by the environment, the surfaces that I work on are decontaminated with a solution, and then they're cleaned down. A piece of clean butcher paper is
Al.
laid down on that surface so the evidence doesn't come in contact with it at any time. This area is disinfected with each piece of evidence that I'm working, and such that only one piece of evidence is opened at any given time and worked at that time. To protect the samples from cross-contamination, I use single-use tools that are discarded, or those tools are sterilized through a very rigorous process. And also, the samples go into independent tubes that are closed, so they're not exposed to the presence of other samples or myself.
Tell the jury, what are controls, positive controls and negative controls?
So controls are samples that are included alongside the test to verify that the chemistry that you are performing is working, or to ensure that there is no contamination alongside those samples.
What is a positive control?
So a positive control is one that gives an expected result. So if I'm testing for blood, it's one that would give the color change test for blood as a positive indication that it could be blood. If I'm working with DNA, it's a known DNA profile that I could verify of the correct origin.
And what is a negative control?
So a negative control would be blank. I would expect no chemical reaction from that, and I would also expect no DNA profile from it.
Now, what about the security, evidence security and storage at your lab, in particular the biology section? Can you give the jury a description of that, please? Or would you?
Yes, so all evidence that's brought to FDLE is brought in through the evidence intake section, at which point it is transferred to a crime laboratory technician who places that piece of evidence into the laboratory information management system, assigns it a barcode label, and it is then placed into the vault. Once an analyst is assigned a case to be worked, the analyst will request that evidence from the evidence intake section, and the crime laboratory technician will transfer that evidence to the analyst, who will then take it to their work area, where each analyst has a secured and locked locker where those evidence pieces will be kept until they are worked by the analyst. Once the case is completed and logged off, the analyst will then take the pieces of evidence back to the evidence intake section to be placed in the vault until a contributing agency can come back and retrieve it.
Now, what about accreditations and certifications? Can you tell the jury if the laboratory, and in particular the biology section, holds any type of certifications and accreditations?
Yes, the laboratory is accredited by the American National Standards Institute National Accreditation Board under the FBI, or Federal Bureau of Investigation, Quality Assurance Standards for DNA Analysis Methods, and the International Organization for Standardization Standard 17025.
Audits. Tell the jury, first of all, what is an audit, and if any audits are conducted on the laboratory, and once again, particularly the biology section.
So an audit is essentially a top to bottom inspection of the laboratory for all of the operations and the procedures that are contained, including surveying the members of the laboratory for their education, the security of the building, the evidence retention and control, the processing of samples, the review of testimony, the review of case files, the way that the controls are measured and tested, lot numbers, everything you can imagine that would go forward in a crime laboratory analyst would be scrutinized by these accrediting agencies that come in. We do perform audits internally, meaning FDLE members will go and survey the FDLE labs themselves once every other year. Opposite years, we will have an external agency come in and survey the laboratory. Every 4 years, we will have a formal inspection from the accrediting body, which is the massive audit.
And what are the results of those audits have been?
Since we have been formally reaccredited every single time, we have successfully completed all the inspections.
Now, tell the jury what is DNA?
So DNA is an acronym. It stands for deoxyribonucleic acid. It's basically the genetic blueprint that makes you who you are. So you get half of it from your mom and you get half from your dad. And that's what makes you unique. In fact, there's no two people in the world that would have your DNA except for potentially identical twins. Now it's found in virtually every single cell of your body, and it's the same from when you were born to the point when you die. So that makes it a useful forensic tool for identifying individuals.
And in what substances is DNA contained?
You could find DNA in virtually every cell, so you could have it in blood, you could have it in semen, you could have it in saliva, you could have it in hairs, skin cells.
And is DNA testing used in fields outside the forensic or courtroom setting?
Yes, so beyond forensics, we can use DNA to figure out if you have hereditary illnesses in medical diagnostics. You could use it for identification of human remains in mass disasters. You could use it for developing population studies and migration patterns throughout the world.
And what particular DNA method or testing does your section use, your laboratory use?
So the laboratory uses what's known as STR, or short tandem repeat testing. Basically what this does is it doesn't look at the entire DNA strand, because that would take a lot of money and a lot of time to do. But what it looks for is very unique repeating segments within the DNA that are very specific to each individual. And that's what we leverage to be able to do the comparisons.
And tell the jury, what, in the context of DNA testing, what is a locus?
So a locus is a scientific term for the location that I'm looking at on the DNA. So like I said, I don't look at the entire DNA, I'm looking at specific areas. So when I say locus or locus is mentioned, I'm talking about the location.
Now, the particular type of testing that you do, the STR testing, does that test at a specific identified loci, which is the plural of locus?
Yes, that's correct.
And the particular type of testing that you do in your laboratory, and in this particular case, how many loci are tested, or locations tested?
There would be 21 regions that are looked at to do statistical comparison, but overall there's 24 locations.
Now, I'm in a moment going to ask you to describe step by step each individual part of the process, but first, let me ask you this question. What does PCR mean? And specifically in the context of PCR, STR, DNA testing, what does PCR mean?
So PCR is also an acronym. It stands for polymerase chain reaction. It's a scientific process that I would consider very similar to making photocopying of a piece of paper. Instead, I'm making photocopies of the DNA. So it's a molecular Xerox process where I'm making millions of copies of a fragment of DNA in order for the instruments to be able to detect it.
Now, let me ask you, please tell the jury each individual step of the DNA testing process. You have a particular sample, you want to test it. Describe each step in the process that you use.
Yes. So the first step would be to take a small cutting or a piece of the sample forward of the stain. I would apply heat and chemicals in order to get the DNA out of that sample. Since these are all question stains, meaning I don't know how much DNA is in there, I have to go through a process of figuring out the quantity of DNA in the sample, because I use very specific processes and chemicals that are targeted to create specific amounts of DNA. Once I know how much DNA is in the sample, I could go through that molecular Xeroxing process, the PCR, to make millions of copies of the samples. Then I put it through a genetic analyzer, which is able to generate a DNA profile.
And in a nutshell, is that known as extraction, quantitation, and amplification?
Yes, that's correct.
And tell the jury what type of test results that you can get from a sample. And what I'm asking is, describe to the jury a complete profile versus a partial profile and a mixture. Just describe and explain to the jury those type of results and what they mean.
So the best result you could get would be a complete single source profile. And so when I explain to you that DNA, you get half of it from your mom and you get half from your dad, that means that you're going to have 2 copies at each location. If your mom and your dad gave you the same copy, it's going to make it look like you only got 1. But overall, I'm expecting 1 or 2 pieces of information at all of those 21 locations that I'm doing for comparison. That's a complete single source profile. A partial would be one that doesn't have 1 or 2 pieces of information at those 21 locations, meaning that you're missing something somewhere. And so it's incomplete or it's partial. When you're looking at a mixture, that's when you have more than 2 pieces of information present, meaning that there is the possibility now that multiple people have contributed DNA to that sample. So if I would be looking at those 21 locations, I would expect more than 3 pieces of information present.
And explain to the jury what would be the reasons to get a partial profile?
So that could vary based on the sample and how much DNA was deposited from an individual. Typically, blood tends to be a good source. So if you have a concentrated blood sample, I would expect to get a complete DNA profile, assuming that the blood is only coming from one individual. If the blood is mixed with 2 people, then I could get a mixture. If the blood is degraded, or let's say that the person just barely touched the surface and didn't leave a lot of skin cells behind, that's one circumstance where you could get a partial DNA profile, or you may get such limited results that they're not even interpretable, meaning I can't figure out who that person is in that sample.
Is it possible for a DNA profile, because of degradation or whatever factor may apply or whatever reason, for a DNA profile to change to another DNA profile?
No, DNA is consistent your entire life, so your DNA is not going to change for any reason.
And when you have a specific mixture, what types of conclusions, possible conclusions, can you make from a mixture?
Well, we could have a mixture that could be based on a certain number of people, in which case I could try to make a determination as to who the individuals are within a mixture. You could have mixtures that are too complicated, meaning that there are more than 4 people in the mixture, and therefore they're too complex. It's similar to a puzzle where you have just too many pieces put in there from multiple puzzles thrown into a box, and you really can't put that puzzle together. So that's the best way of thinking of that. Or you could...
I'm sorry, did you finish?
Well, you could also have a mixture that's degraded, meaning that a lot of the information is missing from multiple areas, which makes it difficult to interpret.
With regard to a mixture, tell the jury what does an inclusion mean, what does an exclusion mean, and what is inconclusive? And you kind of, I think, just touched upon that, but explain to the jury what that means: inclusion, exclusion, or inconclusive.
So the exclusion means that when I looked at somebody's reference profile or their standard, their DNA profile is not represented in that mixture. So I was able to remove them from it and basically say they're not present and they're a contributor to that mixture. If a person is included, it means that their DNA profile is represented within the mixture that I see. And at that point, it would go through statistical software to be able to perform the likelihood ratio calculation of inclusion. If a person is in the situation of a no determination, it means that they're in a very gray zone. In the laboratory, we determine that there's an inconclusive zone, meaning that there's not sufficient statistical support to include the person or exclude them. And basically what that means is I can see the person potentially being in the mixture, but because I cannot statistically generate a number for that inclusion, I cannot conclusively say that they're there.
Tell the jury, please, what is a standard or a known sample of DNA?
So a standard is a reference
I
profile
can
that's
barely hear
collected
you.
typically with a cotton tip swab of the inside of a person's mouth. Since the skin cells in there are highly regenerative, it's easy to get a complete DNA profile from that person.
And a standard is typically collected from a known individual to be compared to what are called evidentiary samples or items of evidence?
Yes, that's correct.
Now, Mr. Perez, simply because a person touches an item, does that mean that they're going to leave their DNA on that item?
America, don't
Not
be
necessarily.
calling again.
Your hands have skin cells, which could be sloughed off and left on a surface. That depends on a lot of variables. Most importantly, what kind of a surface are you touching? If it's a smooth surface, there's less of a likelihood that you're going to leave DNA behind.
Some dude
But if it's
named
textured,
Diamond King
those little
keeps calling
grooves
me.
and pockets are great areas for the DNA to get embedded. Furthermore, if you only touch a surface once, there's a very low likelihood that you're going to leave a complete DNA profile behind. You may leave some traces, or you may not leave any at all. But I would not expect to see a complete DNA profile from somebody who just casually touches a surface at one time. Now, if you're constantly handling an object, that gives you more contact with that surface, which gives greater increased amount of epithelial cell or skin cell transfer into that surface. So I would expect better results from that sample. The best would be if you're wearing something. Because you're wearing something, it's constantly rubbing up on your body, and you have a very, very high likelihood of leaving skin cells on that garment at that point.
You kind of anticipated my next question. What you just described to the jury, would that be known as touch DNA versus handler DNA versus wearer DNA?
Yes, that's correct.
And simply by touching an item, that's out of the spectrum, that would be the lowest likelihood of leaving any type of DNA on that item?
Yes, touching would be the lowest, and if the individual is wearing gloves or some object between the surface and their hand, then I would not expect them to deposit DNA.
And how would you define, and I know that you touched upon this a few moments ago, but how would you define handler DNA then?
So handler would be like the pen that most of you are touching right now to take notes. You've probably been using the same pen for the entirety of the trial, and so your skin cells are probably on the surface of that, versus you maybe touching the door as you're opening the juror box. If you only do that once versus a pen which you're touching repeatedly, those are two differences.
Tell the jury what is wearer DNA?
So wearer would be clearly the clothing that you're wearing right now. The armpit region and the collar region of the shirts are constantly wearing against your neck and the armpits. So those are going to be great sources of skin cell transfer.
Now, when a person is excluded, and I'm using the term excluded or exclusion, when a person is excluded as a contributor to a DNA profile that's found on a particular object, does that mean that that person did not touch that object?
Not necessarily. It just means that the DNA was not deposited on the object.
Now, let me ask you some questions about statistics. Once you identify a DNA profile on an evidentiary item of evidence, and you've also identified a profile on a known standard that you've tested, at that point, is the known standard, the profile identified on the known standard, compared to the profile that has been identified on the evidentiary or the item of evidence?
Yes, I would do a match to the sample if they are consistent with each other.
If the DNA profile that's identified on a known standard, when you compare it to the profile identified on an item of evidence, if it is different at just one locus, what significance does that have to you?
Well, if I'm looking at a single source profile, meaning I have complete information in a profile, if there is a discrepancy at one location, that could be an exclusion right there.
With regard to a single source, you mentioned, you used that term. When you compare the DNA profile that's identified on a known standard to a profile that has been identified on an evidentiary standard, or I mean item of evidence, and they match, they're the same, then what does that tell you?
So I would report it as a match, and I would go ahead and perform a statistical calculation for that match.
Which anticipates my next question. Tell the jury the statistical, well, what first, let me ask, what is the purpose? Why at that point, when you have a match, do you then go on to the next step of engaging in a statistical calculation?
Yes, so for me to say that somebody matches is one thing. For me to give you a number, a numerical assessment of that match, it gives you the strength behind that association. There could be matches that are weaker and there could be matches that are stronger. So in order for you as a jury to make an informed decision as to how relevant or valid that match is, I have to provide you a statistical analysis alongside the match.
And as part of that, well, let me back up and ask you, is that statistical calculation performed in cases of both where you have a single source DNA and a mixture of DNA?
Yes, the calculations will be performed in both situations.
And as part of this statistical calculation, do you use what is called a database?
Yes, I do use a population database.
And tell the jury, what is a database and why is it used in your statistical, in your calculations and in your statistical process?
Yes, so a database is essentially a collection of pieces of information in order to determine how common or how rare those pieces of information are. Best way for you to think about it is if I was to give you 1,000 bags of M&Ms and you were to break all of them open, if you were to count out your blue ones and your brown ones and your yellow ones, you would figure out how common or how rare each color is, because we all know that you don't get the same amount of each color in each bag. It works the same way for human DNA. So when you have a certain number of samples, you can count how common or how rare each one of the little pieces of DNA information that I'm looking at is. And so that rarity is used to determine the overall commonality or rareness of a DNA profile for an individual.
Now, in this particular case, what database did you use?
So the database that was used was from the National Institute of Standards and Technology.
And are you familiar with the database? And if so, how are you familiar with the database?
Yes, we have been using the database for quite some time. The database was compiled by the group of Hill. This is a scientist's last name at the National Institute of Standards and Technology, and is composed of approximately 1,000 samples from 3 different ethnicities: Caucasian, Southeastern Hispanic, and African American. And so these samples were from self-reported ethnicities. Basically, they were collected from Millennium Biotech, Interstate Blood Banks, and DNA Diagnostics. Those samples, the DNA profiles were generated from them, and they calculated how many times they basically saw each of the pieces of information. And from that, they were able to determine how common or how rare each one of those pieces was. They put this information into a table, and that information is used when I do the statistical calculations and the software to figure out how rare or how common a DNA profile is.
And in the field of forensic DNA testing is the use of databases, and this case in particular, the database that you used, is it considered to be accepted and generally reliable within the field?
Yes, it is. It's used by multiple laboratories, in fact, and the database itself has been published in the Journal of Forensic Science International Genetics, and it's been peer-reviewed.
The product rule. First, let me ask you, what is the product rule, and is it used as part of your statistical calculation, and why?
So yes, within the software, it does utilize an aspect of what is known as a product rule. It's a mathematical proposition. Basically, what it's stating is that if I am looking at your overall DNA profile, In order for me to figure out how rare or common you are as a person, meaning all 21 locations, I can multiply each one of those 21 locations against each other, because each one of those locations has its own independent rarity of itself, meaning that whatever you have as your DNA in location 1 has no relevance on what you would have in location 2, 3, 4 through 21. Because they're all independent, I can multiply each one of those and get an overall rarity of your profile.
And once again, let me ask you the same question with regard to the product rule. Is the use of the product rule considered to be generally accepted and reliable within the field of forensic DNA testing?
Yes, it is.
What is a statistical likelihood ratio?
So statistical likelihood ratio is the way that the statistic is presented at FDLE. Basically, in its most general form, a likelihood ratio is the way that you form a ratios by having two different ideas and you stack them against each other. And for example, before you have the prosecution, you have the defense, and each one has an idea as to what would be expected from that sample. The prosecution would like the defendant to be present in a sample. The defense would like the defendant to not be present in the sample. So what a likelihood ratio does is it says, given the evidence, it provides how likely it is that one of those ideas has more value than the other.
And you've told us that you've testified, I believe you mentioned 24 times regarding forensic DNA testing. How many times have you testified regarding the statistical component of DNA testing?
So in most of the cases that I've testified have included statistics.
And I'm going to get to the case results in this particular case, but briefly tell the jury your training and experience in statistics.
Yeah, so I had numerous classes in my undergraduate studies as well in my graduate coursework. I also underwent training modules at FDLE as they pertain to the statistics that are performed in casework. And I went through different conferences where they have workshops as to how to perform the statistical analysis and utilization of the software, as well as external trainings that were provided by the individuals who created the statistical software suite.
I'm showing counsel what's been marked for identification. Judge, can we approach, please? May I approach, Your Honor, please, the witness? Let me show you what's already been introduced into evidence, State's Exhibit 205, and ask you if you recognize that.
I do.
And how do you recognize it?
By my agency barcode and my initials.
And let me show you what's been marked for identification States Exhibit 12R, 12S, and 12T. Ask you to please look at those items of evidence.
I also recognize them.
And how do you recognize them?
They also bear the agency barcode label and my initials and information on it.
Now, did you conduct the DNA testing on those particular items?
I did.
And specifically with regard, well, first let me back up and ask you, what is a bloodstain card?
So a bloodstain card is typically generated at the medical examiner's office from a deceased individual's blood. It's just a card with four, basically it's cotton pads on it, circles, and they would draw some of the blood from the individual's body and place it onto these circles. Basically, those cotton fibers have a material that preserves the DNA profile from the blood since the person's already deceased and it could potentially degrade. And it allows it for it to be collected and sent to a laboratory also for long-term preservation of that blood.
And in this particular case, did you prepare bloodstain cards with regard to the three items that are marked for identification?
No, they were submitted as such.
So you received that from the medical examiner's office?
I believe they came from the Seminole County Sheriff's Office directly.
Oh, okay. Now, did you conduct DNA testing on each one of those items? The item that's already been introduced into evidence and the three that have been marked for identification?
Yes, I did.
Did you use the procedure that you described earlier in your testimony?
I did.
Were you able to obtain a full DNA profile?
Yes, I was able to obtain complete DNA profiles for those samples.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd offer into evidence the three items that are marked for identification. You'll judge, Your Honor.
Marked for identification as States Exhibit 12R will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 317 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for identification as States Exhibit 12S will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 318 in evidence. What's been marked for pre-marked for identification as 12T will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 319 in evidence.
Now, let me show you another item. Let me show you what's been introduced and already been introduced into evidence, States Exhibit 204. Let's get a look at that. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And how do you recognize States 204?
Again, by the barcode label from the agency, including my markings on the evidence.
Now, with regard to what States Exhibit 204, and for the benefit of the jury, what is 204? What is it described on the envelope?
This is one swab from the inside cuff area of a pair of black leather gloves.
Now, with regard to the swabbing that's contained within 204, did you conduct a DNA testing?
Yes, I did.
And were you able to obtain a result?
Yes, so this particular sample demonstrated a mixture with 4 donors.
And Did you do a comparison of the known sample that you tested? I'm referring specifically to State's Exhibit 205, which is represented as being a buccal swab from Grant Amato. Did you do a comparison of the results that you obtained on the swabbing of the leather cuffs, the cuffs of the leather gloves, when you compared it to the results that you obtained with regard to the testing of the buccal swab of? Did you also receive an item that was designated as AR2C?
I did.
And what was that designated to you as being?
It was a swab from the end of the barrel.
Of the AR2 gun?
Yes.
And what results did you obtain from your testing with regard to that particular swab?
That sample showed that there were limited DNA results, which were not interpretable.
For your reference and convenience, I'm referring to your June 20th, 2019 report. Did you receive an item that was designated to you as AR7A?
I did.
And tell the jury what was or what is AR7A designated as being.
It was a swab from the grip, trigger, and slide of AR7.
And what is the slide of a gun?
Well, my expertise is in DNA, not in firearms necessarily. I can make a conjecture as to what the slide would be.
All right, well, have you tested that before? Have you tested swabs of slides of guns?
Yes, I have.
Okay, and then based upon that experience, do you know what the swab or what a slide of a gun is?
Yes, it would be the top portion.
I'm sorry?
The top portion of the gun.
Okay. The portion of the gun that actually slides
backwards. Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to that particular swab, I'm referring once again to AR7A.
It's chocolate, baby. You can't.
What results did you obtain?
So that particular exhibit, AR7A, demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with two
Oh,
donors.
Nancy.
And specifically with regard to Chad Amato, what were the results that you obtained?
So Chad was included as a possible contributor to the mixture, and that mixture is greater than 700 billion times more likely if it originated from Chad and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
And with regard to Cody Amato, what results did you obtain?
So Cody was excluded as a contributor.
And with regard to Margaret Amato?
Margaret was also excluded.
And with regard to Grant Amato?
Grant was also excluded.
Now, did you receive an item that was designated as AR7B?
I did.
And also AR7C?
Yes.
And first, tell the jury, what is AR7B designated as being?
It's a swab from the front and rear sights of AR7.
And specifically, what is AR7C designated as being?
It's a swab from the end of the barrel of AR7.
And what results did you obtain from your DNA testing?
So both of these samples gave results that were too limited to interpret.
And again, because this is very confusing subject matter, what does that mean? Can you tell the jury what that means, please?
Yes, in order for me to make any determination as to if somebody could be potentially included or excluded from a sample, I expect a certain level of DNA to be present. And in these samples, the DNA was so limited, meaning it's so sparse and basically non-present, that I could not conclusively make any determination as to how many people could be in a sample, if it was from one person or if that person could even be there.
Now, Mr. Perez, for your reference and convenience, I'm referring now to your June 28th report. And specifically, did you receive, and I'm going to name them off quickly and then I'll go through them one by one, but specifically, did you receive items designated as EB5, EB6, EB7, and EB8?
Yes, I did.
And tell us, what is EB5 designated as being?
So that EB5 is the scrub bottoms from Grant Amato.
What is EB6 designated as being?
That would be the scrub top from Grant Amato.
And were there sub-designations EB6A and EB6B?
Yes, it was broken down into two separate exhibits because there was tissue paper that was found. So the tissue paper was labeled as EB6B, and the scrub top was EB6A.
EB7, what was that or is that designated as being?
That's underwear from Grant Amato.
And EB8, what was that designated as being?
It was a white shirt from Grant Amato.
And specifically, with regard to those items, what type of, what were the results of your DNA testing?
I was not able to locate any stains for serological testing, so the exhibits were not processed any further from there.
Did you receive, and once again, I'm going to name off some items of evidence quickly, and then I'll go through them one by one, but did you receive items designated as AR11, AR44, EB9, and EB13?
Yes, I did.
Specifically, AR11, were they sub-designated?
Yes, there were. That was a pair of leather gloves. So the left glove was designated as AR11A, and the right glove was designated AR11B.
AR44, what was that designated as being?
That was a piece of paper towel with an unknown dark stain.
EB9.
So those were
was that sub-designated? I'm sorry.
Yes, it was. So those were shoes from Grant Amato. So they were also sub-designated as EB9A for the left shoe and EB9B for the right shoe.
And EB13, what was that designated as being?
Those are a pair of jeans from Grant Amato.
Now, with regard, I'm going to ask you for your results in a second, but among those items that we're discussing now, there's the AR11, the black leather gloves that we previously talked about. Are those the same black leather gloves that you received swabbings from the inner cuffs to do DNA testing?
Yes, they bear the same designation.
Okay. But now you received that item back among the others that I named to you to do a serological testing?
That's correct.
And specifically, what did you test for with regard to those particular items?
So I was looking for the presence of blood within these items, and I used the color change test, the chemical color change test in the laboratory to be able to determine if there was blood on the surface or not.
And what were the results of that testing?
So exhibits AR11A, AR11B, AR44, EB9A, EB9B, and EB13 all failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And so consequently, no DNA testing was conducted on those?
That's correct.
Now, did you receive an item of evidence that was designated as ME8?
I did.
And what is that designated as being?
It was a black leather belt from Grant Amato.
And did you do Well, let me ask you, what type of testing did you do on that particular item, ME8?
So I performed the same chemical color change test that I did for blood for the other exhibits.
And what were the results of that?
So for exhibit ME8, stains A, B, C, and D, as well as the swabbing that I took testing for handler DNA from the item, all gave chemical indications for the presence of blood.
And that's something that you would expect to find if it was his belt. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, if an individual was bleeding, there's a possibility that the blood would seep down to the belt and cover the surface, and it would be their own profile.
Now, did you observe any DNA that was foreign to Chad Amato?
No, from exhibit ME8, there was no DNA foreign to Chad Amato on that exhibit.
And it's, once again, pretty self-explanatory. But explain to the jury, what does that mean, DNA foreign to something else?
So since I already have a reference profile from Chad, I can use that to figure out if there's any DNA in that exhibit that is not consistent with his own DNA. And so anything foreign would be any DNA that just does not belong to him. In this situation, there was none.
Now, did you receive an item of evidence designated as AR-13?
Yes, I did.
And what is AR-13 designated as being?
That was the holster from Chad Amato's belt.
And first of all, did you test that item for the presence of blood?
Yes, I did a chemical change test for the testing for blood, and that exhibit failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
So you didn't observe or didn't get any results back indicating blood being on that holster?
No, I did not.
As far as the DNA, you conducted DNA testing on that item?
Yes, I did.
And first, tell us what the results were of that DNA. In other words, did you get a mixture or a single source?
Yes, this exhibit demonstrated the presence of a mixture of two donors.
And what were the results with respect to Margaret Amato?
So Margaret was included as a possible contributor to the mixture, and the mixture is 88 million times more likely to occur if it originated from Margaret and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
And what were the results with respect to Chad Amato?
So Chad was also included as a possible contributor to that mixture, and that mixture is greater than 700 billion times more likely if it originated from Chad Amato and one unrelated individual than from two unrelated individuals.
And what were the results with respect to Grant Amato and Cody Amato?
So Grant and Cody were excluded as contributors to the mixture.
And once again, an exclusion, what does an exclusion mean?
It means that their DNA was not represented within the mixture from what was seen.
An exclusion does not necessarily mean they did not touch the object. Is that a fair statement?
Not necessarily.
I think Shadow agrees.
Now, did you receive an item that was designated as AR-21?
Yes, I did.
And what is AR-21 designated as being?
It's a black leather card holder from Chad Amato.
And first of all, did you test that particular item for the presence of blood?
I did, but it failed to give chemical indications for the presence of blood.
The DNA testing, did you conduct the DNA testing on that particular item?
I did, and it demonstrated the presence of a mixture with two donors.
And with regard to Margaret Amato, what were the results?
So Margaret was included as a possible contributor to this mixture, and the mixture is approximately 9.5 million times more likely if it originated from Margaret and one unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
And what were the results with regard to Chad Amato?
So Chad was also included as a contributor to the mixture, and the mixture is greater than 700 billion times more likely if it originated from Chad and an unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
What were the results with respect to Grant Amato and Cody Amato?
Grant and Cody were both excluded from this mixture.
And sorry to be repetitious, but once again, the exclusion does not mean that a person did not touch an item. Is that a fair statement?
No, it does not.
I'm almost done. Did you receive an item that's designated as AR-33?
Yes.
I did.
And what is AR-33 designated as being?
That was a cell phone clip from Cody Amato's bag.
And conduct DNA testing on that item?
Yes, this item demonstrated the presence of a mixture consistent with 2 donors.
And specifically, what were the results with regard to Cody Amato?
So Cody was included as a possible contributor to that mixture, and the mixture is greater than 700 billion times more likely if it originated from Cody and 1 unrelated individual than from 2 unrelated individuals.
And specifically with regard to Grant Amato, Margaret Amato, and Chad Amato, what were the results?
Grant, Margaret, and Chad were all excluded from the sample.
And exclusion does not mean they did not touch it.
Not necessarily. I do have to make a correction to ME1, ME2, and ME3. I did create the bloodstain cards for those. They were not submitted, created.
Okay, thank you. One moment, Your Honor. I think I'm done, but let me just check. Hey, let me, actually, there is one more question I do want to ask you, and I'm referring for your reference to your June 28th report. And on the bottom of page 2, did you receive a item that was or is designated as AR-56A?
I did.
And what is AR-56A designated as being?
It was a swab from the handle and the clips of a gun box from Cody Amato's bedroom.
And did you conduct DNA testing on that item?
I did, but the results were too limited to interpret.
And you probably have during the course of your testimony, but tell the jury, please, again, what does that mean?
It means that there wasn't sufficient DNA present in that sample for me to make any interpretation at all as to anybody's contribution to it.
Okay, thank you. Did you ever hear of the expression that the absence of evidence is not evidence of absence?
Yes, I have heard of it.
What does that mean?
With regards to forensic DNA,
Yeah.
it's basically the premise that if DNA results are not present, it does not have a bearing as to whether or not an individual ever came in contact with an item, because there is a possibility that you may not leave DNA behind when you do come in contact with an object. Just because you're not present in it, there's the possibility that you still could have come in contact with it.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Morning, Mr. Perez.
Good morning.
I know it was tedious, and I appreciate Mr. Stone's thorough examination of you. I just have a few questions for you, okay?
Okay.
Referencing the June 28th, 2019 laboratory report, in summation, you reviewed scrub bottoms from Grant Amato, scrub top from Grant Amato, tissue paper, underwear from Grant Amato, white shirt from Grant Amato, shoes from Grant Amato, left and right. And through your testing, you found no blood.
No, I did not.
Thank you. Now, I'd like to refer you to your other report of June, I think it's the 28th or 29th, I'm sorry. AR2A, that was the one swab, grip, trigger, in the slide of AR2?
Yes,
Okay. Now, assuming 2 donors to the mixture of that, Grant Amato was excluded as a possible contributor.
that's correct.
Okay. But now when you, I don't want to say manipulate, but if you add a 3rd donor to it, and that being Grant Amato, he could be a possible contributor?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And you've heard of what's called touch DNA, correct?
Excuse me?
Touch DNA?
Oh, yes.
Okay. You made reference earlier on the direct examination that these jurors are using their pens, and they've probably been using them for a while. It would be fair to say that their DNA is on those pens?
I would expect the more
You
you
would-
handle an object, the greater the likelihood is of you being on an object, yes.
Okay. You would. Now, hypothetically, let's say that one of the jurors lets you use their pen that they've been using.
Yes.
And you use that pen to write something down on a piece of paper. Now, assuming that we can't hear you very good, and the judge says, can you pull that microphone up to you? And you grab that microphone sort of like this, and then you start talking. Is it possible that the juror's DNA would be found on that microphone?
There is a possibility of transfer from the surface of the pen because DNA can be carried by sources who are touching multiple objects. So yes, if I was to touch the pen with one of your DNA profiles on it, there is a possibility I could transfer it to the microphone.
And even though they never touched that microphone, it's possible that their DNA would be on it.
Yes, I would not expect it to be in the same quantity, but there could be transfer that occurs.
Great. Thank you very much, Mr. Perez. No further questions, Judge.
Any redirect?
No.
Any questions, members of the jury? Write it down, please. Roach.
Possible,
All right,
but
one
in
of our
much
jurors has a
smaller
question for you.
quantities.
If we get half our DNA from the mother and half from the father, what or how can you tell siblings apart?
Yes. All right. So your mom and your dad both got half of their DNA from their mom and their dad, right? So that means that they have a unique set of 2 pieces of information at each location. When they go to give one piece of their DNA to the offspring, it's random as to which one of those 2 copies they get. So your brother and your sisters may get the same copy that you got from your mom, but another brother or sister may get the other copy at that same location from your mom. So it's just random how it happens when you're conceived, but one of those 2 pieces is going to be randomly given to that offspring at that location. And that's what promotes that variability between siblings, unless they're identical.
But Grant and Cody, I think, got both everything from their mom
Any
because they look
follow-up based on that
identical.
question, Mr. Stone?
No, Your Honor.
Any follow-up based on that question, Mr. Down?
No, ma'am.
All right, any more questions from the members of the jury? All right, may this witness be excused and released.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, thank you very much. You're excused and you're released from your subpoena. Let me ask, State, can you all approach? State may call their next witness. And for the record, I just wanted to make sure it was clear because I don't know if it was announced that 15L, 15M, 15N, 15O, and 15P were marked as 312, 313, 314, 315, and 316 in evidence. All right, Mr. Brothers, you're still under oath because you haven't been released from your subpoena, so please come forward, have a seat. State, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning, Ms. Brothers.
Morning.
During your cross-examination last week, you were asked about whether or not you swabbed the driver's side handle, the exterior driver's side handle of the car. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And do you recall what you stated in court about whether or not you swabbed the exterior handle for DNA?
I stated that I swabbed the interior door handle for DNA, not the exterior.
Okay. And after you testified here in court, did you review your notes from your investigation?
Yes, I did.
And what did you determine after reviewing your notes?
That I had in fact swabbed the exterior front driver's door handle and not the interior door handle.
And upon learning this discrepancy, did you notify the state attorney's office, and then we in turn notified defense counsel?
Yes, I did.
And you wanted to come here today to correct that part of your testimony?
Yes, I did.
I have no further questions.
No questions, Judge.
Oh,
Members of the jury, you have any questions of this witness?
Correct this testimony?
All right, may this witness be excused and released at this time?
Yes, Your Honor, subject to recall.
All right, well, you're excused. You're free to go about your business, but you're still subject to recall, so. All right. Okay, then at this point, members of the jury, what we're gonna do is we're gonna take a lunch break. I'd like y'all to be back here 5 to 1, all right, so we can start right up. Okay, we're gonna have our other witnesses coming, and also please make arrangements. We'll probably go later today, just in case. My understanding, I was informed by the deputy that everybody probably already had, so just in anticipation, so just to make sure. Otherwise, we'll see you back here a few minutes before 1, all right? All right, you may be seated. So Mr. Stone, I would have Ms. Sawyer here prior to 1 o'clock, so that way we can start right up. And then otherwise we can go from there. All right,
Yes,
okay?
yes.
All right, otherwise, we will be in recess at this time. Here. Is your witness here? Yes. All right, you can bring her in to sit right in the back. That way we can just call her up when the jury comes in.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to anticipate.
I guess we're not getting a
things that may
hottie if
come
it's
up
to
during her
her.
Testimony. One of the questions may come up is she heard gunshots. One of the things that I anticipate may come up is, well, why didn't you report it to the police when you found out there was a triple murder across the street? I anticipate a response is going to be, well, I thought they caught him and he confessed. That's why I didn't feel needed. So I want to give the court and counsel the heads up that issue is going to get into, and that's going to be her reason for not reporting it.
All right. I assume, will the defense have an objection?
Yes.
But what's the objection?
Speculating about whether he.
No, that's not speculation. That's her reason why.
Mr. Stone, if you could, first of all, not address counsel and address the court.
Yes.
I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Shapiro.
So in order for it not to be speculation, there has to be a basis of knowledge. So without a basis of knowledge, it would be speculation. I'm sure there's not going to be a predicate laid as to how she heard about it, or she was watching the news and heard that he confessed. That would all be inadmissible, which would be lack of the predicate, therefore, to say that she heard it was a confession in the case. That I would just argue that it needs to be broken down a lot more than that, and it's not that simple as just to say that.
Response.
And my response is that's her reason. That's the basis for her not reporting it. It's not speculation. That's it. Now, if I don't get into it, then fine, I won't. But then counsel, if we want to avoid the issue, then I won't ask about it. But then counsel shouldn't ask. If they're going to ask, then I'll ask. But if they won't, I won't.
Right. That is the reason he didn't report it. It's not speculation.
The court would indicate, first of all, however I'm not going to tell you guys how to ask your questions. That'll be entirely up to you. It's your job on how you decide to present your cases. I will say this, though, if the question's asked, the court can at that point go forward at that time. If the state opens the door, if the state mentions it and the objection is there, based upon what's been testified to, if there's speculation or lack of predicate, I'll rule accordingly at that time. But then if the defense ends up questioning at that point and opens the door, then the court can rule at that time. So that's just what I would say at this point, but I'm not going to tell you guys how to do your job.
I understand that, but the observation I want to make is if I agree not to ask it because they're objecting to it, I think it'd be a little bit disingenuous for them to ask about it. So I won't ask about it if they're objecting to it.
And our opinion would be that would open the door if we did ask. So that's why we're not planning on it.
Okay. All right.
How much are you going to say?
All right.
And I won't ask.
We're on the same page.
Okay, so I think everybody's on the same page, so there's no issue, Mr. Stone. All right, Deputy Bradley is the other juror here. Do you know? Can you?
I get what he's saying, but because hey, Melissa, if that is the reason why she didn't call 911, that is not speculation. That is her reason for not calling 911. Now, if the news reported that he confessed, or she heard someone say that he confessed, or somebody said they thought he confessed and she overheard that, that's speculation on those people's part, not hers. Her reason for not reporting was that she thought he confessed. So it's not really speculation. And I don't understand why he's going to stand up. I mean, I guess I do understand. Like when he said it would be disingenuous if he doesn't ask it because he knows that the defense is going to object and then they stand up and ask something about it. I get that, but you don't ask ahead of time what questions the defense are going to object to. That's stupid. But no, if that was her reason for not reporting it to 911 or not calling 911, that's her reason. That's not in and of itself speculation.
Did you just? They did? Okay. I'm sorry, I didn't see you in the courtroom. All right, then can you bring them in? And at the same time, is your witness in here?
Yeah, she's in the waiting room.
Miss Atkins, can you go get her?
Yes.
Thank you.
The more I look at her, though, the less she does. I mean, the first day I was like, oh
Hope
my
everyone
God, she
had a
looks
good
just like
lunch.
her.
At this point, state's continuing their case. State, you may call your next witness.
Jennifer Sawyer.
Ms. Sawyer, please come forward, ma'am, to the podium. Raise your right hand. Be ready to be sworn.
She does, though. She really looks a lot like her. But the more I see her, the less she does. Like around the eyes and the nose, it's like, I don't know. It's just because I've
Could please have a seat in the
been
witness
watching
stand
her for days.
for the court
Thinking
deputies
Sandra
instructing you.
Bullock. So now I'm like
When you
comparing
have a
and
seat, ma'am, if you
contrasting.
could
Like
move the
every
chair
time
up
I
as
see
close as you
her.
can to that desk and see that box that's right there in the front with the black right in the center.
Okay, yes.
That's the actual microphone for the courtroom. So if you could just talk straight ahead towards that way it can pick you up. All right, Mr. Stone, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good afternoon. How are you?
It's good as to be expected, a little nervous.
A little nervous. We'll try not to be nervous, okay? I'm just going to ask you a few questions. So try
Her
to
nose is
relax
different.
and not
Like
be
her,
nervous.
I don't know. It's shorter or something.
First, can you please tell us what
But
is
other
your
than
name?
that, just like
Jennifer Sawyer.
Can you spell your first name and your last name, please?
JENNIFERSAWYER.
Ms. Sawyer, where do you live?
I live at, and that's in Chiliota.
And
I never heard of Chiliota
where
before
is,
this case.
do you know Picket Downs and Sultan Circle?
Yes, I've lived in that area for the last 30 years.
Where is Picket Downs and Sultan Circle in relation to where you live?
It's right across the road. I live on Fort Christmas Road, and Sultan Circle's property butts up to the Fort Christmas Road also. I'm on the front of it, and they're on the back of it.
Now, let me direct your attention to January 24th, 2019, the evening into nighttime time period. First, were you home?
Yes, I was.
And anything happen, or did you hear anything happen that evening that caught your attention? You can answer that yes or no, and then I'll get into it.
Yes, I did.
First, tell the jury, please, About what time was it that you heard, and I'm going to talk about that, but what you heard that got your attention?
It was between 8:30 and 9:30 at night.
Now tell the jury what you heard.
I heard gunshots, and I heard them one right after another. And I know that it was less than 5 shots fired, because at the time I made a mental note that that was strange to hear gunfire at that time of night. I mean, it had been dark then for hours.
Okay, so let me ask you, so you know that it was less than 5 shots?
Mm-hmm.
More, yes?
Yes, I do. Less than 5
more
shots.
More than a particular number? Less than?
I noticed more than one. You know, I didn't count them. I just, as I was listening, I know it was less than 5 and more than one.
And it was successive, in other words, one right
Yes,
after
it was
another.
one right after another.
And tell us, where did these shots come from? Where did they sound like?
I was in the kitchen, which my kitchen window faces Fort Christmas Road in the back of Lake Picket Downs, and they came from that direction.
And could you tell if the shots were coming from inside the house or outside the house?
I could not tell that, no. I don't know.
And did you think it was unusual to hear shots?
Yes, I did. And so what I did was my husband was out back working in the shed on our pump because our water had gone out, and that's the reason I'm aware of the timing also. And so I waited to hear if I heard any more shots. And when I didn't, I went out back and I asked him, I said, did you hear that gunfire? And he's like, no, I didn't hear anything. And I said, well, do you think we should call the police? You know, I said, don't you think it's strange? And he, said, we hear shots out here. And
Now, let me ask you this. You said that it was unusual. Was it unusual for that time of night?
yes, because it had been dark for a while. I mean, that's over the winter months. So that's what kind of was unsettling for me. It was unsettling for me.
Let me kind of follow up on that. During the daytime, would it be unusual to hear shots every now and then?
No. Well, because, we live on 2.5 acres and we have weapons and we'll shoot target practice, and I fired a 22 and a 9mm. So it's not unusual to hear gunshots. It was just unsettling for me at that time of night because I was trying to think, what would somebody be firing at that time of night?
Okay, and you kind of anticipated my next question when you said that you shot a 22. Are you familiar with guns? And are you familiar with gunshots? You know what a gunshot is?
Yes.
And why do you say that?
Well, like I said, we do have weapons at our house, and we do occasionally, have target practice. We'll set up pumpkins or cans or stuff and, shoot at them.
Thank you.
Eddie Cross.
Good afternoon, Ms. Sawyer. You said the night that you heard these shots, just the night of, you did not call the police, correct?
No, I did discuss it with my husband though.
Okay.
And he didn't hear him, and he said maybe somebody was shooting at a snake or something, so we dismissed it.
So he did not think it was appropriate to call the police at that time, correct?
No, he did not.
Okay. And you did say before you couldn't tell if the shots were inside the home or outside the home,
No,
correct?
I could not tell that. I would not know that. No.
Okay. One moment, Judge. No further questions, Judge.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? And everyone's indicating no. All right, may this witness be excused and released.
Yes.
All right, thank you very much, Ms. Sawyer. You're excused and you're released. Is your next witness here?
I don't know.
All right, can we check?
1:30,
All right, who's your next? Next witness is, who's state calling for their next witness?
Dr. Tara Jones.
All right. We could check on Dr. Tara Jones, please. Dr. Jones, if you could please come forward, raise your right hand at the podium, be ready to be sworn.
I swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the complete truth, so help you God.
I do.
Thank you.
Could you please have a seat in the witness stand as the deputy instructs you?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
If someone wants to start
please
keeping
tell
a
us your name.
birthday list,
My name
have
is
at
Sarah
it.
Jones.
I'm not
spelled
organized
C-R-A,
enough.
Last name Jones.
What do you do for an occupation?
I'm a forensic pathologist.
And how long have you, well, let me ask you, where do you work?
I currently work at Districts 5 and 24 Medical Examiner's Office in Leesburg.
And I'm sorry, where is that located?
In Leesburg, Florida.
The county?
Yes.
And tell the jury your educational background, please.
I went to university at the University of Colorado State University in Fort Collins for 4 years. Following that, I did a 4-year stint in medical school at the University of Illinois, graduated with my medical doctorate. The next 4 years were at Rush University Medical School in Chicago, where I was an anatomic and clinical pathology resident. Following that, I did a single year subspecialty training called a Forensic Pathology Fellowship, and that was in the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office.
And after your education and training, can you tell us your professional work experience? Where did you actually work as a forensic pathologist?
I stayed in the Cook County Medical Examiner's Office for approximately 3 years. After that, I had a brief trip in Colorado, worked for a coroner's
They
office.
usually are.
And then following that, I moved to Canada and worked there for 7 years. And then I've worked here for about a year.
Yep, me too.
Are you
I was
board certified
21
in
when my
forensic
mom died.
I am.
And please tell the jury, how do you get your board certification in forensic pathology, and how do you maintain the certification?
So first, you have to be board certified in pathology, either anatomic or clinical or both. That was attained after I went to an accredited medical school and residency program. I had to take a national examination in anatomic and clinical pathology. And then I did my subspecialty training year, the fellowship year in Cook County, where I also had to take another national examination. I'm expected to maintain my credentialing by going to conferences and reading different articles and books and everything like that.
What is forensic pathology?
It is a disease where it is the practice of medicine where we determine cause and manner of death.
And can you give the jury some sense, I'm not asking for an exact number, but can you give the jury some sense of the number of autopsies you've conducted in your career?
So I stopped counting at 2,500 autopsies, and that was 8 years ago. So it's
Wow.
done over 250 a
I
year
wasn't talking to
since
you.
then.
So we're talking thousands.
Yes.
You can go.
And have you previously testified as an expert in the field of forensic pathology?
I have.
And once again, can you give us a sense for approximately how many times have you so testified?
Over 60 times.
Shadow's so funny. She was just walking through the room and I said, wow. And she stopped mid step with her paw up and she looked at me with said, I wasn't talking to you. You can go. She's still standing there. I swear, my cat is not right.
Tell the jury what generally, I'm going to of course get more specific as we go along, but generally what does a medical examiner do?
So our job is to determine cause and manner of death. Oftentimes we'll do an autopsy to assist us in that. Many times we read the medical records associated. We review the scene photographs and scene information that's available. Sometimes we will use toxicology, which is examining the fluids that are present in the body for any toxins or poisons that are present. We also can use histology, which is looking at the tissues underneath the microscope. Yeah, so that it's a lot of things can be involved in doing an examination.
Now, Dr. Jones, we've all heard of the word or the term autopsy, but tell us, what is an autopsy, and describe the purpose of it and a typical autopsy procedure.
So it's a detailed examination of the body. It usually begins starting from the external view as the body is received. And we also do x-ray examination so we can see if there are any foreign bodies that are present inside the body or with the body bag. We look for any types of foreign substances present on the surface of the body before we do any manipulation. We can then do the examination for any injuries that are present. We look for natural disease processes that are present. And then, of course, everybody is probably aware that we look at the organs, which is opening the body, looking at the organs, and we document any injuries that are present there. We take our tissues for toxicology, and then we write the report.
And tell the jury, please, when is an autopsy required or done?
Autopsies are generally when the circumstances of the death are sudden and unexpected, or if there are some suspicious circumstances, and even sometimes when families request the autopsy when it falls under the purview of the medical examiner's office.
Now, did you have an occasion to conduct an autopsy on the body of a person identified to you as Margaret, or identified as Margaret Amato?
Yes.
And let me put on the overhead States Exhibit 296, already been introduced into evidence. And if you need to refer to your file to refresh your recollection, please let us know.
I would like to refer to the file, please.
Okay, if you need to. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put on the overhead of States Exhibit 296 and ask you, is this the person upon whom you conducted the autopsy that was identified as Margaret Amato?
Yes, it is.
Now, with the exception of the head, I'm going to ask you more detailed questions about the head, but with the exception of Margaret Amato's head, can you describe the external condition of her body?
This is certainly where I'd like to be able to use the report.
If it would help you and assist you in your testimony, you may refer to your file.
Yes, please.
With the court's permission?
Would it refresh your recollection?
Yes.
You may do so.
She was received clad in a blue t-shirt, black pants, white and purple panties, and a pink bra. She had a couple of rings on her left ring finger, and a metal key accompanied her. She was well developed and well nourished, and she was cold to touch following refrigeration. There was mild rigor mortis present, and lividity was present on the
What guy,
chest,
Nancy?
the back of the thighs, the buttocks, and there's some congestion in the left side of the left arm.
Well, let me ask you, I'm sorry to interrupt, but what is lividity?
Lividity is the settling of the blood that occurs after death. Okay. And there was some bloody fluid on her face, arm, hand, a small amount on the right hand and on the top of the right and left foot. Her hair was medium length, brown with gray, and her eyelids were closed. She had blue eyes and pierced ears.
Anything, let me ask you, once again, with the exception of the head, I'm going to ask obviously more questions about Margaret Amato's head. But anything
The
exceptional
lawyer?
or out of the ordinary with regard to the
He's the
condition,
lawyer,
external condition
Nancy. That
of the
guy?
rest of her body?
He's the
With the exception of her
prosecutor.
head, there was a green bruise on the front of her left thigh.
Now, let me ask you some questions about her head. And the first obvious question is describe the external appearance of Margaret Amato's head.
So the one thing that was most remarkable was that there were gunshot wounds identified on her face and head. And of note, on the left occipital scalp, which is the back of the head on the left side, there was an oval gunshot wound entrance.
Continue. Did you observe an exit wound?
Yes, and then so the other wound on the right cheek was a exit wound.
Mr. Dowdy states Exhibit 11E for identification, 11F for identification. Actually, they're identical, so I'll take that out. 11H for identification, 11I for identification, and 11J for identification.
11G, H, I, and J?
Yes, although I'm not going to proffer into evidence 11G because they're identical with the photograph.
All right. So it'll be 11E, F, H, I, and J. All right.
Let me show you what's been marked for identification as.
Yeah, I don't have a problem with y'all
11E,
asking who
F,
people are.
11E, 11F, 11H, 11I,
I have a
and
problem with
11J.
it being asked like that.
I'm going to ask you to look at those and tell me if you recognize them.
Who is speaking? Who is that guy? Who is this person? This
These
sounds
are
like
images that were taken during the
you have a
course of the
problem with the
autopsy
person.
and one of the
If you don't
diagrams
know
that I
who it is,
used during
just
the
ask me
autopsy.
nicely, please.
And with regard to the images, the photographs, so the true and accurate representation of that which it purports to depict, namely the injuries to Margaret Amato's head?
Yes.
And with regard to the diagram, is that an accurate
It's okay,
description
Nancy.
of the wounds on Margaret Amato's head?
Yes.
And would that assist you in explaining your testimony to the jury?
Yes.
You think it will assist the jury in understanding your testimony?
Yes.
Okay, I'd offer these into evidence as state's exhibits, Your Honor. Objection, Your Honor.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11E will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit, are we on 319? 320 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 3F will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 321 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11H will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 322 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11I will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 323 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11J will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 324 in evidence.
Now, Dr. Jones, I'm first going to put states 320 up on the overhead, and I think there should be a laser pointer over there.
Yes.
If not, you can use the mouse as well.
No, I'm not going to time her
Let me
out.
put states 320 and explain to the jury what do we see here.
We're currently looking at Ms. Amato laying face down with the right side of her face on the table and the left side of the head is up. And you can see on the left upper portion of the image, I'm encircling here.
I don't
That's
time out my
child
regulars. I just
Let me show you.
tell you guys to knock it off. Now, if a stranger comes in and starts doing crap, that's different. I have never once put you in timeout, Marty. Never. Don't test me, though.
Now, Dr. Jones, did you have an occasion to conduct an autopsy on the body of a person that was identified as Chad Amato?
Yes.
Let me click on the overhead, what's already been introduced into evidence as State's Exhibit 297, and ask you, is this the person upon whom that you conducted the autopsy that was identified as Chad Amato?
It is.
And same question that I asked with regard
He
to.
can be witty all he
I
wants.
ask you about
He
Chad
just
Amato's
can't
head
cross the line
in a
into.
moment or two. But first, let me start out with the exception of Chad Amato's head.
I don't even know
describe
what to
the
call it.
external condition
He
of
knows the
Chad
line.
Amato's head.
Okay. May I refer to my report on this case, this one as well?
If I'll refresh your recollection.
I will.
You may.
He was received clothed in a gray short sleeve sweater, gray jeans, black belt, white boxer briefs, white socks on each foot, and black slip-on shoes. He was well developed. There was bloody fluid present on his face, arms, and hands, and he had short gray hair. As far as injury not present on the head, he had some injuries that would be described as blunt force trauma or something that is non-sharp impacting the body that causes either a scrape or a tear or a bruise. On the right chest, there was a purple bruise. On the right upper back, there was a diagonal abrasion, which is a scrape. Also on the right upper back, there was another linear red abrasion, and around that was a purple bruise. On the right upper back and shoulder, there was another abrasion or scrape. And on the back of the right forearm, there was a small red abrasion.
Why are they letting her read from her report?
There is small red abrasions.
That is not refreshing your memory.
Associated with those, there was a purple bruise. On the back of the right index finger, there are red abrasions or scrapes. On the front and medial portion of the left, arm, there were punctate or small round red abrasions. And on the back of the left arm, there was a red abrasion or a scrape. On the back of the left forearm, there were red abrasions, very small, 0.1 to 0.2 inches. On the front of the left thigh, there are red
Because for
abrasions.
such
Once
an
again, those are also very
interesting
small,
case,
0.1
this has been the
inches.
most boring
And
trial
on the
I've
back
ever
of the
seen.
left leg, there was a small scrape.
I thought this would be more interesting.
Now,
The documentary is excellent.
with regard to
The trial is
Chad
not.
Amato's head, first let me ask you, did you observe what in your training and experience
And I blame him.
is a bullet or bullets entry wounds?
I did.
And tell
Oh,
the jury
it's the bun.
where these
It's the
entry
bun
wounds were located.
and the glasses. Didn't
I saw
Fabrica
bullet
have
entry
glasses?
wounds present on behind the right ear and on the back of the head.
Let me first
Oh,
ask
I
you,
didn't think that one was boring. I like that
talk
one. This
about
one's
the
boring.
wound that was
No, I like the
observed,
staircase trial.
the entry wound be in the back of the ear. First, tell the jury
My
what
favorite
ear,
trial has been,
as I asked you with Margaret Amato, describe
what's his name?
path
Wiggles is
of
in
the bullet,
here.
its
Jim
direction,
McIntyre, that one.
any internal organs or damage done to
What was
Chad
that
Amato's
dude's
body
name?
by that particular bullet, the one behind the ear.
Okay.
When his mom was
So
on the
beginning
stand,
on the
Judy
back
and
of the
I were
right
just like,
ear,
oh my God.
there's a gunshot wound entrance. And this one was associated
Or
with
not
some
his
kind of
mom, her
abrasions
mom.
on the back of the ear. And it was focally lacerated, or it was the skin was torn. And I noticed that it went through the ear and then it re-entered through the tragus, which is an area that's commonly pierced by some people of the ear, and it re-enters into the cranial cavity and then exits on the right forehead. So it was one wound track with multiple different entrances, exits, and then
Wait, it went
re-entries and
in. It
re-exits.
went in here.
That one
Here and
involved
exited,
the
and then went back
skin
in
and soft
here.
tissue in the area.
And
it involved the temporal bone of the skull. It goes through the right frontal lobe of the brain. It fractures the right frontal bone of the skull.
And tell the jury the direction of that particular bullet.
And that wound course was from back to front, and it's from right to left and upwards.
Showing accounts of what's been marked as state's exhibits for identification: 11O, 11P, 11Q, 11R, 11S, 11T, 11U, 11V, 11W, and 11W. May I approach the witness, Your Honor? Let me show you the exhibits that I just named off just a moment ago and ask you to look at those, please.
Okay. Okay.
Recognize those?
I do.
And what are they?
These are images taken during the examination of Mr. Amato.
And are they of the particular wound, entry wound to the ear that we talked about a moment ago?
The entries and exits on the ear and head and face.
hey, Donovan's the voice of Hercules.
Photographs, true and accurate representations of the.
I can bring everything
to,
back around to Disney.
That particular part of Chad Amato's body.
Yes.
I did too, Judy. I thought it was good.
Or exhibits.
It is 11O through 11U. 11W. All right. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 11O will be.
Look at
moved
him
into
still
evidence
trying
as
to
State's
look
Exhibit
sad.
326 in evidence. What's been
Sad
pre-marked
he
for
got
ID is
caught.
State's Exhibit 11P will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 327 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit
Well, all
11Q will be
trials
moved into
are
evidence as
droll
State's
in
Exhibit
spot.
328 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 11R will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 329 in evidence. What's
Yeah,
been
the
pre-marked
man
for
in the
ID is State's
box.
Exhibit 11S will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 330 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 11T will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 331 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 11U will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 332 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 11B will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 333 in evidence. What's pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11W will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 334 in
Yeah, maybe I'd be more interested in this if I had rewatched the documentary right before I started doing the trial.
Dr. Jones, let me show you what's been introduced into evidence. The state's.
I didn't watch
Exhibit
anything about
326 and
that
tell
trial
the jury what this photograph depicts.
because
So right
nobody
now, we're looking at the right side of Mr. Amato's
nobody
face. We can
does
see
it
the
right
right
when they do
ear,
a movie or a mini
and
series or
these
whatever about it.
labels
So I was like, nope,
are
I'm not watching
associated with
nothing.
gunshot wound injuries.
Because everybody
Not
still
clearly
lies, tells
seeing
lies.
part of the ear, but you can kind of see just a hint of the injury as it exits from the back of the right ear and the helix right here. And then here is where the bullet re-enters into the right tragus. And then this is the exit on the right forehead.
No, they didn't put gloves on at the staircase trial.
327.
No, I watched the trial. I didn't watch any of
So
the
now we're
extra stuff
looking
that
at
was done
the
about the
back of the
trial.
right ear of
The
Mr. Amato.
documentaries, the
And you
miniseries,
can
none of that.
see that there's a gunshot wound entrance
The
on the back of
movies,
the right
none of it.
ear.
Because they lie.
Let me show you 328.
And this is the right side of the
Because
face
everybody
and head,
still
and
says Johnny
this is
was
just
abusive.
before the markers have been placed. We can see
Even when
the
they
injury
say
on the
she
tragus.
exaggerated stuff, they still say he was abusive.
329.
And I believe any abuse he did,
This is another image
emotional
of the
or
right side of the
verbal
face
or
and
whatever
head,
you want to call
and
it, he
these
did
were
in
the
reaction to stuff
markers
she
placed.
did to him.
You can see the injury on the right ear,
So it
right
doesn't
tragus,
count. It was,
and then the right forehead.
I think there is. I don't know where it's on
This is
though.
an image of the
I know
exit
there was
wound on the
one
right
that
side of
was
the
2
forehead.
parts. It might have been on Investigation Discovery.
31.
I think it was like a 2-part
Here we can
documentary.
see a little bit better the injury
Oh,
through the
that
ear, the helix of the right ear, the right tragus, and then we can also see the exit.
that's the staircase.
The injuries on the
I'm
shoulder,
talking
they
about
appear to be injuries. Can you tell the jury about that?
Those are
JD
the
and Amber
abrasions that I
Heard.
talked to you guys about earlier. You can see that there's a scrape here on the right shoulder and upper back.
There's a
and
2-part
another scrape
documentary.
on the right upper back area.
It's not Netflix. There's a Netflix documentary, and I think it's either a movie or a mini series, and I'm
Looking at a
not sure where you
close-up
can watch
of
it, but I'm
the
not watching
gunshot
it.
wound exit on the right forehead.
Now, Dr. Jones, before I show you the next couple of photographs, do you use dowels or rods in your practice?
Occasionally, if it looks like it's going to be a somewhat complex wound track, I'll place a rod to make it more understandable.
And that's kind of like, you anticipated my question, but what's the purpose of the rods? Why do we do that?
Just so that some of these more complicated wound tracks can be identified.
Let me show you what's been introduced in evidence as State's Exhibit 333. Tell the jury what that depicts.
So just to show everybody that this
You're
wound
throwing
track
doubles.
actually does match up from the back of the ear through the tragus and through the head and exiting on the scalp.
Excuse me. And 334.
And this is a close-up of that.
Now, with regard to that particular wound track, the one that enters from behind the ear, can you tell the jury the direction and the path of the bullet?
That one was from back to front, right to left, and upwards.
Now, you observed a second gunshot wound?
I did.
Chad Amato's head?
Yes.
Tell the jury about that. Where was the entrance wound?
So this was on the back, the right side of the scalp. And would you like me to continue on?
Yes, please.
And this wound involved the skin, the soft tissue in the area, involved the right occipital bone of the skull and the cerebellar hemisphere of the brain. It crosses the midline at the level of the pons, and it continues to involve the left temporal lobe of the brain, the left frontal lobe of the brain, and the left frontal bone of the skull, and it exited. on the left forehead.
And the path and direction of the bullet, which direction was it going?
This one was from back to front, right to left, and upwards.
Showing council, it's marked for identification as 11X, 11Y, 11Z, and 12A, 12B. May I approach the witness, Rob?
You may.
Let me show you the
Okay, I looked it up. Dramatized movie, Hot Take, The Depp Heard Trial. A dramatized retelling released very quickly after the trial ended. It premiered on Tubi in September 2022. Actors recreated courtroom moments and the relationship leading up to the case. Major documentary / docuseries. Depp v. Heard, a 3-part documentary directed by Emma Cooper. It uses real trial footage, social media clips, live stream reactions, and commentary to examine how the internet shaped public opinion during the case. Originally aired on Channel 4 in the UK before Netflix released it internationally. That was the one that had live streamers that had like Law 2 people in it, and they were pissed because nobody asked them, and they just were on this documentary. Johnny v. Amber, the U.S. trial, a Discovery Plus documentary released shortly after the verdict. It presented Depp and Heard's perspectives in separate episodes and focused heavily on the U.S. trial. And I think I watched one episode of that and was like, nope, I'm out. Depp versus Heard, Winners and Losers, another UK documentary that looked at how the trial affected both actors' careers and public image. Surviving Amber Heard, a multi-part series released on Amazon Prime, focused largely on arguments supporting Depp's side of the case and criticism of media narratives surrounding Heard. I've not seen that one. I might want to watch that one because that one sounds like it's on Johnny's side. NBC released a documentary called A Marriage on Trial, which focused more on the media and social media impact of the case than the courtroom details themselves. A French documentary episode called Affaire Johnny Depp Amber Heard aired as part of the series La Fabrique du Mensonge. Probably said that wrong. In 2026, a documentary called Silenced featured Amber Heard discussing the aftermath of the trial and public scrutiny she experienced. Not watching that one. What was that woman's name? She's a body language expert. She even wrote like a dummy, those dummies books. You know what I'm talking about? About body language. Her name's Constance something. I saw her on a thing about Corey Richards the other day, and she compared Corey Richards to Amber Heard. I was like, oh, that's funny.
exhibits that are marked for identification, and I just called off a couple seconds ago and asked you to look at it.
Okay.
Look at them.
Okay.
Do you recognize those?
I do.
And can you tell the jury what these photographs depict?
They're images taken during the autopsy of Chad Amato.
And are they true and accurate depictions or representations of that second wound that you observed?
Yes.
I'd offer them into evidence.
Slamberturd.
What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11X will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 335 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11Y will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 336 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 11Z will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 337 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 12A will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 338 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID as State's Exhibit 12B as in boy will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 339 in evidence. You may.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 335. And can you tell the jury what does that depict?
So we're looking at the back of Chad Amato's head. And just for reference, over here is that gunshot wound that we previously described on the right ear. And here in the hair on the back of the right side of the scalp, we can see an injury, which will be the gunshot wound entrance number 2.
Let me show you states 336.
So in order to better look at an image or look at injuries that are present on a body, especially in an area where there is hair in the way, I'll shave that hair out of the way so I can get a better idea for what the injury looks like. And so this is what this image shows. That you can see now the gunshot wound entrance on the back of the right head.
I didn't watch her whole trial.
Hair shaven.
I just watched the mental health part, the mental whatever they call it.
Now we're looking at him laying on his back, and we see the left frontal portion of the scalp or the forehead. And this is an image where the hair on the scalp is also being shaven, so you can see the injury.
The trial that I really, really liked that we should watch is
And this is that injury prior
the
to
Ferris
shaving
trial.
of the wound.
Melody Ferris.
And states exhibit.
That was a good one.
And this is a close-up of that gunshot wound exit on the left frontal scalp with the hair shaven.
Showing counsel states exhibit 12D for identification. Approach the witness. Let me show you 12D for identification. Ask if you recognize that photograph.
I do.
And tell the jury what that photograph is.
This is an image of Chad Amato as he was received in the autopsy suite.
In his clothing?
In his clothing.
And is that a true and accurate photograph of Chad Amato as he was received in his clothing?
It is.
I'd offer this into evidence as a state's exhibit.
Remark for ID States Exhibit 12D will be moved into evidence as States Exhibit 340 in evidence.
Now, Dr. Jones, did you have an occasion to conduct an autopsy on the body of a person that was identified as Cody Amato?
I did.
Let me put what's already been introduced into evidence as States Exhibit 298 and ask you to look at that. Is that the person upon whom you conducted an autopsy that was identified to you as Cody Amato?
It is.
Yeah, Chandler Halderson, Michelle. We did that trial already. That was Chandler Halderson. Said he had a job at SpaceX and all that.
And I'm going to ask you the same type of questions, with the exception of Cody Amato's head. Can you please describe the external condition of his body?
Yes, I'd like to refer to my report for this one as well.
For refresher recollection?
Yes, please. He was received clothed in teal scrub jacket, teal scrub top, teal scrub pants, black suspenders, black socks, black shoes, gray boxer briefs, and a black t-shirt. He also appeared well nourished. And I did observe areas of blunt force trauma on his body, with the exception of his head. Well, actually, including portions of his head. Would you like me to go and describe them too? Okay, so there was an area of bruising in the right temporalis muscle, which is the muscle that we use when we chew. And there was an abrasion on the right lower earlobe. On the front of the left forearm, there's a blue bruise. On the left lower back, there was an oval blue bruise.
Oh, wow.
On the right lower back, there was a horizontal orange-red abrasion or scrape. And on the left knee, there was a crusted brown abrasion or scrape. And on the right leg, there was a red abrasion.
Okay. Now let me ask you about specifically his head. And the specific question is, do you observe any gunshot wounds to the head?
Yes, to the head and face.
Tell the jury about that. What did you observe?
So on the right cheek, there's a gunshot wound entrance. And that wound involved the skin, the soft tissue in the area, the right maxillary bone of the face, the right sphenoid bone of the skull. It crosses the midline and involved the brainstem. And it continued to involve the left cerebellar hemisphere of the brain and the left occipital bone of the skull. And finally, on the back of the head, there was a gunshot wound exit.
Now, Dr. Jones, what I'm going to do is I want to jump back to Chad because there was one question that I forgot to ask you, and I'm going to ask you it now. Same question that I asked with regard to Margaret Amato, and that's the distance of the muzzle of the gun. Did you observe any type of stippling or burns on Chad Amato's body that would in any way be indicative of a close range shot?
No, I did not.
So once again, same question. What would that indicate to you then?
So it would indicate that the gun was in a close range fire. A gun that's in close range will exude any soot or cause any stippling marks to be present on the body. And I did not observe any of those.
So with regard to Chad Amato, that was not a close range gunshot.
Correct.
Okay, going back to Cody, you described the injuries. What about the path of the bullet? Which direction was it going?
This wound course was from front to back, right to left, and downwards.
I'm showing council states exhibit for identification 12M, 12N, 12O, 12P, and 12Q. May I approach the witness room? Let me show you the state's exhibits that I just called off, and can you look at those?
He showed the gunshot wound injuries to the face, head, and my my head diagram.
And with regard to the photographs, are they a true and accurate representation of the injuries and wounds that you observed on Cody Amato's head?
They are.
And face. And with regard to the diagram, is it a true representation of the injuries that you observed to Cody Amato's face and head?
Yes, they have.
I'd offer them into evidence as state's exhibits. No objection.
All right, what's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 12M as in Mary will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 341 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 12N as in Nancy will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 342 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 12O will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 343 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 12P as in Paul will be moved into evidence as 344 in evidence. What's been pre-marked for ID is State's Exhibit 12Q will be moved into evidence as State's Exhibit 345 in evidence.
Let me put up the 341 and ask you to tell the jury what we're seeing.
Okay, so we're looking at the right side of Cody's face, and just above the ruler, you can see the gunshot wound entrance and a bruise that's associated with it underneath the eye.
Let me show you 342.
And this is a little bit of a closer up foot shot. We're opening the eye to show that the eye itself is not involved, but you can see the gunshot wound entrance in the center of the photo and the bruise.
Let me show you 343.
Here we're looking at the back of the head and scalp, and you can see within the hair there is an injury, which will later be described as gunshot wound exit.
Let me show you 344.
And just with as I do with the other cases, I shaved the area where there was hair present, so you can see the actual injury. And this is gunshot wound exit on the back of his head.
And 345.
And this is my body diagram of Cody Amato, and I've drawn in the gunshot wound entrance below the right eye and the bruise that's underneath the eye. And then you can also see the gunshot wound exit that I drew in. Then I also, this indicates that little scrape or abrasion that was present on the right earlobe.
Now, with regard to the distance of the muzzle
Uh-huh.
of the gun, and first of all, what can you, maybe obvious, but do you know what is the muzzle of a gun?
It's the end of the gun where the bullet comes out.
Georgia made sure that she only gave her immunity for what she asked her.
Were you able to, did you
So
observe
she
any type
made
of
sure
stippling
she didn't
or
ask
burns
her
to
anything
Amato's
she
face?
didn't want her to have
No, I did
immunity
not.
for, so that she
Well,
could
once
still
again,
arrest
what
her.
is that indicative of?
Close range fire.
Right, the stippling, but the lack of stippling or burn on his face, what is that indicative of?
That there was no evidence of close range fire present.
And tell the jury what your definition again is of close range fire.
Once again, it depends on the weapon and the ammunition that's used, but it's usually 2 to 3 feet. But of course, if you have the weapon and test fire.
Is that wound that you observed to Cody Amato's face inconsistent with a self-inflicted wound?
It is inconsistent.
In other words, a suicide. It's inconsistent
Yeah.
with a suicide?
It is.
I'm sorry?
You and
It
me
is.
both, and probably thousands of other people.
Speaking, within the field of forensic pathology, is there a term that's called the cause of death?
Yes.
And what is, I'm going to talk about this case specifically in a moment, but what is the term cause of death? What does that mean?
It's the injury or disease that leads to a person's death.
And within the field of forensic pathology, is there a term that's called the manner of death?
Yes.
What is manner of death?
Would you
That's
guys
the
want to watch
determination of what
Charlie's
actually
trial?
leads to the injury or disease. And there are 5 different manners.
And can you explain that, what the 5 different manners of death are?
There's natural, suicide, accident, homicide, and undetermined.
Now, with regard to, and I'll ask it as a group question, I won't go one by one. With regard to Margaret, Chad, and Cody, what was the cause of death?
Margaret's cause of death was a gunshot wound of the head. Chad's cause of death was multiple gunshot wounds. And Cody's cause of death was gunshot wound to the face.
And with regard to Margaret, Chad, and Cody, what was the manner of their deaths?
Homicide.
I have no further questions.
Cross-examination.
Yeah, I didn't see it either. I've seen some clips, but that's it.
Good afternoon, Doctor.
Good afternoon.
Welcome to Seminole County.
Oh, thank you.
Now, you are assisted in your office by an investigator?
Yes.
Okay. And his name, I believe, is Mr. Tootle?
Her name is Valerie Tootle.
I'm sorry. I didn't
That's
know
okay.
her first name.
That's okay.
Valerie Tootle?
Yes.
How long has she been working with you?
I don't know. I think a little less than a year.
Okay. You performed these autopsies on January 26th of this year?
I did.
Okay. These decedents passed away on January 24th?
I'm not sure. I know they were found on the 25th.
Okay, I'm sorry. They were found on the 25th?
Yes.
Okay. So you did autopsies the next day?
I did.
Okay. Now, I want to ask you some questions about the protocol and the procedures of the medical examiner's office, okay?
Okay.
When your office is notified when there's a suspicious death or a homicide?
Yes.
Okay. And you provide services for Seminole County, Florida?
We do now. Yes.
That's as of recently, right?
Yes.
Okay. Is this your first time coming to Seminole?
It is.
It is? Okay. When you are notified that you need to come to Seminole County, where you have, in this case, 3 deaths, what's the first thing that your office does?
I'm not exactly sure what each investigator does. They generally meet the police at the scene, and they let me know that, or they let one of the doctors know that they're going to the scene.
Okay, that's one of your investigators go to the scene?
Yes.
And in this case, it would be Valerie Tootle?
Yes.
Okay, so she's dispatched to the scene, and then typically she's briefed about the situation or what might have happened or where the bodies are and such?
Yes.
Okay, and what are her duties to write a report about what was told to her, or is that not done?
They do write a report, yes.
Okay, do you have an occasion to review that report?
I do.
Okay. Did you review her report prior to performing the autopsies?
I believe I did, yes.
Okay. Are you provided with photographs that the crime scene investigator might have processed?
Yes.
Okay. Did you do all that in this case?
I can't remember if I saw the images before or after the autopsies were performed.
And who is responsible for, I don't want to minimize it, but packaging up the body and delivering it to your office?
Usually the investigators will, I guess, place them in the transport bags, and they are transported via one of our transport specialists.
Okay, common knowingly as body bags?
Yes.
Okay. they're not in charge of gathering evidence or anything. They're in charge of just preserving the body as it's found and delivering it to your office?
Yes, generally, the police will gather a lot of the evidence such as GSR, fingernail clippings and such before they come to the office.
The fingernail clippings are done before it comes to your office?
Yes, generally.
Okay. And if you need to review your notes, your report, on Chad Amato, there was clippings of the fingernails in that case?
Are you asking if they were done at the scene?
I'm just asking if they were done, period, first. And if they were they done at the scene?
Oh, I am referring to the report of Chad Amato because I don't have any recollection. Yeah, I know that we did not do any fingernail clippings in our office, so I can't tell you if they were done or not.
So if they were done, they would have been done by the crime scene analyst?
Yes.
Okay. And I noticed in your report on page 4, on the right posterior right index finger, there are red abrasions.
Yes.
Okay. Now, pursuant to your investigator, there were no paramedics involved in this matter?
I don't believe so.
Is proper procedure for the hands to be bagged at the scene?
Not if evidence has been collected or they don't intend for evidence to be collected.
Okay, so if you don't intend the evidence, they're not bagged for any reason?
Correct.
The body is bagged as it is found with the clothing on?
It depends on the scene and the investigating agency.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. Margaret Amato's body bag, was she delivered with clothing on?
In all of these cases, they all were received with their clothing on.
Okay. And the body bag, the body's put into the bag zipped up, transported, vehicle, ambulance, whatever, to your office?
Okay, I put a poll. Although it thinks it's a quiz, so it's got one marked as the right answer, but there is no right answer. It's just a poll of which old trial you want to do after this one. Alex Murdaugh, Charlie Adelson, Susan Lawrence, or Melody Ferris. Susan Lawrence was the chick that killed her neighbor in Ocala. And Melody Ferris is the one, Tennessee? North Carolina? I don't remember. Somewhere in the South. Her husband was killed and then put on her burn pile and burned. That was a really good trial.
Correct.
Okay. And these bodies were delivered to your office, I assume, on the 25th?
I have no idea when they arrived at our office.
Okay, but you performed the autopsies on the 26th, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now you were asked in order, Margaret, Chad, and then Cody, but in sequence, it looks like Cody's autopsy was performed at 11:30 on 1/26th.
I think they were all arbitrarily given numbers 191, 192, and 193. So I worked in numerical order.
Okay,
So-
well, I'm just looking, you can refer to your reports. I'm looking at your reports that Cody's was done at 11:30. Chad's was done at 12:30, and Margaret's was done at 13:30.
Yes.
That sound about right? Okay. Now, on your report, after, I'm looking, first of all, I'm going to go to Margaret's. Well, I'm going to go to Cody since Cody was done first, okay? And if you could turn to Cody's report and turn to the death information section. The decedent section. I think it's after the toxicology report.
I don't think I know what that one looks like. Can I see it?
Yes,
What
may I
it looks
approach
like,
the
sorry.
microphone?
You don't know what it
Okay,
looks
so
like?
the investigator's report.
I'm sorry, investigator. You reviewed that, correct?
I did.
Okay. Ready?
Okay, I got it.
Now, it asks if, talks about tobacco use. The scene information, had the decedent been moved? False. I assume false would mean no.
Yes,
Okay. The date and time of the injury, 1/25/000. Does that mean unknown?
yes.
Unknown?
As far as a little bit higher, who identified the decedent
What does
section?
unknown mean?
Said the identification date was on 1/25/2019.
It does say that.
Okay, and that was done, the method to identification method was fingerprint scanning?
Yes.
Can you explain that to the jury what that is?
That's something that's done on the scene by law enforcement. I'm not involved.
Okay, are you familiar with fingerprint scanning of the body?
Not really, no.
Okay, well, you don't know anything about it? I mean, are the fingers pressed up against something to identify it, or?
I'm guessing that it's kind of outside my area of expertise, so I don't, yeah.
If it's outside the doctor's, realm of knowledge, and she said, like a predicate speculation.
Right, if you could keep it to just the legal objection rather than speaking.
Okay. According to your investigation report, there was an identification date done on 1/25.
Yes.
And according to your investigative report, the method of identification was fingerprint scanning.
I'm going to object now. The basis of the objection is hearsay. May we approach?
This is her report.
May we approach?
Saying that's correct.
Prior to doing the autopsies, you reviewed biographical information of the decedents?
Whatever was available, yes.
Whatever was available, you reviewed, didn't you?
Yes.
Okay, you reviewed your investigator Toodle's
Yes.
narrative? You reviewed the identifying information?
Yes.
You reviewed where the body was found?
Yes.
You reviewed the time and date it was found?
Yes.
You reviewed the method of identification?
I can read it, yes.
Okay, and the method of identification for Chad Amato was fingerprint scanning?
I think we're on Cody Amato, but I have to check.
You can
the
check Chad.
record for Chad as well. Yes.
And you reviewed that fingerprint scanning identification was done on January 25th of 2019?
Yes.
Thank you. Now, when you prepare to do the
was
autopsy,
that a
when it's
big deal?
received, you unzip the bag, correct? And place it on a table?
Well, the bag is opened.
Yes, ma'am.
They're imaged as they're in the bag, and then the clothing can be removed, and then the bodies can be placed on a table.
And then before you start performing your autopsy, what you testified earlier, you go out on the outside of the body, you examine the outside of the body.
That's correct.
Okay. At what point do you clean the body?
Only after the external portion of the body's been examined.
Okay. And you did that in all three decedents in this case?
Yes.
I don't have anything further, Judge.
Redirect.
Dr. Jones, with regard to Chad Amato, that first shot or the shot to the back of the ear, was that in and of itself, not the second, but the first to the back of the ear, was that a fatal shot?
It's hard to say if that one was, it did involve the skull and the brain, which can cause a lot of concussive effects and eventually could be a lethal shot.
Would it immediately cause his death?
Probably not immediately, no.
Members of the jury, do you have any questions of this witness? Okay, write them down. All right. Mr. Dowdy, if you want, you can ask your question before.
Thank you very much. Dr. Jones, was Arthur Lubar and Christine Snyder present at the autopsy?
I have to refer to the report.
Refer to your report.
It will, yes. Yes, they were.
Thank you very much, Doctor.
All right, doctor, our jurors have some questions for
Okay.
you. Could a person still have motor or movement function after the type of wound shown in Exhibit 333? Can we get Exhibit 333, please? Could a person still have motor or movement function after the type of wound shown in Exhibit 333?
It's possible. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it would be possible for a little bit.
Describe the type of wound in Exhibit 333 if medical attention was received.
That's a hard one to say. Once again, I don't know if you guys know, but gunshot wounds, we always think they do a drilling action, but the bullets, as they exit the muzzle, they actually have a lot of kinetic energy associated with them. So as they go through a wound track, they form a temporary cavity. And it's especially important if it's inside the brain, where you have the skull, which is a very rigid area, and the brain that it can only expand so much inside that rigid skull. So, there certainly are a lot of effects that occur on the brain that we may not see because the temporary cavity is just that. It's a temporary thing. We don't actually see that at the autopsy. So I don't know if somebody could survive that one.
Is it possible for a person to fall into a fetal position from a standing position without any external forces being applied?
Yes.
How close would a person need to be for stippling to occur on the victim?
So stippling occurs between 1 centimeter and up to, once again, depending on the gun and the ammunition that's used, up to the 2-3 feet.
Is there any indication on the blunt force trauma of Chad and Cody correlated to time of death?
As far as some of the injuries were older and healing when I described them as crusted. That just means that it's like a scab, like brown scab that you guys would see. The redder ones are probably around the time. I can't say if it occurred before they died or right at the time that they died. And when I describe an injury as orange or yellow, that probably is something that might have occurred kind of after the blood is circulating in the heart. So it doesn't have that nice red appearance to it.
Can you tell time of death?
No.
Are you able to give or determine approximate time of death for each of the victims? If so, can you tell us?
No, I can't.
Why not?
Did you photograph Chad Amato's hands/fingers, and did anything about them stand out? Did you note anything about them?
Their images were taken, and they were bloody.
Also, was fingerprint scanning done for all fingers on Chad?
I don't know the answer to that.
And the other ones relate to the time of death, that same question. So is there any questions, Mr. Stone, follow-up questions that you have based on the jurors' questions?
No questions, Your Honor.
Mr. Downey, do you have any follow-up questions based on the jurors' questions? No, ma'am. Jurors, do you have any more questions of this witness? Everyone's indicating no. May this witness be excused and released, Mr. Stone.
I'm sorry?
May this witness be excused
Yes,
and
Your Honor.
released. All right. Thank you very much, ma'am. You're excused and you're released from your subpoena. You're free to go. What we're going to do, members of the jury, is we're at this point just going to take a brief recess, just a short 5-minute break for afternoon break because we kind of started a little bit earlier. And then we're going to go through and have our next witness from there. Okay?
Okay. You guys. I'm going to Disney tomorrow, I think. I haven't been in a couple weeks. So, if this stupid pain in my side will go away. And Monday's Memorial Day, and Travis wants us to go do something. I don't know. We might be going to the Springs. We might be going to the movies. I don't know what we're going to do. So I'm going to take a long Memorial Day weekend, basically. So I will be back Tuesday morning at 9:00. And I think we're on the back stretch of this trial. I put a poll on the community page with 4 more trials for you guys to pick. And if you don't pick, I'll pick. And then there's another trial that Judy and I are looking at that is supposed to start June 1st. So we might have a new trial to do coming up. So we're a team, y'all. We're a family. Let me know what you want to watch and we'll watch it. So that's it. You guys have a good Memorial weekend. And I will see you guys on Tuesday. If you want to hang out with me at Magic Kingdom tomorrow, Debbie Loves Disney. There's a link. So, yeah, thanks, Elle. Me too. I don't know why I'm having this pain in my side. It's up high here. If it was lower, I'd know why I was having it. I don't know why I'm having it. It's like every once in a while my fibromyalgia's like, let's do something different. So I don't know what's going on. I had it yesterday and then it went away and I was fine. And now it's back. So hopefully it won't be back tomorrow and I'll be fine. Okay, guys, remember, be kind to people, love your family, and Jesus loves you and so do I. Bye, guys.